child. Light is everywhere. And you will guide the light. Never be corrupted by darkness. Your role is to cleanse the darkness and conceive the light. Angels were born from eggs. After Hashmal broke the egg, the heavenly king said that to her. Intermediate hierarchy. Like most of those in the higher positions, a dominion's angel had a great responsibility from birth. They tirelessly trained in their skills. Holy power was shared, but the way they used it was up to them. Sometimes the other angels would tell extremely sweet stories of the middle world. She wanted to see it for herself one day, but reality wasn't easy. Hashmal was given tough missions. General angels were capable, and most of the missions were related to the demon world. A place where it was impossible to feel dreams, hopes, and other sweet feelings. She traveled through the dimensional gate to the demon world several times. And every time she came back, it felt like something important had been worn down in her. The demons were sworn enemies, and the demon world a place that she needed to subjugate. Hashmal had great performances as a dominion's angel. The multi-dimensional causality was destroyed. But the massive destruction is from the demon world. You will lead the angels to investigate. After receiving orders from the heavenly king, Hashmal headed to the dimensional gate with troops. But something happened and the code was changed to an unknown place. It wasn't the demon world. It didn't look like the middle world. A different dimension altogether. But what is this huge source of magic power that I can feel nearby? She was at a loss for the first time in her life. The place felt both comforting and impure. She needed to be closer to confirm it. A demon's work. She started to destroy the dungeon. But the barrier around the exterior wall was hard. It wasn't easy to break despite the holy power of a dominion's angel and several hundred angels. She became even more curious about the identity of this place. However, she couldn't destroy the dungeon. A number of demons and creatures had showed up. The demons were doing something here. She couldn't learn anything more. She intuitively felt that it wouldn't be easy, but Hashmal moved. She killed and killed. Over 2 days, she slayed thousands of creatures. And she had fallen into someone's arms after her divine power was exhausted, her wings lost. Ah! She jumped up. Sweat flowed down. Nightmare? She touched her back. Nothing. The wings, none. It wasn't a dream. The awful reality. Her wings were the source of holy power, so the loss meant it might take decades to recover. The sword stab wound was neat and someone had taken care of it. She couldn't easily organize her thoughts. It was obvious she had lost consciousness from the shock of losing her wings. It didn't make sense that she survived the demons and creatures. Once her flesh was dead, her soul would enter the cycle of reincarnation. This place? She wiped her sweat and looked around. A fluffy bed. A cool breeze. A strange place like an underground tunnel. A man sitting in a wooden chair and reading a book. The man closed the book and laughed coolly. Should we call each other acquaintances now? Anyway, it is delightful to see you again. Hashmal's expression was disconcerted. He currently wasn't wearing a mask, but she could identify him from the distinctive scent of magic power. But she couldn't easily open her mouth. I guessed the reason and shrugged. Can you not use the communication of the angels if you don't have your wings? The angels' wings weren't just for holy power. The angels could use it to guess their will and didn't need to speak important dialogue. A type of telepathy. Hashmal lost her wings and couldn't use it. Your identity. Hashmal realized her mistake and said in a small voice. There were no signs of panic. A Dominion's angel wouldn't panic at something like this. A sweet tone. The voice of an angel was beautiful enough to be compared to a siren. A creature that used singing to lure sailors. But it was worth comparing to a siren. In particular, Hashmal's clear and cold voice caused the ears to naturally focus on it. There were rumors that some high-ranking demons would cut off the wings of angels and keep them in cages in the demon world. After eliminating their pride, they would make the angels sing all day. They had an extremely shortened lifespan and only lasted 1 year. I thought it was just a hobby for nobles, but finally understood after hearing Hashmal's voice. What about it? It is a very unpleasant magic power. This is probably a big dungeon. Are you a demon? A strong enmity. She had been dubious when I was with the awakened, but the dungeon convinced her I was a demon. You could say that. Hashmal's frown deepened. It doesn't matter. What do you want to do? Deception and cutting off all my wings. I don't know the reason for such a play. A little surprised. I had mixed in among the awakened. attacking the demons and pretending to help the angels. M1 and M2 quickly moved at the right moment. An operation that turned out well. I have several anxieties. I wasn't sure Hashmal would be convinced I was a human and head of the Awakened, or if the demons would let Hashmal enter the dungeon. My answer was immediately discarded after I thought it. My nature was like this in the first place. Hashmal. It is simple. I am not a normal demon who appeared on this planet. It wasn't a difficult question, so I gave a light answer. Hashmal's questions only increased. You are not a normal demon? You have questions? But it is unfair if I am the only one answering. How about we alternate between asking questions? I don't compromise with demons. I clicked my tongue. Indeed, a stubborn angel. It was the way she was raised. It was the same for most demons. I was born weak on the battlefield. But there was some hostility to our natural enemies. I guess persuasion is useless. I looked down at the book in my hand. The book contained valuable information about how to convince the opponent. It was a weak area for me. The problem was that Hashmal wasn't an easy opponent to persuade. She would deny everything I tried. Hashmal. From here onwards, you won't have a place. Isn't that right? Hashmal didn't confirm or deny it. She traveled through the dimensional gate and appeared in a place different from the demon world. She was initially puzzled but sensed impure magic power from the dungeon and attacked. And now Hashmal was in the midst of that impurity. The reason why the demons are here, do you know? I could guess based on past experience. But it was closer to a certainty than a guess. The devil had made the earth an arena for a large-scale invasion. This was a golden chance for the angels to take care of 4 Grand Dukes simultaneously. But they didn't. Only a scouting party was sent. The schedule was moved up, but Hashmal was still a scout. She was likely unaware of all this information. Hashmal couldn't reply to my mocking words. That's right. You don't know anything. You exist solely to be sacrificed by the higher-ups. And you couldn't even do that properly. It is truly laughable. Sophistry. It isn't sophistry but the truth. You would have seen it when you first appeared through the dimensional gate. High and solid structures that even the dwarves can't imitate. This isn't the middle world, demon world, or heaven. This place, an entirely different dimension. And you would have seen something else. The numerous demons and creatures gathered in another dimension. Interfering in other dimensions is a taboo. The heavens will punish the bad ones gathered together. Group of bad people, then Hashmal. I'll tell you one truth. The demons want to destroy the humans and this planet. Ariel, UPA, Pandemonium, and Oculus. All the Grand Dukes of the demon world and their factions have traveled here. And I am the only one hoping the humans don't perish. Rather, I am helping the humans deal with the demons. The possibility of Hashmal returning to heaven was close to zero. It was easy for me to tell her this. So you are not a normal demon? Different from other demons? Truly funny. A demon is a demon. What is the definition of a demon? Unpleasant magic power. A dark existence. Such existences are called demons. Ha ha. Demons are certainly accustomed to the darkness. But Hashmal. If you report on the features, then right now, you are not an angel. At least I've never heard of an angel who lost their wings. It isn't lost. You removed them. Then do you think you are equal to others? Having no wings means you don't have access to holy magic and you are only a little stronger than humans. No, you are just like a human. You are glossing over the truth. Don't you just want to show off that you have me? I know what demons consider a hobby. Kill. I felt a firm commitment. My brows furrowed. Once again, this method didn't suit me. It did not fit me at all. I spoke bluntly. Join me. I have already said it. I don't compromise with demons. Who? You will soon realize the benefits of leaving the heavens. I said after sighing. All the Grand Dukes of the demon world are gathered here. And I'm trying to prove my existence in an entirely different way from them. This means going against them. Should you really be hostile to me if you want to benefit the heavens? Are you saying that complying with a demon is a good thing? All Grand Dukes and their aides are gathered in this dimension. You will make a significant contribution if you sweep up all these demons. Hashmal's eyes turned towards me. She pondered on the reason why the Grand Dukes were gathered here. It was true that her mission was to get rid of the demons on this planet. In the first place, why are the Grand Dukes gathered here? What is the reason why they want to slaughter the demons in this dimension? The seat of the devil has been vacant for a long time. It is time to fill that seat. The conditions are very simple. Destroy the most humans and territory. The seat of the devil. God had told a story about Deathbringer. But she didn't believe it. You might think this is a prank or that I am desperate. In the demon world, there has been a war over the seat of the devil for far too long. You need to come to a conclusion. I stared into Hashmal's eyes. Golden eyes. There were some waves occurring in the calm lake. I slowly opened my mouth. Hashmal. I am walking alone. I am not affiliated with any of the factions of the Grand Dukes. I never even thought of entering them. Because. My gaze strengthened. I gripped my fists tightly. I have to kill the demons. I am a hunter that will kill all the demons on this planet. So I will climb to the position of devil. I smirked and said, this is an opportunity given to you. After all the demons are killed, you have the unique chance to stop me from becoming the devil. I will give you some time to make a decision. I will give you some time to watch the situation and determine the truthfulness of my words. I hope you think carefully. I turned and left the room. Hashmal didn't have any constraints and could act freely in the dungeon. Anyway, she had lost all her wings. I had the power of advanced creatures, so she wasn't a great threat. Even a Naga could eliminate Hashmal and then I would get 5 million points. But I expected to get some achievements if I could manage to corrupt her. No other demons can do it. No one had ever managed to corrupt an angel. The same was true in my previous life. It was a myth. My heart jumped quickly. I wanted to try corrupting an angel. But it failed. If successful, there would be benefits for a long time. And I used my own methods. Hashmal needed time to be convinced. I can hear more stories. This invasion was ahead of schedule. I might be able to hear a little bit of what was happening. I could use her if there was another invasion from the heavens in the future. I would be able to prepare or know the power of the heavens. At the very least, she was a Dominion's angel and familiar with other angels. There would be many benefits if I managed to corrupt her. I touched my jaw. After an angel passed through the dimensional gate, they can't return to the heavens before killing all the demons. I identified this from my previous life. The angels who occupied dungeons could create a sacred zone that allowed them to resist the demons. But there were no angels that returned to heaven. This information was procured through a lot of effort. In my previous life, I was stubborn even in the face of death. There was also a chance that Hashmal would choose to die. But that would just be a useless death. She wouldn't accomplish anything. If she didn't cling to her stubbornness, then she would follow me. In the meantime, Hashmal would explore my dungeon and become curious about the Tree of Origin. Of course, she didn't immediately respond. Instead, she asked about the exit to the dungeon. She wanted to find out what was happening outside and see the truth of my words. It wasn't an easy proposal. The demons were still keeping an eye on the dungeon. It wouldn't be easy to deceive and pass by them. But that problem was surprisingly solved easily. I can go out through Japan's dungeon. That's right. We could move to Japan's dungeon. I used a few magic disguise items and had her accompanied by Krosla. A trip around the world begun. I couldn't give a lot of time, so they were to return within a week. And Hashmal returned exactly 1 week later. Hashmal had a very confused expression on her face. Her face hadn't changed much, but her eyes were shaken. It was small, but there was an impact. She checked other dungeons and witnessed the strong presence of the demons directing it. In addition, she saw the world unraveling. It wasn't too late. Leaving it alone would be a dereliction of her duties. She couldn't accept her death. She was stubborn but still an angel. Her mission was to bring back light to a world immersed in darkness. Hashmal looked at me for a long time before opening her mouth. I will never follow a demon. I will destroy all demons. Don't forget that you are also included in that. Pizik. I started laughing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90 to 93, Achievement Store. Chapter 90 to 93, Achievement Store. Hashmal was worried. She was in the midst of confusion, anguish and speculation, so her decision was postponed. A strange demon told her to destroy the other demons with him. All the demons, including the Grand Dukes, had traveled here from the demon world. She thought it was a lie. She was a Dominion's angel. Any information about the demon world would be quickly obtained by her. She needed to do her best to wipe out the Grand Dukes. But despite not understanding the details, she needed to figure out why the dungeons appeared. First, I need to figure out this place. These dungeons are in a different dimension. I need to learn as much relevant information as possible. Hashmal was aware of the seriousness of the situation. If the strange demon's words were true, then this wasn't a simple task. It was unpleasant to be captured by a demon, but she wasn't treated like a hostage. A strange demon. He was called Randalph Briggseel. He gave her freedom. At the very least, she could roam freely inside the dungeon. She didn't know if he was stupid, arrogant, or had other intentions. Hashmal actively explored inside the dungeon. The dungeon looks like it has an ecosystem. She worked up from the bottom of the dungeon. The low-grade creatures, an ecosystem was created for them. It was amazing. The creatures with a predator relationship was figured out. The numbers were maintained at a constant level and the life cycle was very fast. There were even creatures that formed villages. She found a settlement near a lake where orcs could be seen moving back and forth. The orc shamans served their gods and knew how to use advanced tools. Due to the nature of the dungeon, the various species knew how to use objects. They gathered things on their own to make improvements. Adults hunted while children learned their skills. The mothers remaining in the village to take care of their offspring while the priests made important decisions. It wasn't just the orcs. Even the mindless species showed differences in their actions. An amazing scene. But this is a dungeon. The center of darkness. Of course, seeing civilization being created in a place like this was remarkable. The dungeon was still a place filled with the powerful forces of darkness. The creatures were brought here by various black magic and would be lost to instinct. It is impossible to think of something constructive. But this dungeon was different. There was a similar unpleasant magic power, but it didn't have a significant impact on the creatures. Rather, it seemed to be having a good impact on the development of the creatures. Appropriate environment, rich food, balanced food chain between the creatures, a harmony was established. She wondered if this could really be defined as a dungeon. It was more like an ecosystem. Hashmal was confused. A community of dwarves. Fierce creatures guarding intermediate areas. Even if what I'm seeing is a lie, they will become stronger over time. This was the first time she had seen such an active dungeon. Usually many dungeons were lacking. They didn't consider the conditions for making life in the first place. The beasts would fight hard to maintain their lives. That wasn't the case here. A driving force existed behind their growth. This would pile up over time into a power that couldn't be ignored. The demon Randalph really formed an ecosystem like this? A decent effort is required for harmony. It is hard for an existence like a demon. It was strange no matter how she thought about it. She didn't know if it was designed this way from the beginning, but it hasn't been a long time since the dungeon was formed. There were signs of a steady management. Tremendous interest. It took all types of effort. However, the demons weren't a species famous for being attentive. Just like his words, he truly wasn't a normal demon. A strong aura can be felt as I near the top. One if the dungeon core and one. Hashmal moved. She didn't miss anything around her as she climbed up the dungeon. Finally, she reached the 15th floor and witnessed an amazing sight. Tree of Origin. She was astonished. There was a tree of origin in heaven. It was called the first and last tree, and no one could manage it except for the heavenly king. This one was smaller and weaker, but the energy made it apparent that this was the tree of origin. A grave was in the vicinity of the tree. There was the appearance of dug-up soil and a wooden signpost saying Angel Nim. Someone suddenly blocked her path. Stop. My dungeon master has given my jurisdiction over the tree of origin. I will not allow access to the tree of origin. A female dark elf, Crisley. Hashmal asked with trembling hands. Who buried the angel over there? The fairy of the dungeon core buried him. Ah. Can I see the fairy? Right now she isn't here. I will pass on a message. Crisley was puzzled. And Hashmal was strangely excited. All angels hope to be buried under the tree of origin. There might be a hostile relationship, but I would like to convey my gratitude. It was like that? Crisley was convinced by her words. The grave would be a source of nutrients for the tree of origin. Crisley had been worried about what to do with the bodies of the angels, but Hashmal gave her the solution. I will tell her. And I will bury the rest of the angels here. Is it okay? It isn't something difficult. Crisley's stiff expression loosened and she smiled. Crisley knew what the dungeon master wanted from Hashmal. She could score some nutrients and points with Hashmal, so it was killing two birds with one stone. Thank you. Hashmal gave a large sigh of relief. Hashmal wasn't casual about all the angels under her being killed. That gratitude should be directed to my dungeon master. Let me think about it. Her perception about demons wasn't easily broken. But just saying she would think about it was coming a long way. She stared at the tree of origin for a long time. I don't see the spirit of the origin. Was it still not mature? She only knew about the tree of origin from the Heavenly King. After snapping out of it, Hashmal explored the rest of the dungeon. There were empty floors, but she once again stared with surprise at the high-class griffin and gigantes. Unfortunately, she wasn't allowed near the dungeon core. This is not the only dungeon. Hashmal wished to leave the dungeon. She wanted to look at everything from a wider perspective. She didn't expect anything, but the demon Randalph surprisingly allowed her out of the dungeon. Krosla was the catch, but she didn't mind. And a week passed on Earth. She rode the Pyrox and was covered by a stealth item, so their speed was quite fast. Rather, it was a lot of time. She recklessly entered the other dungeons. She might have lost her holy power, but the other dungeons were in a terrible state. None of them had a proper ecosystem like Randalph's dungeon. The demons didn't care about the species, and it was impossible for breeding to work properly in the poor environment. Only the deformed and strong creatures survived. She was also able to witness demons and creatures attacking humans. A very strong presence. It was estimated that she discovered one of the Grand Dukes. This planet will be destroyed. Her mouth was dry. Randalph's words weren't false. This was indeed an arena for a competition. The will to destroy could be felt. I am alone. I lost my wings. Without being taken care of in heaven, my holy power won't be restored. Her fists squeezed together. Did she just have to wait and watch the destruction? She couldn't communicate with heaven, and there was no telling when the dimensional gate would open again. Perhaps, there was a possibility that the dimensional gate would never appear again. Someone had intervened and changed the code of the dimensional gate. Never be corrupted by darkness. Your role is to cleanse the darkness and conceive the light. Hashmal recalled the words she heard when she broke out of her egg. Heavenly King. She could never forget that warm voice and the information. Please forgive my sins. But her mission was to purify the darkness and bring light to this dimension. The only way to regain strength was to contaminate the outside. If she could delay the destruction of the world until support from heaven arrived, then it would be a success. I am walking alone. A hunter that will catch all the demons. Hashmal made a decision after 1 week. She would use him. Asterisk. Corrupting an angel was simple. The angels had to deny themselves and immerse themselves in the darkness. For example, breaking certain angel rules. It is as I thought. I looked firmly as Hashmal in front of me. Hashmal was slowly moving in front of me. I seriously considered what was happening in front of me. She recognized I was different from other demons. It was obvious she planned to keep the demons in check. In the future, my name will be Tashmal. You will discard the name you were given as an angel? That's right. Hashmal had already made up her mind. She was changing, so her attitude needed to be different or else she would suffer. Anyway, one problem was solved. An angel that denied themselves would become lethargic. Discipline is the easiest way to break this situation. And the strongest sin. Mixing with demons. They would experience heavy punishment. Personally, I had a lot of hope. Soon Hashmal would entirely belong to me. Under the dungeon system, she would be ruled by me. Hashmal didn't know it, but she wouldn't be able to harm me. She would be forced to follow any orders I gave. Hashmal. You have picked the best and worst hand. I said with a thin smile. Take it off. Asterisk. Impossible achievement. The first angel has been corrupted. 2,500,000 points will be paid. Impossible achievement. The Dominion's angel Hashmal will come under the jurisdiction of the demon Randalph Brigzeal. 3 million points will be paid. Your achievement score has surpassed 10,000 points. Second great Easter egg has opened. The achievement store has opened. From now on, you can buy all types of precious things not available in the store of all things with achievement points. In addition, accomplishing certain achievements will add related species or goods to the store. Message windows continuously rose. My eyes rested on Tashmal. Tashmal was collapsed on a bed. Sweat was flowing down her white skin. She was covered with marks from our joining, but my attention was grabbed by the black wings on her back. Tashmal had fainted from the process. It was the first time she felt such an intense shock. But the black wings were gradually increasing in size even when she was asleep. Instead of holy power, it was filled with magic power. It was the first time I had seen a fallen angel being created. No one had ever seen it. There were some questions. I quietly opened mind's eye. Name, Tashmal. Occupation fallen angel. Title * angel of light steeped in darkness, epic, intelligence and magic power +6. Stats. Strength 68, intelligence 87, +6. Agility 78, stamina 69. Magic power 84, +6. Potential, 386 +12/471. Uniqueness, an angel that spread light into the world has now become a fallen angel. The stats have been lowered in the aftermath of losing her wings, but they will quickly recover. Skill, propagation of darkness, epic, barrage of dark spears, epic, dark thunder, epic. Indeed, the title and skill names had changed. I was glad the ratings were intact. The stats seemed somewhat low, but it wasn't a big problem. Right now she was comparable to the Griffin and Gigantes. She still had 3 epic grade skills that could be utilized. In the past, she was at a higher level, but that would quickly recover. I was reassured after seeing the specifications. Good. I nodded. 5.5 million points and even a fallen angel. That alone would be called a sufficient gain. Combined with the points earned from hunting angels, I had gained more than 6 million points from this event. Thanks to that, my points already went over 10 million. Considering that it hadn't even been half a year, I had high expectations for the next Demon World auction. But, achievement store? After checking Tashmal's status, I turned my eyes back to the message windows in the air. Class 2 Easter egg. My eyes stared at the words achievement store. It relies on achievement points. Something that I obtained every time I got an achievement. It could also be used in this way. In order to do so, I needed to know if 10,000 was high or low. I never experienced this in my previous life. Just after I returned back in time, I obtained the Class 3 Easter egg, Heart of the Hell Monarch. This time it was a Class 2 egg. I naturally smiled imagining it. There was a list of things that could be purchased from the store of all things. All types of precious things could be noted. The store of all things sold many items, but the efficiency wasn't very good. For example, there were low-grade creatures or skill books with bad options. A unique class skill book would require more than 1 million points, so many couldn't afford to purchase it. They would rather save the points for the Demon World auction. Now there was the achievement store. If the efficiency wasn't good, then I would be disappointed. I wouldn't purchase any items that were only useful for mopping up the floor. It will take her some time to wake up. I glanced at Tashmal collapsed on the bed. There were no signs that she would move soon. I grabbed my clothes strewn on the ground and headed for the top floor of the dungeon. Yi was next to the dungeon core. She was sighing. Ah Hiu. The angel was no help. All he did was make Yi bury him. An angel appeared, so she thought her wish had been granted. Instead, he only muttered strange words and died. Her heart ached. Oh, I am having withdrawal symptoms from not seeing my bees. Yi's delight is gone. I will fall ill from these withdrawal symptoms. Yi leaned back and rubbed her cheeks against the dungeon core. In fact, Yi thought of the bees as a favorite toy. She always took great care of them. Yi's limit was revealed. It had been 10 days and her hands were shaking like an addict. Yi, I yearn for the bees. Yi will draw them. Yi jumped up from her position. Her usual jewel-like eyes had been replaced with those like a murderer's. Yi lowered her body and started to draw bees on the ground. Now the honey. Yi. But the picture. It wasn't drawn very well. They didn't move. Why aren't you moving? Listen to Yi's words. I drew you, so why aren't you moving? Why, Ying? Stop playing around. Sasasak. Yi quickly deleted the picture of the bees and laughed awkwardly. You came, master? She transformed into a poised state. I cleared up my expression and said. That was quite funny. Any more? Ah, it's nothing. Master. Yi-He is faithfully obeying Master's punishment. Yi-He doesn't know anything about bees. What is that? Yi-He shook her head like a dog. She sucked her fingers innocently. I heard you made a grave near the Tree of Origin. That's. Yi-He thought the Tree of Origin Nim sent me the angel in response to my wish. But then he was defective, so Yi-He buried him. Wish? Sent her? I was puzzled by her words but accepted them. I had experience with trying to understand Yi-He's words. I decided to compromise since it would benefit both of us. Very good. Ha! I solved something easily thanks to that. The angel buried at the Tree of Origin. Hashmal's heart was swayed due to that. She even said thank you. Besides, an angel's body was also beneficial to the Tree of Origin. Yi-He didn't know about the angels and buried one near the Tree of Origin. Help from a completely unexpected place. She had been deprived of rights and exiled, but she deserved some compensation for her contribution. Yi-He. If Master is good, then Yi-He is good. Yi-He didn't know what she was saying and laughed. Her wings restlessly flapped and rubbed her cheeks with both hands. I looked at her and spoke. Your permissions are restored. I will also turn a blind eye to your garden. Yi-He instantly stopped all her actions. Yi-He's ears must have gone bad. No, you heard it properly. Yi-He's eyes widened to a frightening extent after she heard my words. Then, Master. Now Yi-He can annoy the bees? You can freely act as you like. I can even walk with the king bees? As long as it doesn't affect the ecosystem. Can Yi-He design buildings? That's not possible. Yi-He. Yi-He lay on the floor and stretched out her hands and feet. She slapped her cheeks until they were red. That is enough. Indifference. I had deprived her of all rights and even refused her hobby. That was like rat poison to a fairy. In particular, Yi-He's nature meant she wouldn't hold out much longer. But I hoped she realized something. If the same mistakes were repeated over and over again, then Yi-He would have no choice but to rule harshly. Rather than Yi-He, I would drop a stronger punishment on the bees. The worker bees would be heavily punished. I decided to wait for the excited Yi-He to calm down. I didn't expect she would be rolling around for 3 hours. 3 hours later. I ignored Yi-He behind me and used the dungeon core to open the achievement store. Welcome to the achievement store. Current achievement points, 11,451. Achievement points can be used to purchase goods from the store. Item names marked with a plus can only be purchased once. The window that popped up didn't differ significantly from the store of all things. Only the names had changed. But the content was completely different. My eyes moved down the lists. Equipment list. Wild Bow, U, 1000. Shadow Award, U, 1000. Quick Shoes, XU, 2000. Plus Death Robe, XU, Set, 2000. Prominent Armor, XU, 2000. Plus Atasha's Sword, Epic, 3000. Plus Kenteganam's Helmet, Epic, Set, 3000. Creatures List. Pyrock, 300. Superior Goblin, 1000. Pure Blood Naga, 2000. Homunculus, 4500. Plus Cruel Commander and Core 6000. Plus Great Orc Ram, 10,000. Plus Vampire from the Gene Clan Sabira, 15,000. Plus Lich King Gospel, 20,000. Plus True Demonic Dragon Augene, 50,000. Skills List. Plus Earthquake, U, 1,500. Plus Sacred Dust, U, 2,000. Plus Divine Sword Unity, XU, Passive, 2,000. Plus Dark Sword, XU, 2,500. Plus Forest Shield, XU, 3,000. Plus Dark Meteor, Epic, 10,000. Plus Thousand Territory, Epic, 15,000. Additional achievement-related items. Angel Egg, 500. I could judge the list with one glance. It wasn't a list of general items. The items that came up was enough to scare me. The first equipment list. The default was unique items and it went up the way up to Epic. Besides, the Death Robe was a set item with the Death Wand that Crisley had. Kenteganam was king of the Yetis. Even his helmet was legendary. Atasha's sword was something I saw when the Class 3 Easter egg opened, it had appeared again on this list. Ha! But the thing that really surprised me was the creatures list. Creatures that couldn't be bought in the store of all things. The pyrox were very difficult to grow. There were also several things that could never be seen at the Demon World auction. But I focused on the bottom where the creatures had names. Great Orc Ram. Vampire from the Gene Clan Subira. Lich King Gospel, True Demonic Dragon Augene. Legendary, mythical creatures. Names renowned a long time ago. No one could oppose them in those times. They had already died, but they were included in the list. This had to mean something. It is really ridiculous. That's right. Bringing back the dead. If some part of their bodies were salvaged, then they could be revived. The Motto Era. A time when the dragon species was in full bloom. In that time, the demons couldn't carelessly enter the middle world. Many things happened and there were numerous geniuses killed in this time. Their records were left behind in the demon world. Great Orc Ram. A golden orc who managed to conquer half of the continent. His reigning period was short, but he faced thousands of knights alone. A strong creature that would enter the top ranks of the high-class creatures. Subira from the Gene Vampire clan, a creature active in the middle world that created a kingdom of infected people. It required the Golden Knights who were guardians of the Virgin to stop him. There was a great battle in the demon world that everyone knew about. The demon world didn't care about the presence of the middle world. I only heard the stories. I didn't fight all day long on the battlefield. Whenever there was a lull, I would linger near demons telling stories. Most of them spoke about fanciful things, but they frequently mentioned Subira. Lich King Gospel and True Demonic Dragon Augene were also active in the demon world. Both were treated as existences equal to the devil. Among them, Augene was regarded as an insurmountable wall. A dragon was a high-class 4 LV creature, a Balrog a high-class 5 LV creature, and a true demonic dragon was the only 6 LV high-class creature. There was no stopping Augene if he appeared on Earth. The Grand Dukes who hadn't recovered their power yet would have no chance. My victory would be confirmed, but I needed 50,000 achievement points. That required quite a lot of achievements. I had dozens more achievements than I did in my previous life. Yet I only gathered a little over 10,000 points. 50,000 still far away. I need to collect more achievement points. But I didn't think it was impossible. Now it was the third year. 3 years had passed. I had already gathered 10,000. It was likely I would find many more achievements. One day, I might be able to collect more than 50,000 achievement points. Right now it was just like a pie in the sky. Next, I looked at the skills list. There are a few here. Just like the equipment, the minimum rating was unique. Furthermore, there were epic rated skills that the store of all things didn't sell. Dark Meteor, Thousand Territory, etc., were all names I had heard of before. But Dark Sword and Forest Shield were new. Grand Duke Ariel used Abyss Sword. Is this an earlier skill compatible with it? I carefully read the description of the skill. Name, Dark Sword, XU. Description, a technology that can be used to see into the depths of the real abyss. The sword will use the abyss to cause a cut in space. In addition, Dark Sword will absorb all light. Asterisk wounds caused by Dark Sword are impossible to heal. There will be a strong backlash if it faces holy power. I nodded. Ariel's Abyss Sword was a skill that caused chaos. The information was also similar. Dark Sword had an XU rating, so I wondered about the rating of Abyss Sword. Lightning God alone is insufficient. I touched my jaw. Dark Sword might be one step lower than Abyss Sword, but it was more appropriate for me to use. I only had Lightning God, and Wrath wasn't a skill that I could 100% take advantage of. It would be enormous if I could use the synergy between Dark Sword and Wrath. Divine Sword Unity. My eyes turned to that skill. I slowly read the description. Name, Divine Sword Unity, XU, passive. Description, the sword and body will breathe and act together. It is possible to master all things involving the sword, including the killing sword or the living sword. Asterisk strength and agility will rise by 3 when using the sword. You can surrender to a sword with a strong ego. I had a thought after reading the description. Greed. I wanted Dark Sword and Divine Sword Unity. The remaining skills were too expensive or didn't fit my taste. Next I saw that the additional achievement-related items list. Angel Egg. I had gained some impossible angel-related achievements as well as an angel after corrupting an angel. The item was probably due to this. However, the name wasn't unusual. Angels were born from eggs. After laying the eggs, they were covered with angel wings for a certain period of time before the eggs break. The problem was that there were no angels to do that. I don't know if the wings of a fallen angel will be effective. I needed to speak with Tashmil. It was unknown if normal angels could be born after being covered by a fallen angel's wings. Instead of holy power, Tashmil's wings were filled with magic power. There was the possibility of premature births of the fetus dying. I have to try an experiment. However, expectations were overflowing from my eyes. I was satisfied with Tashmil, but it was a completely different story if I could train a large number of angels. A demon with angels in my dungeon. Plus, the Tree of Origin could use the corpses of angels as nutrients. There was probably a connection between the two. I also might be able to achieve multiple achievements if I trained the angels. I was filled with anticipation. Perhaps achievement points were even more urgently needed than general points. I need to put off the purchase. I had 11,451 achievement points. I had to use it as carefully as possible. I bought one egg and waited for Tashmil. Tashmil slept for half a day before waking up. She changed into a white dress that contrasted with the black wings. The wings were the mark of a fallen angel and was already fully grown. Plus, the number of wings were identical to what she originally had. 6. That number represented a Dominion's angel, but now it just showed the dignity of a fallen angel. This egg. She immediately noticed the angel egg. Can you bear it? Where the hell did you get this? It is forbidden to bring an angel's egg out of heaven. Only advanced rank angels are given permission to enter. Her voice trembled. She was very upset. She didn't know how I had obtained an angel egg, but she had failed to properly understand the dungeon system. Some angels give birth to eggs. After they are born, the emotions of the child will be evaluated to determine the hierarchy, but a fallen angel is not allowed to exist in heaven. Where did you take this from? A little animosity. But it didn't lead to anything more than that. I gazed at her and said, "Don't worry, I didn't steal it. And I really hate to say something twice. Tashmil, can you bear it?" I can't bear it. A fallen angel can't give birth to a divine one. I clicked my tongue. It is unfortunate. Dying before even being born. Without being born. There is no choice. If you neglect it, then it won't get any power. There is no choice but for it to die. The angel egg required warmth. Without it, there would be no fetal movement. Neglecting the egg a few days would cause it to die. There would be a difference between an angel or creature taking care of it. Tashmil's expression became subtly determined. I gave a small laugh. Don't worry. It isn't your fault that you fell. It is just bad luck. Let's give it a try. If you are lucky, then a child might be born. I won't allow a holy angel egg be carried by a creature. Tashmil exclaimed and took the angel egg from my hand. I will bear it. I'll take over for this child. Is it okay? Even if I was corrupted, I was once an angel of light. It is okay if I try. This is a full-time work. I shrugged. Maybe I will add a few more angel eggs. Then please do so. You. Don't tell me you have angels locked up. Then Tashmil, can I really entrust the eggs to you? Eggs wouldn't be born even if angels were forced to copulate together. I heard that some were forced to do such things. Many demons tried to do that with the angels they caught. Tashmil's worries were groundless. I quietly opened my magic power and offered advice. Tashmil. You are no longer an angel. Keep this in mind. A complex expression formed on Tashmil's face before she closed her mouth. The dungeon's nature had a profound impact on the growth of the creatures. I got it in an already overgrown state, but the angel egg hatched exactly 1 week after I gave it to Tashmil. To my surprise, the angel was born safely. 2 adorable wings made its appearance into the world. At the same time, an expected achievement emerged. A remarkable achievement. The first angel egg to be hatched in a dungeon. 500,000 points will be given. 1,000 achievement points will be added. Now it seemed like the achievement points will come up with the general points. Anyway, it was an ordinary angel but very compliant. The potential could be compared to an intermediate 5 LV creature. I increased the number once I was sure they could hatch properly. I bought an additional 10 angel eggs. Once they grew, it would be possible to breed them together and multiple the numbers for another achievement. I used the rest of the points on Dark Sword and Divine Sword Unity. The remaining achievement points was 2,451. I confirmed my status window after learning the skills. Name, Randalph Brigzeal. Occupation Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title * Dungeon Hunter, Residual Stats +1 when occupying dungeons and hunting demons. * Indomitable Warrior, XU, all stats +2. * Origin Master, Epic, all stats +3. * First to receive a fairy's blessing, U, magic power +6. Stats: Strength 80, +15, Intelligence 72, +5. Agility 75, +15, Stamina 80, +5. Magic power 85, +11. Potential, 392 +51/500. Remaining stat points, 4. Electric power, 21 gigawatts. Uniqueness, Heart of the Hell Monarch has woken up. Skill, Combine Everything, U, Mind's Eye, XU, Dark Sword, XU, Divine Sword Unity, XU, Passive, Lightning Elemental, Epic, Wrath, Epic, Sloth, Epic. I had an extra stat point from hunting summon. Combined with the +3 strength and agility from Divine Sword Unity, and there was also the electric power from the nuclear power plant. There were only a few changes, but I was pleased with the status window. Death Robe isn't bad. I was pursuing the 7 sins, but they weren't on the list. It wasn't bad to buy Death Robe for a set effect with Death Wand since it would strengthen Crisley's power. Death Wand has the undead manufacturing skill. The set would help with creating things like the Spartoy. My achievement points were almost empty after purchasing the Death Robe. Now, I used my achievement points, but I still had many general points left. A huge 12 million points. There was still a lot of time until the next Demon World auction. It would be foolish to leave it unused. I should accomplish all the expected achievements. I nodded. Meanwhile, Krosla was riding on the griffin in the sky with multiple shades. Master gave me a command. I must follow through. Krosla originally grew up as Crisley's guardian. He received a thorough training to help Crisley. He acted as an older brother, but she was more important than his own life. But Crisley got a disease. She weakened every day and all types of precious medicine couldn't save her. They decided to devote their souls if it would cure Crisley, and then the dark spirits came. There was the slightest hope that an elixir could be obtained. They were sent to the auction, then purchased by an unusual demon called Randalph Brigzeal. Master is different from ordinary demons. Krosla was nervous at first. Demons were a selfish and exclusive species. It was unlikely they would offer an elixir. In particular, he was convinced it was the end once Crisley's identity was discovered. After Crisley's identity was discovered, he hoped to show off his skills and get an elixir as a reward. Incredibly, the demon examined them just once and figured it out. The fact that they were hiding something. He felt despair when he failed, and the punishment was supposed to be death. But his estimate was off the mark. The Dark Elves were made to act like dogs, there was no reason for it. He was skeptical, but the demon had promised to heal Crisley. But at that moment, Krosla just thought it was a relief that he was alive. Yet the demon really fulfilled his promise to give an elixir. He also participated in a ceremony with Crisley. A ceremony between a dark elf and demon. It was such an unprecedented situation that even Elder Jullium was dumbfounded. Of course, there was a chance Crisley would reject. However, she wisely accepted the ceremony. Thanks to that, Crisley's illness was healed and she took the spot of highest-ranking dark elf. Confidence in the dungeon master grew, and the dwarves also weren't mistreated. Furthermore, the dungeon master didn't hesitate to give rewards for contribution. There were a few guaranteed basic freedoms. The names Roy and Rose were even given to newly born twins, showing off an intimacy. They weren't seen as slaves, and Krosla inwardly swore to follow the dungeon master for the rest of his life. Now there was also the Tree of Origin. Although our species are different, he is someone that I, Krosla, can believe in. By default, Krosla had a knight's temperament. He had defended Crisley and ensured her safety. He also instinctively knew that he needed to protect the dungeon. If other demons invaded, he would die first before allowing the other dark elves to be touched. Everyone scatter. Summon's dungeon is definitely somewhere in China. Find it as quickly as possible. Krosla stretched out his hand while riding the griffin, and the shades spread out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It looks good. I thought while busy with changing the terrain of the dungeon in domestic mode. Krosla, the griffin, and a number of shades were scouting China. They were looking for the location of Summon's dungeon. Somewhere in China. I knew where the dukes and grand dukes were located. However, the earls such as Summon hadn't interested me. I just knew he was somewhere in China. When looking at the memories of my previous life, Summon had always appeared from the direction of China. Once the event triggered, Saman arrived quickly and I could infer that he came from a place close by. Krasla needed to find Saman's dungeon before the other demons learned of his death. Terrain changes. The 26th floor should be a combined zone. The 20th floor a sea terrain, 21st zone a thunder zone, 22nd floor a hurricane zone, 23rd floor a blizzard zone, 24th floor a death zone, and the 25th floor was a sacred zone. Finally, the 26th floor combined thunder, hurricanes and blizzards, causing a message window to pop up. Huge accomplishment. The terrain of more than 10 floors in a dungeon has been changed for the first time. 800,000 points will be given. 1,545 achievement points will be given. I had spent approximately 2 million points doing this. I was able to specify a separate death zone and sacred zone. Quite a lot of terrain had been changed. It was unexpected that I could add zones where undead and holy angels could grow normally. It wasn't just the terrain but the magic power itself that changed. In addition, the holy power didn't displace the magic power. A small amount of it was applied on the 25th floor. No, maybe magic power and holy power gained their energy from the same source. It was likely why 4 altars could be created. Either way, the angels could use the holy power to grow bigger. 1,545 points. It wasn't a bad result. Originally, achievements were important. It was the only way to obtain a large amount of points or a title. But now the achievement store highlights its importance even more. I need to add a few breeding species to the terrain. It would be a waste to only change the terrain. Filling it with species affected by the terrain would give a lot of benefits. Increasing the reproductive rate of the creatures at an early stage would give an advantage. It was better to do it when I had so much points. I don't know when the invasion from heaven will resume. It was impossible to tell when the dimensional gate would open. If I lacked creatures, then I could lose my dungeon this time as well. They would be the key at critical moments. The 20th floor has a sea terrain, so there should be sirens. I'd love to add the krakens, but too many points would be poured into multiplying their numbers. Sirens were intermediate 3 LV creatures. One cost 5,800 points, so buying 30 for breeding purposes was possible. On the other hand, the kraken was an advanced 4 LV creature that cost 400,000 points. At least 12 million points would be required if I wanted a properly breeding cycle. Thunder bats on the 21st floor. Thunder's bats were an intermediate 4 LV creature and one step higher than the sirens. An unusual bat that ate lightning and could use the powerful lightning breath. 22nd floor's wind zone. Wind riders would be enough. A small, intermediate 4 LV creature. Only the skulls were the size of adults. But they were close to invincible in storms. The 23rd floor. It was a blizzard zone, so this was a place for the Yetis. Their speed was comparable to a saber tiger in the snow. And the 24th floor, the Death Mother was added to the death zone. 2 meters in size with a plump build. A strong poison was emitted from the body. In addition, Death Mother was an ant queen. She constantly generated virulent larvae over 50 centimeters. There was no need to add anything to the 25th floor. This place was for Tashmal and the angels. The combined 26th floor was left alone. I couldn't think of an appropriate creature just yet. After adding creatures to the floor below, an achievement window popped up. Incredible achievement! 10 appropriate breeding species have been added to transformed zones for the first time. 1 million points will be paid. 1,833 achievements will be given. Thanks to the achievements from the additional terrain and species, I actually ended up using slightly over 2 million points. There still remain 10 million points. This is just South Korea's dungeon. My gaze turned. It was time to go to Japan's dungeon. Asterisk. Significant achievement. 100 unique goblins have emerged for the first time. 200,000 points will be paid. 400 achievement points will be given. I received an achievement as soon as I visited Japan's dungeon. I need to personally visit the other dungeons to receive the achievements. I nodded. That's why I had no news about what was happening in Japan's dungeon. The waiting message windows finally appeared after I moved there. There was a significantly high frequency of unique goblins appearing. So I only received a small amount of points. It was still better than nothing. I'm glad to see Master. Gaio flapped his wings and welcomed me. The progress has been good? I handed over permissions for Gaio to directly use the points. However, the points were hardly reduced. Gaio's expression darkened. There is too much to do and I couldn't choose. What about making most of the floors into a maze? It is okay, but the costs and points is very expensive. Gaio had created the maze on the first floor himself. It was easier to hide treasures and traps. It was okay to push the maze concept. The awakened in Japan would be able to feel excitement from such things. Recently the points from Japan had increased, so it wouldn't be bad to expand the maze. There is no additional maze terrain. I will create my own. It isn't even related to achievements. These calculations were also included. Don't mind it. How many floors have been pierced through? 3rd floor. That is fairly low. Just like in Korea, each floor was significantly different. It was circumstantial evidence that South Korea had the fastest growing awakened. Create a maze up to the 5th floor. I will leave it to you. Gaio can act freely? Yes. Wah! A round of applause. Unlike Yihi's hobby with bees, Gaio seemed to like being productive. I was just glad he didn't give me honey water. A number of different terrains and creatures should be added as well, but the development of the dungeon for achievements had started. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Welcome to the achievements store. Current achievement points, 6,440. Achievement points can be used to purchase goods from the store. Item names marked with a plus can only be purchased once. The result meant points had poured in like crazy. I collected 6,000 achievement points in 2 weeks. I didn't mind that my points were halved. The rich get richer. That really fits. I realized that it was easy to use points to gain achievement points. In particular, achievements were applied separately for Japan's dungeon. Achievements without the title of first gave less points, but this was great information. This meant I could gain more achievement points if I had more dungeons. Although there was still a long way to go, 50,000 achievement points really wasn't a dream. But for now, I had no thoughts of saving the achievement points. I looked through the list and selected an item. At the same time, a message window rose. Are you sure you want to buy the Cruel Commander and Core? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94-97, Cruel Commander's Core. Chapter 94-97, Cruel Commander's Core. TL note, I've made a change to the last chapter. Cruel Core Commander equals Cruel Commander's Core. Another change is that item names marked with a plus are the only ones available for purchase has been changed to item names marked with a plus can only be purchased once. An expensive creature that could only be bought once with 6,000 achievement points. He heard the name on the day he got the Heart of the Hell Monarch. Core. Great Orc Ram. The Gene Vampire Sabira was also different from a core. There was a numerical difference. But he didn't know what it meant by Cruel Commander. Even so, I was interested because it was a core. In the store of all things, there were no cases where a large number of creatures were sold at once. There also weren't any core sold at the Demon World auction. I had quite a few creatures, but it wasn't to the extent that it could be called a core. Of course, the lowest class creatures might be if they combined, but there wasn't anyone that could efficiently lead them. They wouldn't show the appearance of an army. If I have a strong core with multiple creatures, then my situation will become better. To be honest, there weren't many people who could properly command the number of creatures now. It was the same for me as well. So far, I had pushed for quantity over quality. But Crisley had bloomed thanks to this event. Over time, she would become the best as she gained experience. But in this situation, I was in need of a skilled commander. I wasn't the only one aiming for Earl Summon's dungeon. There were 12 other demons who saw the scene. By now, the news would have been transmitted to UPA's faction. The confused demons were waiting in front of my dungeon, so I needed to hit first. The dungeon master is gone, so the fairy will be anxious. The dungeon master and dungeon core were closely linked to the fairy. Gaio formed a new contract shortly after I killed Adel, but a fairy waiting a long time would feel extreme anxiety. In my previous life, the fairies would feel confusion and move the creatures outside. Usually they prevented anyone from entering, but it was hard to predict their move. I will buy it, I said heavily. 6,000 achievement points. I used all sorts of methods and 6 million points to save this amount. I had collected it recklessly. I could still gain more points from my dungeons. Soon a large number of message windows appeared in the air. You have bought the Cruel Commander's Core. 6,000 achievement points will be deducted. During the Motto era, the Shadow Emperor was a very greedy person. He buried all the treasures of the world in a deep place and chose a cruel commander and his corps to protect it. It was impossible to take out any of the treasures. The flesh decayed and bones became rotten, but they still only had one loyalty. Despite their dead bodies, the souls will continue obeying the commands of the Shadow Emperor. The cruel commander's corps is made up of a massive army of 50,000 troops. The creatures are powerful enough to tear down a thick tree with their hands. The cruel commander's corps is moving through the dimensional gate. Generating a random area has been completed. An event message is sent to all demons and awakened. Be careful. The cruel commander considers all living creatures as thieves. Even the buyer is no different. It will kill all thieves for 90 days before returning to their original place. Points obtained from killing humans, creatures or demons will be transferred to the buyer. Destruction contribution will also rise. Tack. I frowned. Crazy. This was unexpected. At that moment, all awakened and demons on Earth received a message. The cruel commander's corps has arrived in a random place. They will devour everything around them. Stop them. Just 3 lines. The awakened were confused by the message window that suddenly emerged. Cruel commander's corps? What is that? They should be. Right now the world was in a state of extreme confusion due to the angels and creatures. The angels had almost all been exterminated. The emergence of another event wasn't welcomed at all. There were 2 problems. The cruel commander's corps didn't make sense at all. But this worry was solved surprisingly quickly. This is the central district in the northeast Jilin province of China. Right now tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers are marching here. Quickly crossing to the south, damage. Ak. Chiik. The brief news only lasted 10 seconds. There were subtitles, but the viewers were more focused on the video. A huge fireball had hit the helicopter. The scene that transitioned to an announcer. The video above was sent from China. China has taken some measures and their military will be taking action in the next 2 days. But the reactions of the neighboring countries are skeptical. The situation between the angels and creatures couldn't even be resolved properly. The announcer then said with a determined expression, "The situation is no different from Korea. There are still a large number of creatures hanging near the dungeon. The damage was lessened due to the swift response from guilds such as Heaven's Will and Mithril, but citizens are still cautioned to be careful. In particular, all citizens around Seoul should evacuate to the designated shelter. Then, God bless all the people of South Korea. ****. For the Emperor. The cruel commander. A tall man wearing a faded golden helmet and armor was shouting while riding a skeletal horse. He arrogantly lifted a high hand towards the skeleton soldiers. Kung! 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 They beat the shields held at their chests. The sound was repeated in accordance with a certain rhythm and caused a strong pressure. Tens of thousands of creatures repeating the sound was sure to cause fear. But that wasn't all. A wave that naturally spread death. They caused devastation everywhere they walked. Grass and flowers died as the land became barren. They were as good as unbeatable as everything on the ground died. Those looking at the cruel commander's corps were tense and nervous. There were a number of soldiers and awakened near them. But the numbers were small. In addition, all of them were frightened. Eeing. Hundreds of skeletons holding sticks wielded a large barrier that covered the place. The barrier was to prevent people from escaping the death zone as well as block powerful attacks from the outside. However, it had no effect on the attacks of the corps. The skeleton archers could fire arrows at the humans outside the barrier. It was covered with intense magic power and could pierce through special alloys. The humans inside the barrier were like cornered rats. The expressions of the humans were all the same. Tension. Fear, their hearts were jumping like crazy. The living cruel commander raised a sword ornamented with gold. For the Emperor. Woraru. The commander ventured forward on horseback. Tens of thousands of skeletons could a thunderous sound as they followed. ****. My brows furrowed. I didn't think it would appear this way. Unexpected. I had no choice. I didn't know it would be revealed in an event format after purchasing it from the store. A friendly system would have given a brief explanation before purchase. Of course, I got some information. But it was a strange contract as there was a limit of 90 days where they were sweep the earth. I wondered if it would be the same I summoned the orc or Aujin. I didn't know if it was good or bad news, but the list had changed after purchasing the cruel commander's corps. Plus predatory Hamad's core, 8,500. One more had appeared. Maybe another core would appear on the list if I hired the predatory Hamad core. The reason behind the core. It was simple. For the invasion of the Earth. A means of rapidly destroying the Earth for other demons. If I knew, then I would have bought it more carefully. It is lucky that they appeared in China. The cruel commander's corps were summoned to China. The stir in China would cause the demons to let down their guard. They wouldn't carelessly mess with the troops. That alone would be a great help when occupying Earl Saman's dungeon. So far, the demons and creatures in front of my dungeon had yet to withdraw. The problem was, your contribution to the destruction of the Earth has risen steeply. The battle has ended. 831 points has been acquired. The battle has ended. 981 points has been acquired. The battle has ended. 4,376 points has been acquired. The constantly rising notifications. It was cleared from my sight, but I couldn't help focusing on one phrase. Contributing to the destruction of the Earth. There were riots as soon as the cruel commander appeared. Everything around him perished. Including humans and awakened. From his perspective, everyone was a thief. But at the same time, my contribution soared. I didn't care how many humans died. I also didn't care about the awakened in foreign countries. I also killed numerous humans. But I wanted to avoid that destruction of the Earth. This was what the gods wanted in exchange for sending me back in time. They wouldn't block my road as long as humanity wasn't destroyed. So that I wouldn't ignore that promise, they left behind some gifts. I would get a high-class creature with every dungeon I obtained. It was a big power. But they were essentially on the side of the gods. There were other creatures as well. I already obtained the Griffin and Gigantes, so I didn't dare disobey my promise with the gods. I can't throw away my chances at a high-class creature. In retrospect, this gift was a type of bribe. Avoid the destruction of the Earth. It would be meaningless if my contribution to the destruction soared. There was no reason for a bribe if the person didn't comply. I had certain constraints around me. Right now I need to worry about Saman's dungeon. And how to take advantage of the core. I had a headache at the thought of the coming days. I pulled out the crystal ball that had a connection with Krosla. I had to hurry. ******. The cruel commander's body was decorated in gold. His eyes were hollow. Unlike other skeleton soldiers, he had a muscular body, but the blue color was reminiscent of the dead. He suddenly came into this world, but his task was clear. Destroy all thieves. To the cruel commander, this place was a den of thieves. He believed people brought him here to rob the treasure. So he needed to chop them up and return quickly. Already dozens of times. He killed the thieves. Directly cutting their necks. Things like iron carriages and flying through the sky, he just saw them as magic items. There were many treasures in the world, so there must be thieves. The items were stolen from somewhere. The skeletons unfolded their barrier while the core cleaved into the enemies. The thieves were scattered all over, but he determined the method to quickly take care of them. The soldiers were split and performed their task of handling the thieves. This organization didn't take a long time. Help me. Chua Hak. The sword went through the head of a living person. They also chased the fleeing remnants. At some point, the eyes of the cruel commander looked at the horizon. This? A huge and sinister structure. A dungeon that reached up into the sky. The cruel commander was looking at a certain spot. Soon he was able to realize the identity. A dark seed. This sinister magic power. His army had the attribute of darkness, but their loyalty was towards the emperor. They didn't care about the seed of darkness. He heard they tried to encroach on the territory of the emperor. He also heard they had a powerful force. Demon, kill. The eyes of the cruel commander flashed. *****. Marquis Anastasia. A member of Grand Duke Pandemonium's faction that was still hanging around Korea's dungeon. There were a number of creatures remaining, as this was a chance to figure out the dungeon master. This dungeon has to be ruled by at least a duke or grand duke. I needed to figure out the owner of this dungeon for Pandemonium Nim. Knowing the location of a dungeon master gave considerable power. They could put pressure on using this event, and it could also be used strategically. It would be a useful key. And other demons had a similar idea to Anastasia. But Anastasia had a thought while monitoring the dungeon. Ho-hoo, is it possible the dungeon master can't come out? A number of intermediate golems. A number of Spartoi. Lich and other intermediate creatures, a remarkable power. Who could it be? The person who gathered such creatures. There was a personal curiosity. Earning points from hunting awakened was limited. Breeding species and increasing the number of advanced creatures. The number of advanced creatures that could be bought with points was too low for breeding. In the beginning, she moved without any worries, but now she knew how important it was to control the balance between the two. The problem was still the points. These creatures were worth a considerable amount of points. Let alone the golems and lich. She estimated that close to 3 million points were consumed, and if the intermediate creatures were added, that would require 6 million. Collecting those types of points in a little over 2 years? There was only one person. That guy. Randalph Brigzeal. The one who brought a high-class creature to the auction and freely spent his points. She didn't know what magic he used, but he used millions of points. He didn't hesitate despite having no faction. Whether he was fearless or something else. The Grand Dukes were interested in him. To be honest, all 4 of them were different. They had different interests. But that guy was the exception. Using those type of points, there is no way he can build up the creatures at his dungeon. It would be a scam if he could gather creatures. They thought it was an impossible task. He was just lucky to gain some achievements that gave him millions of points, but there was a limit. So perhaps this was a different demon. At the very least, it wasn't a demon that belonged to her faction. So she was interested. Anastasia Nim. What time should we move? An advanced 4LV creature with the head and tongue of a snake and the lower body of a human. The Medusa said. Are there any signs of those guys? The demons were frustrated with this event and began to attack Korea's dungeon. But she already lost a lot of creatures and didn't move. She laughed. They were stupid. Heroes. And humans. The technology they used was quite remarkable. She would sit back and let the advanced creatures slaughter the humans. She lost some advanced creatures to the dungeon, so she couldn't afford more damage. Thus she thought of this game. Humans had their own strength. But that has been limited to the last 2 years. The demons would gradually recover their power from the demon world. Right now it was hard for them to achieve mass destruction. But at the moment, she was convinced that the humans wouldn't dare resist. She gave them a grace recovery period first. The demons from the other factions wouldn't move easily. The destruction of humanity was coming closer. Although it wasn't now. Most demons didn't know it. They had a contempt for humans and moved carelessly. Their taunts. No. Marquis Del Lat and his creatures haven't been visible since yesterday. The Medusa shook her head. Anastasia frowned at this. Come to think of it, Del Lat had been quiet since yesterday. Where to? Perhaps he returned to his dungeon? The other demons with him aren't visible at all. Running away? She couldn't help smiling at the thought. Del Lat belonged to Grand Duke Okolo's faction and lost quite a lot of creatures in the struggle. In addition, she confirmed that Korea's dungeon didn't belong to Okolo's faction. That's why they were here watching. But, leaving. It had to mean something. Did something urgent happen? Enough to make them leave? The series of events that happened recently meant her nerves. The cruel commander's corps has begun to attack your dungeon. The creatures in your dungeon will be rapidly swept away. Be careful. If the cruel commander and his men compromises the dungeon core, then the dungeon will lose its functionality. In addition, the authority of the dungeon master will disappear. Damn. That's right. This was it. An unexpected quest. There was no compensation and she only received a prompt saying someone was invading her dungeon. Del Lat ran off because his dungeon was hit. Then her mind was in a rush. There wasn't many troops remaining at the dungeon. She couldn't lose the dungeon. It was something that couldn't be moved. Anastasia hastily turned her body. Go back to the dungeon. As quickly as possible. ******. I confirmed that most of the demons in front of my dungeon had disappeared. They have been stirred. 90 days. The contracted mercenaries didn't follow my orders, but they still did the basic things. Sweeping up the humans in dungeons. The demons noticed it as well and quickly returned to their dungeon. But I wasn't glad to see it. Now it had been 10 days. My contribution to the destruction already reached 0.01%. This meant that hundreds of thousands of humans had been killed. I couldn't let it rise by another 0.1%. I'd rather they sweep up the dungeons than the humans. Weakening the demons instead of humans would have more benefits for me. But I couldn't direct the cruel commander's movements. It was a major headache. Anyway, catching all the demons would be helpful to my goal. The optimal situation would be if the demons died fighting. My dungeon master. I've been contacted by the reconnaissance team. Crisley walked forward and said. I had purchased 200 shades to look for Saman's dungeon. And now they had got in contact. The creatures in the dungeon are moving? Yes. They found a number of creatures moving around the dungeon. They were blocking anyone from entering the dungeon. And the majority of the creatures were in an extremely agitated state. I nodded. The fairy was anxious about losing the dungeon master and unleashed the creatures. It was to stop any invaders from the outside. This place? Please wait a moment. Crisley cautiously took out a crystal ball. This is the place. The appearance of a dungeon appeared inside the crystal ball. Orcs could be seen around the dungeon. Here. I reviewed the creatures that I could see. There was a very high probability that it was Saman's dungeon. I turned and headed to the first floor. Prepare the creatures with quick mobility. We will go immediately. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 200 saber tigers. Spartoi and Lich. And the griffin. The preparations were complete. It was sufficient to take over a dungeon. Especially if I joined forces with the others. In addition, I needed to occupy the dungeon the cruel commander was facing. I have to try it. TSK. I clicked my tongue after solidifying my impression of him. The cruel commander. I bought it for 6,000 achievement points, but my expectations were betrayed. It had been a long time since I felt like this. I wouldn't be able to get all those points back. Twiddling my thumbs wasn't in my nature. I needed to calculate a way to use that guy. I didn't know if there was any way to control their migration, but I needed to try. Before that, I needed to take care of Saman's dungeon first. The quick-witted demons nearby would try to occupy it. However, there would be a period of confusion where they wouldn't move. I needed to take advantage of this period. There was a need to clearly obtain that spot. Fight. I shook my head and moved to Japan's dungeon. Afterwards, I used Turtle Island to head to China. Nanjing, Jiangsu Province, China. The place where Earl Saman's dungeon was located. It was closer than I thought and all the lamps were dark. It was in a remote location that could be reached by train. It is great to see Master. Krosla descended on the griffin and went down on one knee. There were hundreds of shades around him. Their bodies were dusty like they hadn't washed. The griffin occasionally hit the ground. Kung. The ground would shake. All of them had moved for a long time. It was enough for praise. You did well. I'm sorry that I didn't find it faster. No. I looked over the dungeon. I was approximately 500 m away but could clearly see the dungeon. There were skeletons and zombies walking around. There were also occasion orcs and slime. An inferior quality. The fairy of the dungeon could only move the creatures outside. But the level of the creatures was very low. The highest among them were still low grade. There were a few expensive creatures, but the overall level was low. The problem was choice and quantity, so it made sense he had belonged to UPA's faction. He was already dead, but I wanted to praise his ignorance. Is that all? I asked just in case. Krosla briefly thought for a moment before saying. The entrance is completely blocked, so it is impossible to scout. The shades as well? The shades had a half-spiritual body. They could avoid the low-quality creatures and enter the dungeon. Their speed was also quite fast. Krosla shook his head. The shadow sinners are located at the entrance to the dungeon. I didn't want to carelessly cause a war, so I decided to wait for Master. Shadow Sinners, an advanced 3LV evolved form of the Shades. The Shadow Sinners made it impossible for the Shades to pierce through. Well done. I gave a small nod. There was no telling what the fairy would do. I needed to sweep them all at once. Krosla tensed up and said. If you give the order, then I will thoroughly cleanse the dungeon. No. I will take on this task. Will it be okay? Dungeon Master is too high-ranking to do something like this. It sounded like flattery, but he meant it. I wasn't required to deal with low-grade creatures. But in this case, I needed to stand at the forefront. I must clearly show that I am occupying the dungeon. It was because the dungeon's fairy was watching. The anxious fairy had blocked the entrance after the death of the demon. It would observe anyone that tried to come in. It would watch closely the moment the offensive started, and I would show my overwhelming power. Then things would become simpler. I wore the red cloth sloth and held wrath. I even triggered a secondary item. It was to show a more authentic appearance. Paranormal. One of the 5 blessings of paranormal, strong attraction, has been applied. Those who come near or see your laugh, from then on, they will be your slave. But, I'm sorry. The immutable laws can't be helped. Smiling at orcs or elves. The perfection of the face. It would still be more significant than the default setting. I started frowning. The odds are really strange. Increasing all stats by 2 for an hour or increasing magic power by 5 for 30 minutes, I had never seen those 2 blessings. Quite strange. I got unlimited energy 2 times. It was like this when I needed to go into a fight. In the future, I should only use it when absolutely necessary. I couldn't show such a clumsy appearance in a fight for my life. It wasn't very good news. I clicked my tongue. Krasla, the griffin, the lich, the Spartoi, and the 200 saber tigers were behind me. Chion. I raised wrath high into the sky. And the sword stretched forward. Follow me. Annihilate the enemy. In fact, I was sorry for the enemy. Right now, even the saber tigers could handle the orcs. They had hunted orcs many times, so they were straightforward opponents. The Spartoi were made from the bones of a dragon, and their whole bodies were excellent weapons. Not to mention the lich, griffin, and Krasla. But, I was the one leading them. I breached through thousands of low-grade creatures until I reached the entrance of the dungeon. It was where I found the Shadow Sinners. They were creatures that I fought in the United Kingdom. My abilities now couldn't be compared to then. Suuk. The chains attached to their feet. The connected iron sphere quickly moved through the air. Tiuk. However, I didn't avoid it. I reached out and caught the flying iron sphere. The effect of 95 strength. Strength had almost transcended that wall, so the iron spheres thrown by the Shadow Sinners were like child's play. Get out of the way. I am going to see your master. Advanced creatures had high intelligence. They could understand my words. There was also the fairy watching. Even so, there were no signs, so it meant negotiations didn't succeed. It is still lacking. Iron spheres. Dark sword. View 1. A dark aura surrounded Wrath. Unlike Wrath or Sloth, Dark Sword was a skill applied directly to the item. I could use it to separate the air. The Shadow Sinners watched Dark Sword with confusion. They took one step back and were extremely vigilant. The basic darkness? Darkness could recognize darkness. The Shadow Sinners were born from fear and could understand Dark Sword. However, they realized too late. I hated saying something twice, so I didn't repeat my previous words. I kicked off the ground. And the startled Shadow Sinners threw their iron spheres at me. Chorek. The iron spheres stretched across the area. At the same time, the Shadow Sinners twisted the chains. Kung. The chains brushed past me. The ground was deep and they were trying to pressure me to stop moving around so freely. I just snapped the chains with my sword. I also cut the Shadow Sinner that I appeared in front of. But, it didn't restore itself. So, the Shadow Sinners were very confused. They didn't use their chains and retreated even further. Indeed. I gave a pleased smile. Wounds caused by Dark Sword couldn't be healed. It wasn't just confined to biological wounds. Substances made of magic power were also valid. It was a lot more useful than I thought. Achievement Store. I had been hit in the back of the head by the cruel Commander's Corps, but Dark Sword was a proper skill. Swak. I only admired it for a moment. I turned and sliced off the head of the Shadow Sinner. The Griffin dealt with a number of slimes using the fire and lightning skill. The Lich played with the zombies. The zombies were dead, so they couldn't avoid the Lich's corpse explosion skill. Those with high intelligence wouldn't suffer from it, but the low-grade creatures didn't have those type of defenses. Everything is almost cleaned up. They had handled thousands of creatures in only 20 minutes. The difference in quality with the creatures I brought was too great. And I was the director of the damage. I will give support. Krasla approached me with his red spear. I said quietly. Come along. Increase the speed. The result of the fight was determined. There was no need to waste time. I reached the top floor in a flash and looked at the dungeon core. There was little change in the configuration of the creatures behind me. Only 5 saber tigers had died. Will you smash 6-6 core? 6-6? That is your name? Above the dungeon core, there was a fairy with both hands on her waist. Yes, that's right. My name is 6-6. And smash me. 6-6 will go back to nature. 6-6 doesn't know who you are, but 6-6 won't join another master after summon. The nature of the fairy. 6-6 would say 6-6 when she was upset. In any case, demons were all the same when it came to abusing the fairies. Summon was like that with 6-6. So her reaction was like that. I said lightly. Join me. Aren't those words like tea and honey? Tea and honey? Those two have the worst chemistry. It is bad to eat together. It was a clear answer. 6-6. I do not persecute fairies. You will notice that I have the blessing of a fairy. You have the blessing of the fairy? Where? Kung Kung. 6-6 eyes flashed as she sniffed like a dog. This smells like Yi-Hee? You know Yi-Hee? I know. A wicked bitch. She acts like she is better than other fairies and then pouts when she needs to play alone. She even stepped on a gift of flowers that 6-6 gave her. 6-6 took a deep breath after her yell. I never thought there would be such a relationship between the two. I could feel a headache coming on. That is regrettable. The light from the very rare flower faded. 6-6 struggled for years because of it. You can tell her yourself if you join. If I didn't speak, then it might not ever end. You will really become the devil. I won't allow any other person to sit on that seat. But I don't want the fairy king to be Yi-Hee. I will give an equal chance to all fairies. And the fairy king will be decided by the performance of the fairies. Wouldn't you like to have a chance to become the fairy king someday? That's right. 6-6 was deep in thoughts. She sneaked a peek at me and then the creatures behind me. Overwhelming actions. Advanced creatures. She started to compare it to Earl Summon. Abandon the existing contract and sign a new one. Then she could avoid the penalty of destruction. Of course, she would have some concerns. Approximately 10 minutes passed before 6-6 opened her mouth. Okay. I won't return to nature. Summon didn't have any chance to make 6-6 the king. But isn't it different now? Then I will call you Dungeon Master. Finally, I achieved it. I put wrath away and said, don't worry. Asterisk. You have taken over the dungeon. 1 extra stat point has been obtained. 1,000 achievement points will be added. The message window came up now that the contract was complete. At the same time, an intense light emerged from Japan's dungeon. The magic circle for movement between the 3 dungeons in South Korea, Japan and China was completed. Now I will go see him. My eyes narrowed. The cruel commander. I obtained Summon's dungeon, so now it was time to punish the wayward mutt. I wanted to look for the creature at the altar, but it would take time to do that. The cruel commander was busy running around. He caused blood to flow wherever his feet touched. If they wiped out the humans, then it would contribute to the destruction. Craziness. I could only think of those words. Thanks to that, not only in China but demons in other areas noticed the abnormalities. Troublesome. It had been some time since the angels attacked. The power of a duke or grand duke was enough to be threatening. I didn't know the limits of the cruel commander and his troops. In order to prepare the cruel commander, I needed to inject some awareness into him. I would also try to balance their slaughter of humans with those of demons. Anyway, they were mercenaries that would disappear after 90 days. It would be a benefit if any demons died. Even if it was a bit discouraging, the 6,000 achievement points was worth it if other demons were killed. Of course, this also included Summon's dungeon. I was able to occupy it quickly due to the cruel commander. I looked down at the ground from aboard the Griffin. Hundreds of humans were holding weapons and trying to block me. It was a situation where they were trying to confront me. Griffin. Sweep them all up. Ki. Mere lightning emerged from the Griffin's mouth. The Griffin's unique skill that swept everything up. Qua are you wrong? Fire and lightning hit the ground and melted everything. The humans were only armed with crude weapons and received serious injuries. The handful of surviving humans ran away terrified. The destruction contribution would slowly climb by killing thousands of humans. I didn't pay attention to hundreds. Instead, the best way to not raise contribution anymore was to stop the cruel commander. The saber tigers snatched the fleeing humans. Finally, I turned my head to the structure that I could see. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For the Emperor. Just like his name, the cruel commander had no mercy. His 50,000 troops had already slaughtered thousands of humans, but his thirst for blood didn't stop. The 50,000 troops got rid of all living things. The golden sword gleamed with every thrust. He was busy commanding the main army to hit the demon's dungeon. He had already gone through thousands of low-grade creatures up to the 20th floor. For now, it was going smoothly. His corps were all experienced warriors. His army would only start dying in front of stronger creatures. The Een magic power is climbing up. The cruel commander clenched his teeth. He couldn't forgive the demons for trying to rob the treasure. They invaded the middle world and threatened the Emperor. The Emperor would have united the whole continent if it wasn't for those guys. Due to God's curse, it is His Majesty's fate to stop the demons. And he hated the one called God more than the demons. A transcendent person too strong for the Emperor's army. The God cursed the Emperor in order to restore the balance. Stop the demons invading the middle world, the fate of a guardian. The Emperor gambled his life in order to throw off the confines of fate. He firmly walked down a path of stigma. This was the reason why the cruel commander and his army guarded the warehouses so desperately. If the Emperor died, he just laughed and continued to kill. The fate of the guardians and what that meant. These damn scum. How dare you make me use my points? Don't even think about leaving alive. At that moment, there was a large number of creatures. The quality of the creatures was completely different from before. And there was a demon in the center. It won't be easy. The cruel commander thought. The army had split into 10 groups, so he had come here with 5,000 troops. It was reduced to 4,000 while attacking the dungeon. The demon didn't look very good. The awful appearance was because he had used too many points. The cruel commander didn't know what it meant, so he just pulled out a giant axe. I will take on the cruel commander. I will beat you to a pulp. Fall back. No matter how cruel, he was still a commander. There was no need to fight in the middle of enemy territory. What? Fall back? These fools. I will let you know that. The demon led the creatures and started the chase. It was a tense chase. But the experienced cruel commander gave excellent commands, so the skeletons didn't receive any damage while moving. And just like he knew the situation, the powerful skeleton knights were placed at the entrance. The cruel commander quickly joined the soldiers outside the dungeon. The demon and creatures followed. The soldiers not attacking other dungeons joined and increased the numbers to 13,000. But he didn't show the number to the demon. He sent them to different places and ordered them to wait. And then they revealed themselves when the demon and creatures entered the narrow terrain. For the Emperor. Kung. An orderly manner. The loud sound of the simultaneous footsteps were enough to give an intimidating presence. These undead bastards. Don't be so cocky. Marquis Delat. He had returned straight to his dungeon after receiving the siege message. He sent the news to Grand Duke Oculus at the same time, but the cruel commander and his corps were surprisingly powerful. He already lost a significant number of creatures while attacking the angels. He had to use his points with trembling hands. He had wanted to save it for the Demon World auction, so it was natural to feel furious. However, the resistance decreased as he fell into a trap. Quadu Duke. There was no escape anywhere. It was well planned out. They slowly but surely tightened around the creatures. Kill! Delat cried out with anger. The fight was heating up. Delat wasn't someone to be trifled with. He used almost all the 1.5 million points gained from the angel hunt. It made sense that such power could match the skeleton soldiers. Drag out the time. However, Delat started to feel the threat to his life. The number of creatures were gradually reducing. If it stayed this way, then he would die. But he had a chance of winning if he bought more time. Grand Duke Oculus wouldn't stay still if a demon in his faction was at a risk of dying. He had requested assistance from Oculus, who was moving here. The undead would find it impossible to deal with him. He immediately changed from offense to defense. It was to buy some time. And Shaya. A huge green stem shot out from the ground. The circumference was 5 meters, but it gave off a formidable presence that could easily reach tens of meters. Kwang! Kwang! The stem towered over the skeleton soldiers. A familiar skill. Delat smiled. My master, Oculus Nim. Oculus and 3 dukes. The situation was reversed again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I arrived in the footsteps of the cruel commander, corpses were strewn all over. It seemed like the battle wasn't over. The cruel commander was leading his army against tens of thousands of creatures. Was I one step too late? I frowned. 5 demons caught my eye. The cruel commander gave an order to push them, but they were enduring. The cruel commander and his troops were facing a small number of demons. Oculus. And the dukes. This was an impediment. A rather large one. The final boss had appeared at the dungeon. They were drawn out. Right now, I wanted to focus on Grand Duke Upa. Oculus being here wasn't a good thing. Oculus was famous, but I never knew what he was thinking. Ariel, Upa, and Pandemonium had characteristics that I could use to make plans. However, Oculus was different. In my previous life, he didn't seem to be greedy for the position of devil despite having many advantages. In addition, he had many eccentricities that I couldn't understand. But he wasn't stupid. He gained advantages faster than anyone else. Oculus had a number of achievements and benefits from special events. Someone who wasn't easily measurable. The most difficult opponent among the Grand Dukes. In addition, he brought a small number of creatures. The cruel commander was there, but I made a wise decision not to face him directly. They were in the middle of a fight, so I wouldn't be noticed. Now was the perfect time to remove myself. At that moment, one of the creatures fell. The cruel commander's eyes turned towards me. He was quite a distance away but looked exactly at me. Chion. A short silence. It seemed like he couldn't believe what he was seeing as his sword dropped. This magic power. This overwhelming presence. And his body trembled. Your Majesty. He directed his horse and started moving towards me. I panicked for a moment. Your Majesty? What did that mean? Numerous soldiers were coming along with the cruel commander. It was chaos. The orderly appearance they had shown so far couldn't be seen. They paid no attention to the creatures around them. Falling, throwing shields, pandemonium. Even the bodies of allies were stepped on. Oculus' expression was asking, what are they doing? The cruel commander ran. Soldiers? He showed no signs of caring about them. Thanks to that, he was the first to reach me. Shiok. He dismounted from the horse and took off his helmet. And knelt down. I seek an audience with the new emperor. A scar-covered face. It gave a manly appearance, but that made no difference to me. Something like this wasn't expected. Coming up to me and kneeling out of nowhere. The cruel commander had a tearful expression. Tears couldn't come out because of his dead body, but he would be shedding tears right now. Finally, you've finally taken off your constraints. Ha ha ha. Now you can preside over the continent and mock God. Oh ha ha ha. I don't know what you mean. You still don't remember completely? Certainly, it seems like not all the magic power in the heart is opened. Don't worry. I know that you will wake up. We will help your Majesty defeat God. The soldiers lined up behind him. There were only bones remaining, so their bodies clattered. Excitement, growing excitement. Heart? I clearly heard the word heart. Heart of the Hell Monarch. The heart of the Hell Monarch I accidentally obtained from the Easter egg. It was associated with the cruel commander. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98 to 99, Grand Duke Oculus. Chapter 98 to 99, Grand Duke Oculus. Rather. I started to get a headache. Several situations had twisted together. It seemed like I wouldn't be able to easily solve this. I glanced towards Oculus and the Dukes. A quandary. The cruel commander really made everything become tangled up. The cruel commander and his corps who called me master. I somehow gained the qualifications to cut off the cruel commander's head here. I didn't know why he referred to me as the emperor. But waking up. I caught those words. This guy obviously knew about the heart of the Hell Monarch. The heart of the Hell Monarch played an important role in raising my intelligence. Even so, he said that it had yet to fully awaken. If awakened properly, then my problem could be solved. The problem of how to get out of this crisis. I immediately looked with mind's eye. Name, Cruel Commander Maxium. Occupation Emperor's Knight. Title * No Decay, U, Strength +6. * Steadfast, U, Stamina +6. * Undead Commander, XU, Agility and Intelligence +4. Stats. Strength 85, +6, Intelligence 82, +4. Agility 81, +4, Stamina 88, +6. Magic Power 74. Potential, 410 + 20/410. Uniqueness, a faithful knight defending the treasure trove for tens of thousands of years. Skill, Lustrous Golden Sword, Epic, Cruel Leadership, Epic. Relative comparison. Randalph Brigzeal. Strength 95, Intelligence 77, Agility 90, Stamina 85, Magic 96, Potential, 392 + 51/500. Cruel Commander Maxium. Strength 91, Intelligence 86, Agility 85, Stamina 94, Magic 74, Potential, 410 + 20/410. It was considerable. He reached all his potential and even got 430 points. He had as much as 3 titles. And there were 2 epic grade skills. There is no growth potential, so he is in an almost finished form, This was enough for a high-class creature. A little stronger than the Griffin or Gigantes. The skeleton soldiers around were also usable. The regular soldiers were intermediate level while the knights reached advanced. Greed emerged. Nevertheless, it was too early to have Ocullos as an enemy. I was wearing a mask, but that wouldn't be able to fool a Grand Duke's keen eyes. Then Cruel Commander Maxium said to me, "Your Majesty, the new Maxium will help you by sweeping away the dirty demons and creatures. After a long time, I finally have the privilege of fighting on the battlefield with you." His eyes shone. It was filled with expectations. But my eyes were still looking at Ocullos. He was slowly moving towards me with the dukes. I don't know what to do. Overall, I was weak. Maxium's army was decreased. His numbers were similar to the creatures. In qualitative aspects, I was slightly lacking. I had a chance of winning if I faced the Grand Duke and Dukes. But one direct hit might reveal my identity. However, my concerns were surprisingly useless. Randalph Brigzeal. Ocullos said to me. I really couldn't deceive a Grand Duke? I was able to outsmart the Marquis and Earls gathered in front of South Korea's dungeon. Even Tashmil was unsure, but Grand Duke Ocullos was certain as soon as he saw me. To make matters worse. It is bittersweet. I inwardly sighed. It was already exposed. I took off the mask. And I pulled out Wrath. First, reveal my strength. I need to do a lot of damage. Tilt the balance of power fully onto my side. If there was an all-out war with Ocullos, then the damage would be very serious. So it was best if I took action before Ocullos. I organized my thoughts and opened my mouth. Maxium. Follow me. New Maxium, I will show my constant loyalty to your Majesty. He knelt down as his body trembled. It was the same for the other skeleton soldiers. Their appearance seemed like they were having an epileptic seizure. Despite having the chance of freedom, they never seized it. Loyalty. Despite the fact that my memories were incomplete, Maxium didn't care. First, he would deal with this situation before worrying about the awakening. In the future, it would naturally open. The skeleton soldiers quickly drew back. Dark Sword. View 1. Wrath was surrounded by darkness. Paranormal. One of the 5 blessings of Paranormal, all stats +2 for an hour has been applied. Finally. It was the first time I received a useful blessing. Did it depend on the chances of victory? Anyway, it was good news. The Griffin flew in the sky while the Spartoi, Lich and Saber Tigers followed closely. Maxium? He was standing right next to me. Your Majesty. Do you need a mount? I will dedicate myself. There is no need. I would show my worth with my own 2 feet. I had no need for a mount. I quietly watched the front. Ocullos and the other demons were advancing. They won't let me pass. I needed to hit them without fail. TSK, things had been so twisted. I lifted Wrath and said, "Follow me. Annihilate the enemy." Kung. A large step forward. All the troops moved forward at the signal. Twin head ogres. An advanced 4LV creature that was a variant of the normal ogres. 3 twin head ogres hacked away at the skeletons. Pawing. Papping. Genome flies. The advanced 5LV creatures that could use self-destruct. They were only 1 meter in size, but tens of thousands of them self-destructing would cause huge damage. Creatures that weren't sold in the store of all things. It also didn't appear at the Demon World auction. A creature obtained through special events. They were creatures that needed to be disposed of, but I had to handle something else first. Kwang. Ocullo's skill Nature's Punishment had emerged from the ground. A huge, green stalk popped out in front of me. Next, the other 3 dukes hindered my movements. It isn't easy to face the 4 of them. In my previous life, I would not have been able to handle a duke properly. But now I was strong. Stronger. I would be able to confront the 4 of them. This situation was a problem, but I should be able to beat at least one opponent. This guy. Let's see you avoid being damaged by this. Pasak. I hurriedly twisted my body to avoid an attack. Duke Karki. One of Ocullo's 3 thugs and a demon famous for his light spray. But thanks to paranormal, my agility had reached 92. My senses were always active. I moved as I detected the attack. But my goal wasn't Karki. Ocullo's. He was the only one I was running towards. There was persistent interference, but I almost reached him. I looked at Ocullo's and opened mind's eye. Name, Ocullo's. Occupation Demon Grand Duke, Dungeon Master, Title *1 who deals with nature, epic, intelligence +4, magic power +7. * Master of the largest forest Almat, epic, all stats +3. Stats. Strength 73, +3, Intelligence 85, +7. Agility 83, +3, Stamina 73, +3. Magic Power 87, +11. Potential, 401 +26/500. Uniqueness, the heartbeat of the forest can be heard. The only demon to deal with nature. Skill, Nature's Punishment, epic, Naturalization, epic, Pending Question, U. Relative Comparison. Randalph Brigzeal. Strength 97, Intelligence 79, Agility 92, Stamina 87, Magic 98, Potential 392 +61/500. All stats +2 due to paranormal. Ocullo's. Strength 76, Intelligence 92, Agility 86, Stamina 76, Magic 98, Potential 401 +26/500. He wasn't a Grand Duke for nothing. High stats. The Dukes also had stats close to 400. This was their pure abilities without the help of items like me. If I stayed stagnant, then they would have caught up with me in a year or 2. This would be tight. I had no intention of going easy on them since they knew my identity. Right now, I was in a position where I was their enemy. Schwahahak. Nature's Punishment. I sliced the giant, green stalk. The magic power was similar, so the attack worked well. But that also applied to me. There was a need to be as careful as possible. I maintained a distance of 200 m from Ocullo's. It was a distance I could cross in one jump. It had taken me 40 minutes to reach this location. At that moment, Ocullo's cool eyes fell on my body. Pending Question, U, has been triggered. It is looking for Randalph Brigzeal's weakness. Mind's Eye, XU, has successfully detected it. Defended against 70%. Intelligence Calibration. But the opponent's magic power is too high. Defended against 81%. Defense against Pending Question, U, has succeeded. I started frowning. Grand Duke Ariel also had a mental skill. Ocullo's Pending Question seemed to be something similar. The difference was that it was looking for a weak point instead of dominating the opponent. It would have affected me if it wasn't for Mind's Eye, but I wasn't sure what my weaknesses were, but Pending Question would have found it. Anyway, the presence of Mind's Eye was quite helpful. Ocullo's face twitched slightly. A surprised expression. I leapt forward with wrath. Sock! I cut something. But it wasn't Ocullo's. Countless branches had emerged from Ocullo's body. They were blocking wrath. Ocullo's gave a slight smile. Randalph Brigzeal. I pointed wrath at him. You managed to recognize me. Yes, you are quite interesting. The words reached the cruel commander and his army. I just laughed. I'm glad that you find me interesting. Hoo. Interesting. I have been keeping an eye on you since the beginning. Ever since you challenged us in the demon world. I think you have grown into a really interesting person. I was at a loss for words. Certainly, I had once challenged the Grand Dukes. Ariel broke me and I was never UPA's opponent. Pandemonium? He thoroughly enjoyed torturing me. Oculus had looked at me with an unknown expression and cut off my arm. But I didn't think any of them had remembered me. Ariel and Pandemonium treated me like it was the first time we met. It was natural for UPA not to know me since we never met in the demon world. But he remembered? I closed my mouth. I clenched my fists with rage. I never thought anyone would remember me, but this guy had just brought up my past. Mysterious. A really weird feeling that was hard to describe in words. Joy, bliss? There were no such things. I didn't know how to explain this anger and annoyance. Unlucky. That's right. It was really unlucky. Oculus' expression subtly changed. But underneath was a mixture of interesting. I remember the first time you walked into the center of my forest. Ah, that made sense. The enormous Almut forest. Oculus was the master. It had taken me 1 year to find and challenge him. Now I would never do that again. That 1 year hadn't been for nothing. I still had bad luck. I frowned as I recalled that time. I found you interesting, so I didn't cut your throat. Then he sent me a chilly gaze. The 3 dukes were ready to jump at me at any time. Dark sword was pointed at Oculus, so it wasn't easy for them to recklessly jump in. Certainly you seem to have grown, somehow you seem to have some knowledge. I am curious about the secret behind your strength and the high-class creatures. Oculus didn't lose his leisurely air. First, there were 3 dukes surrounding them. He also had faith in his skills. He had the upper hand in the situation. There was no need for him to be impatient. In addition, he was confident that he could catch me at any time. Oculus turned and looked at Maxium. I will punish the undead that attack the dungeon of my demons. You can leave if the cruel commander is left behind. That isn't possible. Leaving him behind wasn't a big thing. But the cruel commander knew something about the heart's awakening. Additionally, I didn't like leaving any of my property behind. An opponent acting free and confident towards me was unacceptable. My primary goal was to create tension among the Grand Dukes and win the throne. I couldn't show weakness in our first encounter. I lightly chanted. Wrath. High magic power, 98, has caused strength, agility and stamina to rise by 9. Intelligence has dropped by 20, but your original pure intelligence is more than 76. Due to the unique characteristics caused by astral code, you won't be taken over by the wrath state. Strength 106, agility 101, stamina 96. Including the effect from paranormal, 2 stats had risen beyond 100. Of course, Paranormal's blessing only had 10 minutes remaining, but I didn't care. The blood vessels in my body reduced and my heart beat faster. I wasn't taken over by an abnormal state. However, intelligence was greatly lowered due to the wrath skill. I can use it in conjunction with sloth, but I recalled the terrible time when I tested both wrath and sloth. There was no need to risk attacking my allies. Wrath was enough. I had my reason, but I was still in a state of excitement. I automatically clenched my teeth. My sword trembled. The darkness in the surrounding area increased. I lifted my gaze and faced Oculus. Oculus detected danger and his brows furrowed. A number of blue lights immediately emerged from his body. Roots entered the ground and he became a strong tree that wouldn't move. An instinctive movement. This change wasn't unusual to me. Epic grade skill naturalization. The downside was that Oculus couldn't move, but this skill gave him absolute defense and offense. Swak. Thousands of long grass started sprouting and grabbed hold of me. The grass stretching from the ground meant I had a limited space to move. I couldn't simply demonstrate strong attacks. But I clearly saw small gaps where my sword could enter. This was due to agility. Once it went beyond 100, I could see things I normally couldn't. I made decisions with cold reason. My eyes didn't leave Oculus. Oculus. I will make you aware of it. I was still immature when I was running around the demon world. I was an enemy that could truly threaten him. Slowly but surely, I started to move through the gaps. ****. Cruel Commander Maxium. He kept an eye on his master while causing devastation on the battlefield. The magic power that could be felt even from a distance was obviously the heart of the Emperor. The reason why it entered the body of a demon didn't matter. Maxium was excited by the overwhelming appearance of the demon. Electrifying. The power to beat everything. The sword moved quickly and the afterimage struck countless enemies. He would unleash a stronger power as he fell into a deeper crisis. For the great emperor. Maxium wielded his golden sword. The sword now emitted a brilliant light. The great emperor. His master was struggling alone in enemy territory. Dalgarak. Dalgarak. The skeleton soldiers moved. He directed them to certain positions. They cut the necks of the enemies and advanced forward. The limbs were cut off as they moved. Their bodies continued advancing even without arms or legs. A switch in momentum. The battle became taut. At the same time, the griffin and other creatures couldn't be ignored. They weren't under Maxium's command, so he disliked them. But they were the Emperor's creatures. Ha ha ha! Look! The demons are being overcome by His Majesty's overwhelming power. Maxium laughed while wielding his sword. From Maxium's point of view, the four demons didn't have a strong partnership. In particular, one person felt completely different from the rest. But those demons. They weren't all his opponents. Even if he couldn't recover all his power, Maxium had no doubts about the Emperor's victory. It was a breathtaking moment as he felt his master's power rise by leaps and bounds in front of certain demons. The air started vibrating from an abnormal change. And the struggle started. Great! Your Majesty! Take care! Kung! 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 All the skeletons knocked on their shield with their sword. The sound resonated and spread all over the place. A cheer. Roars. Praying for his victory. He should not be defeated. Winning was the only way to prove himself. Maxium kept an eye on the Emperor's fight against the demons. Ha ha ha! He wasn't amused. The Emperor was forced to fight in a confined space and were surrounded by demons. He frowned every time the tree-like demon Oculus was cut. He couldn't feel relieved. The branches cut by Dark Sword couldn't recover. Thousands of branches had to be sliced by the sword before eventually revealing the underside. The remaining three dukes, two of them didn't even enter the fight. They couldn't find any gaps. Maxium couldn't help even if he wanted to. He couldn't barge into the fight. He shook his head. The fight was violent and sharp. His hands unconsciously started trembling, but he soothed them. This was the battlefield given to him. He could stop some worry by taking care of this fight. Chua hak. At that moment, the Emperor's sword fiercely sliced the body of a demon. It wasn't a fatal blow, but it was adequate. His face changed. It wasn't complete, but there was a small smile. His master couldn't help smiling. It was then that Maxium realized. He would win. Our god has returned. His heart had already stopped, but it was burning hot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 10 minutes passed. Paranormal's blessing finished. At the same time, I succeeded in leaving a long stab in Oculus' side. Next is the neck. Sick. I smiled, revealing my teeth. Oculus had a confused expression. Are you really Randalph Brigzeal? Then who are you looking at? Who are you? The attitude wasn't easily recognized. It was natural. I was completely different compared to the demon world. Decades had passed for me before I came back in time. He thought I only became moderately stronger, but I brutally broke his defenses. He no longer mentioned interesting. All that confidence had disappeared. Oculus nim. The dukes approached them. But Oculus stretched out his hand and stopped them. I can see with naturalization. I know the essence of all life. You are not Randalph Brigzeal. Don't make me laugh. Aren't you just trying to escape? Oculus opened his mouth. He seemed to be suspicious of something, but Oculus couldn't express it. Oculus hesitated for 10 seconds before shaking his head. There is not beneficial for both sides to be fighting each other. That skill of yours is gone and I won't be able to stay in this state much longer. How about we withdraw for now? It was accurate. I didn't know how much longer wrath would last. Prolonging this fight would do more harm than good. What? Ha ha. But I just let out a big laugh. One of the 4 Grand Dukes, Oculus, had requested a truce. You certainly have an abnormal growth. If you are lucky, then you might be able to kill me here. But you also can't avoid death. That was also right. Okolo's words were likely to be true. I knew that this battlefield was fierce. It wouldn't be easy to get away from the three dukes when I was in a weakened state. Is it really like that? But I couldn't just accept it. Do you want to go to the end? Okolo's asked like I was stupid. Give up one arm. Then I will think about it. I suggested. I couldn't let go so easily. And in fact, Okolo's was better alive than dead. If Okolo's disappeared, then the balance of power would be completely destroyed. The entire situation might get back to the other Grand Dukes. If Okolo's died, then the rest of the demons would scale up rapidly. In addition, variables would appear. If I wanted to get rid of the variables, I would need to get rid of the rest of the demons in Okolo's faction. Grand Duke Upa was also my enemy right now. It was still too premature. One arm, cheaper than I thought. Okolo's knew that it would never recover if I cut off his arm with Dark Sword. Even so, he gracefully accepted. Obviously something had happened to make him change his mind. Okolo's Nim. The dukes were filled with resentment. However, Okolo's expression didn't change. You don't have to worry. I got my hands on some very large information today. The value of my arm can't even be compared. At that moment, the dukes became quiet. They only said a few words of complaints. A bluff? Okolo's was quite unknown. So it wasn't easy for me to determine what was true or false. Personally, I thought he was just bluffing. There had to be a reason why the dukes were looking like that. Cut it. Okolo's released naturalization and held out his right arm. Okolo's directly stretched out his arm towards me. It wasn't easy to remember that he was a Grand Duke. I grasped wrath. An. Sook. Duck. The war was over. Okolo's and his demons started to back off. I stepped back after cutting off Okolo's right arm. I looked at the situation around me. In less than an hour, the troops had been reduced by more than half. I could tell how long and violently they had been fighting. Your Majesty! The cruel Commander Maxium came running over. I blocked him from kneeling down. I caught Maxium's shoulder and looked straight into his eyes. The way to awaken the heart. What is it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 100, Dubelon's Request, 1. Chapter 100, Dubelon's Request, 1. TL note, for those who haven't read it yet, please read this announcement post about the chapter numbering. The skill effect of Wrath ended shortly afterwards. It was fast. I judged the battle was over, so there was no need to hold on to the effects. Additionally, the fight with Okolo's ended smoothly, but this wasn't over. We had already fought, so one of my weapons against Okolo's had disappeared. I could also determine some things. I could make some preparations. I also confirmed that the Grand Dukes would never form an alliance with each other. Okolo's had no contact with them at all. Okolo seemed to occupy a halfway position like watered-down alcohol. However, at the end he mentioned that he obtained some large information. It was possible this was a bluff, but he was an opponent whose actions couldn't be predicted. The heart needs to be awakened properly. I asked the cruel commander despite the risk. I could be stabbed in the neck if I wasn't prepared for the awakening. Maxium was also nervous. He held out his sword in its scabbard. The Emperor gave me this sword, I grasped the scabbard. At the same time, I checked it with mind's eye. Name, the Emperor's sword, Epic Ego. Description, a sword favored by the Shadow Emperor. It was created with wrought iron, martanium and intense magic spells to form an ego. Asterisk, unable to be destroyed. Dignity will rise significantly. It is possible to use Emperor's army once every 10 years. The spirit of the sword is unavailable. The description didn't say anything about awakening. The ego part of the sword stood out and I was curious about Emperor's army, but that wasn't the priority right now. What is this sword? I asked with a frown and Maxium explained. The sword that has a spirit dwelling inside it. The sword can think for itself. It doesn't recognize my hands but might open for your majesty. The sword spirit. The Emperor entrusted me with this sword before going to his eternal rest. He asked me to return it when he came back. The sword is incomplete, so it might be able to complete you. So there were some groundworks laid for the awakening. I pulled out the sword instantly. A brilliantly shining gold sword was revealed. Eeing. The sword started vibrating. It tried to make me drop it as it rejected me. But at that moment, Divine Sword Unity, XU, passive, has been triggered. The ego dwelling inside the Emperor's sword has succumbed to the user. The ego had become gentle due to Divine Sword Unity. The sword stopped vibrating and acted properly in my hand. After the approval, it felt familiar, like I had used it before. But that was it. The ego didn't talk to me. Was it originally like this? Ego sword. The number present in the demon world was very low, I had never touched one. And the ego in the sword didn't show any visible response. I tapped it with my fingers. There was no response. Ah, as expected. You have received the recognition of the sword. I had faith. However, Maxim cried out with admiration next to me. He seemed impressed as he formed a tight fist. I scowled and asked, "Now what?" "I don't know the details. Just to return this sword, actually, I only received permission to touch it." "That is no help. I am really sorry." Maxim bowed his head. TSK. I clicked my tongue. It was a clue, but I didn't know how to make it work. Anyway, I was satisfied that I obtained a sword with an epic rating. The problem was that there were many ambiguous points. Anyway, the Shadow Emperor had left the sword behind, so there was obviously something. Emperor's Army. I checked the skill of the sword. It could only be used once every 10 years, so I read the detailed explanation. Name, the Emperor's Army? Description, over 100,000 ghost cavalry that exist in an underground warehouse can be summoned. The ghost cavalry have no flesh and will wipe out the user's enemies. They will return to their original location after 90 days. Not all the soldiers were summoned here with Maxim and the skeletons. I realized the quality of the Shadow Emperor's army and why he was so feared. At that time, Maxim fell on both knees and begged. "Your Majesty, it is time to build a new empire once you return to the continent. Maxim will help you regain your position." "That isn't possible." I had no way of getting to the Shadow Emperor's continent. Then Maxim glanced towards me. "How can I leave you behind? This is a world of thieves. It seems to be different but similar to the demon world. I have something to achieve here. Until I achieve it, I have no intention of leaving." "What is it? Can't I help you? You can't stay here for a long time, right?" "That's right. The magic power is a little scattered. After some time, we will be returned to the warehouse." Maxim showed signs of dissatisfaction as he spoke. It was expected. The system didn't like me. "But I can still help your Majesty even if it is only a short period. Maxim and the soldiers will be happy to help." Maxim cried out. There was still a bit of time left. It was inevitable that the skeleton soldiers would be put to work. They showed a willingness to help without any complaints. Increasing my dungeons right now isn't very wise. Grand Duke Upa's faction had already lost a dungeon, so he would notice if he lost 2 or 3. The dungeons in China were probably prepared for an attack. At the very least, I needed to take a look at the dungeons in China. But it is fine to cause some damage. I nodded lightly. "I will designate you some dungeons. Causing them to lose some creatures will be of help to me," I said flatly. Anyway, the troops would go back eventually. It didn't matter how many skeleton soldiers died. "We will follow your words," Maxim replied without any doubts. Maxim and his army appeared for exactly 90 days. Maxim stopped hunting humans and focused on the dungeons I specified. Both dungeons belonged to Upa's faction. He was greatly passionate about helping the emperor. Eventually, there weren't many soldiers remaining. I earned a little more than 4 million points. The damage to the demons was at least 2 million points. I gained 1 dungeon and got my hands on an epic grade sword. Furthermore, I got some confirmation about awakening. My pure intelligence rose by 2. This had to mean something. I didn't know if it was awakening, but the Emperor's sword was clearly the right key. Just holding it in my hand stimulated the heart to increase my stats. They were connected to each other. Anyway, time passed quickly and the day finally arrived. Maxim and the few thousand soldiers left after hitting the dungeons belonging to Upa's faction in China looked upset. "Your Majesty. Good work. Can't we go together?" "I have already said it. I have things to accomplish here." Maxim regarded me as his emperor. He treated me as sacred. I was considered to be the sun and moon, so Maxim worried endlessly about me. And he ultimately believed in me. Plus, he wanted to please me. Maxiam's expression turned sad. His appearance didn't fit the title of cruel commander at all. He fell to his knees. Maxiam will look forward to the day your majesty returns. The bodies of the remaining soldiers and Maxiam blurred. Their magic power was scattered and transferred through the dimensional gate. After a while, they completely disappeared. The spacious wilderness. I remained there alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 101, Dubelon's Request, 2. Chapter 101, Dubelon's Request, 2. TL note, hey guys, I'm so sorry. I meant to go back to fix a numbering problem in the last chapter but fell asleep and completely forgot about it when posting the chapter. There is a mistake with the army summoned and it is actually 100,000 instead of 100 million. Okolo's arm. I tossed it in front of my dungeon in China. Buds sprouted from the arm and unknown flowers were now blooming. Okolo's, I don't know what he got from me but I won't be able to identify it now. On the other hand, I know him a little bit better. I noticed something when he used the naturalization skill. Roots came out from Okolo's body. I looked at the arm in front of my dungeon. This was China, at the dungeon that originally belonged to Saman. Unless information was exchanged among his faction, UPA wouldn't notice that this was my dungeon. As long as Okolo's didn't take dungeons from other demons, he wouldn't know that movement between dungeons was possible. I would be able to respond sufficiently if Okolo's made any movements. I moved to the top floor of the dungeon where Sick was red-faced. Sick. This bitch. How could you do that? Bah. What did Yi do? And why is Sick calling me such a tasteless name? There was a familiar face. Yi was yelling at Sick with crossed arms. I guess the fairies can also move between dungeons. Movement. I thought I could only move my body but it was possible for the fairies to move as well. Gaio didn't see the need but Yi seemed to have passed ties with Sick. I worked so hard to find that flower. You just stepped on it. Omo, Yi did that? Well, that can't be. There is no way Yi would step on such a flower. Sick's shoulder was hit. But, Sick said I was going to bring a flower to you. That bothered Yi too. I didn't want you to bring me anything. Yi got goosebumps because of it. Sick. I can't forgive you. Just wait until I become the fairy king. Yi. That can't be. Master is crazy about Yi. Third parties should stay out. Do you think that you can steal Yi's place? No, Master gave Sick a chance. No, Master is crazy about Yi. No. I interrupted before the two started to fight each other. I will give fair chances. Master. Master. Sick cheered while Yi pouted. The ties between both of you are deeper than I thought. It is a bad relationship. Yi's stalker. Please scold her. Yi sat on my shoulder and rubbed her cheek against mine to show off her closeness. Sick's face reddened. Did anything happen while I was away? No, Master. Yi has something. Master hasn't been back to the dungeon lately. So Yi wanted to deliver this to you directly. Otherwise I wouldn't have come here to see this ugly kid. Sick immediately protested. What? Bah. They were like cats and dogs. Yi ignored Sick and held out a small piece of paper. There were short sentences written. I didn't take my eyes off the paper. The Dark Spirit King wants to meet you. I assure you that it will be beneficial. How about I set up a time? Dubelon. There wasn't anything else stated on the paper, but the contents were unusual. Dark Spirit King. The director of the auction who was capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Grand Dukes. Had I ever seen him in my previous life? An issue might have occurred. I spent a large amount of points and he handed over a seed of the World Tree to me. The Dark Spirit King hoped to contain the Grand Dukes. Or he wanted me to grow to a similar level. The meeting was to give me more assistance. Or something unexpected happened. There was no need to think for a long time. But I didn't laugh, I couldn't relax and needed to be prepared. I wasn't naive about the Dark Spirit King. The spirit world was full of ambitious schemers. Great achievements were required to become the ruler of the spirit world. He might plan to trick me somehow. I needed to always calculate from a distance. I turned the piece of paper and saw the time stated. 10 days later. We will create a crack in space and time. In this regard, I was quite surprised. An action like this was normal only when it came to the demon world auction. Forcefully creating a crack to move just me to the spirit world was a heavy burden. Originally it was impossible, but the system seemed to allow it. Although a penalty would obviously be received, many spirits would be destroyed in the process. It seems urgent. My expression hardened. He seemed to be in a hurry to meet me. It definitely wasn't ordinary. I crumpled up the piece of paper. 10 days was enough time to do some cleanup. I turned and gazed at the spirited Sick. Sick. Where is he located? Sick replied with a pout. On the floor directly below. I understand. I moved to the floor below. He was something I gained from the altar in China. There was a problem, but I was going to look at him once again. The entrance to the floor was blocked by a huge pit. There was a brown, disgusting, strange creature emerging from it. He moved slowly like a snail and devoured everything around him. Master. Yi thinks he is really ugly. Yi, who was sitting on my shoulder, frowned. Even Yi, who had a strange sense of aesthetics, was reluctant to look at him. There was also a foul smell. Chwack! At that moment, small tentacles emerged and headed towards me. I cut off the tentacles with wrath. He still doesn't recognize his master. How dare he attack master? A very bad creature. Should Yi kick his ass? I laughed as Yi rolled up her sleeves. That's okay. I heard that creature can even eat spiritual beings. Humph. Hum. Yi will show mercy just this once. Yi stealthily withdrew. I don't know what to do with something like this. A creature from one of the gods. He didn't know why this uncontrollable, huge flesh that swallowed up everything was put on this earth. He even tried to eat me. I opened Mind's Eye to confirm his status. Name, Infinite Flesh. Stats. Strength 90, Intelligence 0. Agility 43, Stamina 130. Magic Power 35. Potential, 298/320. Uniqueness, while delivering the dead, Anubis accidentally placed them in the river of chaos. A monster of chaos consisting of 20 million souls was born, and grows by consuming everything in its surroundings. He resembles gluttony of the 7 sins. Skill, growth, epic. Stats that were extremely imbalanced. A creature that had transcendental stamina. But he was just a major headache. He couldn't even recognize his master and was too busy eating. Anyway, it was obvious that he would cause problems in my dungeon. Troublesome. I pressed a hand against my forehead. Then Yi clapped her hands. Master. Throw him away. Yi has been thinking. He is just an ungrateful bastard eating the magic power in the dungeon. He might even eat up the altars or dungeon core. Yi is horrified just imagining it. That's right. I should throw him away. I inwardly sighed. Throw him away? After all, he didn't fit. It would have been okay if he had a little bit of intelligence. Keeping him in the dungeon would just cause a headache. It didn't matter that he was a gift from the gods. But how will you get rid of him? Yi placed her hands on her hips and asked. Infinite Flesh had a habit of eating anything in close reach. I contemplated for a moment before saying. I have to use a scroll. It was possible to move him using a scroll. It would waste some points, but I needed to get rid of the creature before he caused problems. Yi. That is wise. But where will he go? Fairy were curious by nature. I thought of places where I could discard him. I will place him near a dungeon belonging to Grand Duke Upa's faction. Of course, there was no guarantee that Infinite Flesh would head to the dungeon. He was a senseless creature that wouldn't listen to anyone's commands, but I would also get points from any awakened that tried to block him. I decided to place him near Duke Pekin Griali's dungeon. It would require hundreds of thousands of points to move Infinite Flesh to Saudi Arabia, but it was worth it if I could deal a blow to a duke. Anyway, I had over 10 million points, so it was an initiative I could take. After handling the troublesome one, I moved to my dungeon in South Korea. The 25th floor. I felt odd as I stepped into a sacred area. This was the influence of holy power on demons. I walked forward and found Tashmal. All the eggs are hatched. In the heart of the sacred zone, countless black fur formed a nest and baby angels with small wings were crawling. Tashmal was busy taking care of the baby angels and didn't notice I had arrived. You seem busy. Ah. Did you come? That's right. I am lacking hands. In contrast to her words, her expression was quite soft. I had never seen such kindness on her face. I said with a smile. You seem to be doing well. I don't know whether I am doing well. The angels are always raised by archangels. I just hope that, this child. Come down. A baby angel was flying with its small wings. Tashmal panicked and grabbed the baby angel. Do you require anything? Flew. Can you bring me a few leaves from the tree of origin? Tashmal said while forcing the baby angel to come down. Why do you need the leaves? The leaves from the tree of origin will make their wings grow significantly larger. I only tried it a few times, but the effect was excellent. Tashmal was a Dominion's angel and knew the important effect of the leaves. Certainly, there were a few leaves on the stem. I also had great interest in the growth of the angels. I will send it through Crisley. Thank you. I nodded. Over time, I would start breaking down Tashmal's wall. She accepted the reality of raising the angels, but her final mission was to kill all the demons. She wouldn't take action towards me until the end. So it wasn't easy for her to say thank you to me. If you need anything, then speak to Crisley. Unders, this troublemaker. You aren't ready to fly yet. Your wings are still weak and might break. Tashmal was busy. I shrugged and turned away. The angels had grown. Tashmal was a fallen angel, so I was glad it didn't cause any problems. Angels in a demon's dungeon. I was looking forward to seeing the effects. I also made sure to check the situation of the creatures in China's dungeon. There was only one thing remaining. The Devil Hunters raid group? They thought that I was dead. There was a possibility that the raid group itself would collapse. I exited the dungeon. I easily bypassed the soldiers guarding the dungeon since there was no need to inform them of my survival. I hesitated as I entered the city. There were banners saying tribute to Randalph or we will not forget his devotion hanging all over the place. My photos and personal information were handled as secretly as possible, so there was only writing on the banners. The hero has already been dead for 100 days. As a result, how many people were saved? Let us remember. Think about it forever. His sacrifice. His glory. In particular, there was a long memorial procession in Gangnam. There were familiar faces in the middle of the procession. Yoon Hai, Lee Ji-hai, Kim Young-woo, and Edward Windsor. Yoon Hai in particular had tears streaming down her face and was dressed in the color of deepest mourning. Her face was slender like she hadn't eaten. It was bigger than I expected. This had escalated more than I liked. Intense feelings that I couldn't easily dismiss. I should think of some ideas in the spirit world. I never thought my influence would be this great. Well, I was the strongest awakened with a level that no one could ignore. I had forgotten that humans were sentimental towards the dead. It was a scene that I never saw in my previous life. I should handle it carefully. I needed to think of some ways to address this problem. I headed back to my dungeon. The promised date with Dubulong was approaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Dubulong's Request, 3. Chapter 102, Dubulong's Request, 3. Eing. The dungeon's top floor. A crack occurred near the core. It was unstable, like it wouldn't last long. But I had already made my decision. There was no hesitation. I stepped into the crack. The only thing I could see was darkness. But there was a light. It was shining from far away and seemed to be the exit. I walked out of the light into a wide room. I looked at the one standing in front of me. Welcome, Randalph Briggs-Ilnum. I believed you would come. Dubulong, who was still dressed as a clown, bowed respectfully. Dubulong. Cool-headed and resourceful. A poisonous scammer. The best henchman for the Dark Spirit King. He was the spirit that greeted me directly. It was natural since he invited me in the first place. I nodded. I am looking forward to meeting the Dark Spirit King. You won't regret it. But this isn't the castle I previously appeared in. The room was similar to the previous times I had been summoned, but the magic power was subtly different. Dubulong laughed and said. You noticed? Yes. This isn't the castle. Is there a reason? I gave a slight frown and placed my hand on Wrath. I didn't like that he summoned me to another place without prior notice. If I wasn't convinced by his excuses, then I would mercilessly use wrath on Dubalong. Dubalong started sweating as he spoke. A high-class spirit wouldn't be easy to take down. I wouldn't kill him if I didn't have to. The spies of other spirit kings have broken into the castle. They forcefully opened a crack and attacked the Dark Spirit King. Please be understanding. The Dark Spirit King was ambitious. He ate up contracts and opened the Demon World auction. He could do that by sacrificing numerous spirits. The other spirit kings had noticed. But the timing was too fast. It took 10 years for this to occur in my previous life. The Dark Spirit King started a war shortly after gathering a large number of points. My movements are affecting the spirit world. My movements were the only thing different from my previous life. I had exposed myself in the Demon World auction. Perhaps the points I used influenced this event? It was like small wings causing a big typhoon that caused a seismic shift. Strange. Would it really be that easy to defeat the Dark Spirit King? Dubalong's forehead furrowed. Flu. Do you know the mythical creature from the middle world called the Shadow Emperor? A familiar name. I nodded. I know. We could never touch the treasure trophy left behind. No, to be honest, it was absolutely impossible, but recently there were signs of a dimensional move. The other spirits dispatched a military force and used it for navigation. Ah, that was the cause. Now the fog had cleared. The spirits were interested in many things on the middle world. Something happening in the middle world would naturally catch their interest. I was directly related to the matter. It wasn't due to the Demon World auction. That's right. The dark spirits are repelled by light spirits. The fire and wind spirits are also troublesome to deal with together. So it can't hurt to be careful. You also want to grasp my growth. Isn't that right? Reading such weak magic power would be a moderate estimate of my growth. They deliberately made the room like this. Their intentions were so obvious that I couldn't help laughing. It was annoying, but the dark spirits were originally like this. Would I do that? I have a lifelong relationship with Randalph. Dubalong waved his hand. I released my hand from wrath. There is no second chance. Of course. I shouldn't be doing this now, so let's move. Dubalong shamelessly guided me. *****. The Wailing Forest. A haven for dark spirits. There were moans and screams coming from everywhere. The magic power of the forest itself was to blame. Dubalong said with a playful expression. Be careful. You might be invaded by spirits. It wasn't a joke. I spoke to Dubalong as I looked around. This is certainly a place for the Dark Spirit King, but please don't say that in front of the Dark Spirit King. Dubalong's voice trembled slightly. He had really high loyalty to the Dark Spirit King. It was great that he didn't show his hostility. I won't. Courtesy was necessary everywhere. Dubalong switched to another topic. Do you have a lot of points? I heard that there was a recent surge in the average points of demons. A moderate amount. By the way, how much is the average number of points? I didn't mention any direct numbers. My points being over 10 million was a hidden weapon. Even if I had a partnership with him, it was ideal to hide it. Dubalong replied like it was inconsequential. At this time, roughly 850,000. Alas, we are indeed fortunate. The average points is close to 1 million, so I wonder if I should bring out a high-class creature. The spirits were able to figure out the average points of the demons. And close to 1 million would allow them to bring out high-class creatures. 3 years. The emergence of high-class creatures was really fast. I asked a question after hearing those words. You don't already have one prepared? It happened so suddenly. There are a few candidates. Recently an older titan was obtained. There was also a whale-shaped creature found in a cave. They are candidates, but Dubalong shook his head and said, my offer from the past is still valid. Would you like to make a deal if you have any high-class creatures? We will pay for it. I will think about it. We had a relationship, so there was no need to outright reject him. It was important to properly look after the relationship. Of course, I had no intention of handing over the high-class creatures I obtained from the gods. I hope it moves in a positive direction. Dubalong shrugged. Soon they arrived at a cleared area. There was a big thatched building in the center of the cleared area. It is simple. The Dark Spirit King doesn't like luxury. It was nonsense. There was no end in sight to the size of the Demon World auction. I didn't know it personally, but the nature of the Dark Spirit King didn't fit with those words. At that moment, Doubalong turned towards me. He said with a stiff expression, "His request, please don't refuse it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 103, Doubalong's Request, 4. Chapter 103, Doubalong's Request, 4. Doubalong walked up to the entrance. The door opened and a tall man wearing a black cloak was sitting in a chair. He wore rings on all 10 fingers, and accessories covered his body. There was something everywhere I looked. Splendorous was a description that matched him. "It is nice to meet you." I spoke first. The Dark Spirit King burst out laughing. "Nice to meet me? Pwah. Come in, dot." From a distance, he looked like someone who would make a big fuss, but this was only a facade. I sat down across from the Dark Spirit King. I immediately looked at him with Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye, XU, has penetrated Shadow Eyes, XU. Attack rate 60%. High magic power correction, 96. But the opponent's intelligence is higher. The attack rate is 54%. Specific information about the opponent will be private. Name, Adonis. Occupation Dark Spirit King. Title *, The Dark Spirit King, Epic, Strength and Magic Power +6. * Ruler who causes trembling, Epic, Magic Power +10. * Behind Shadows, XU, Strength +8. * Those who despise, XU, Stamina +8. Stats. Strength 100, +14, Intelligence 100. Agility 100, Stamina 100, +8. Magic Power 100, +16. Potential, 500 +38 / Uniqueness? Skill, Tremor, Shadow Eyes, XU? Adonis frowned. "What are you looking at?" "I like your accessories." I crossed my legs. But inwardly I was completely different from my composed exterior. How great! A total of 538 stat points. He was already a transcendental person. Yet he still failed to break through his limits. Maybe it was frozen at this point because he couldn't break through. He would become even stronger if he went over his limit. There were also question marks. His ability was on a similar level to the Grand Dukes in the demon world, so I couldn't help feeling admiration. HRMM. You really are an unknown person. I am anxious to hear why you called me here. I had no intention of having comfortable small talk. Adonis cupped his chin. Before that, I would like to ask you something. What do you see yourself as? Devil. I wouldn't let anyone else become the devil. It was a resolution that I made every day. Adonis was at a loss for a moment after my reply showed no hesitation. A great aspiration. Randalph Brigzeal, you resemble me in that sense. Are you aiming to rule over all the spirits in the spirit world? That's right. Not just a spirit king, I am determined to truly become a god. In order to do this, a lot of help is needed. I knew the problem. It was like trying to walk among the stars. I just sat there as Adonis laughed. I wouldn't normally ask, but I am very curious about you, Randalph Brigzeal. Your attitude didn't change, it's like you were aware of this from the beginning. Your curiosity shouldn't touch someone like me. A cool personality. HRMM, good. I think we should start talking specifics. I feel more at ease after talking to you. So I ask you, Randalph Brigzeal, will you form a contract with me? A contract with a spirit. That was the main point. The request that Doubalong told me not to reject. It was taboo for the dark spirits to make contracts at the Demon World auction organized by them. There could be issues of fairness the moment someone received favoritism. But the dark spirits had many tricks. This contract would be formed away from the eyes of the system. The problem, this was the Dark Spirit King. Why? Do you really need to go to such lengths? Things are changing very quickly. Randalph Brigzeal, you must feel it as well. There are many enemies, but our number is too small. However, it is a different story if we can help each other. Accepting it would allow me to leap forward. It didn't seem unusual at first glance, but the agreement seemed to only be beneficial to me. The Dark Spirit King wouldn't get a lot of benefits from helping me. Such a contract with the Dark Spirit King, he was aiming for something. Adonis was a greedy bastard. That was the one thing I knew for certain. A contract with a spirit, sharing our capabilities with each other. Even if it is just helping me keep the demons in check. What does he have to gain from the contract? I thought for a moment. Getting a contract from me. I wouldn't be bound by a contract unless I figured it out. I have to determine it. There needs to be some significant reason before I accept. If not, there was no need to form the contract. He didn't know about my overwhelming points, my growth rate, or the situation in my dungeon. It would become harder if anyone figured out even one piece of that information. Adonis would need to go beyond simply helping to direct intervention. I reject. There was more harm than good. Adonis' expression changed at my reply. Why? This is a chance to preempt the goods from the Demon World auction. I will also give you necessary information about some dungeons. And if you help me grow, we can both be the best in the future. Losing his temper. But my position was the opposite. There was a need to immediately straighten it out. Talk. I got up from my seat and slammed my hand against the desk. Ha! Do I look stupid? Or are you so overconfident that you think I would be reeled in with a good story? Adonis didn't want me. In the last 2 years, I had a ridiculous number of points compared to the other demons. I was their best VIP customer. I couldn't be excluded from the Demon World auction no matter what. Adonis was hoping to conquer the spirit world. Gathering more points was essential to that. Conversely, I didn't really need the help of the Dark Spirit King. Dobelong told me all about the brutal acts he used to gain the throne. Our positions were different. Adonis' hard expression relaxed. He had finally realized the subtle difference. What is going to come out? I was quite curious. There were different actions that he could take. Would Adonis apologize for his mistake? Or maybe he would let his anger spiral out of control. A little bit of time passed before Adonis opened his mouth. I apologize. I got ahead of myself. Adonis regained his composure and took a comfortable position in his seat. His arrogant air was gone. Amazing. I had to admit it. Usually those in such high positions didn't like to admit their mistakes. At least, that was what I experienced. The Grand Dukes. In particular, UPA had such tendencies. And wasn't Adonis the Dark Spirit King? I felt sorry comparing him to UPA, who wasn't on his level. I sat down again. I wouldn't maintain my hard attitude in front of Adonis' apology. Spirit King. Even though you helped me, aren't we just meeting today? If the basic courtesies are lost, then we are just like the other demons. That's right. Courtesy might not seem like a big deal, but it is very important. Randalph Brigzeal, you are unlike the other demons. That is why I singled you out. Adonis glanced at me and nodded with satisfaction. He seemed to have realized that his attitude was wrong. He subsequently said, "Then let's go back to the beginning. My name is Adonis. I am the Dark Spirit King who rules over the dark spirits." I grabbed his outstretched hand and replied, "Randalph Brigzeal. I am grateful for the seed of the world tree. I've lived for a long time and never imagined an exchange like this with a demon," Adonis said with a large smile. I released my hand and also smiled. There is a saying that one good turn deserves another. Adonis, you did a favor for me, so I won't be hostile towards you. That's right. Your words are correct. It seems like I fit very well with you. It was my mistake to immediately talk about the contract. There was a warm atmosphere in the room. However, it could change if the incorrect button was pushed again. Adonis' smile remained unchanged as he said, "But Randalph Brigzeal, telling you about the contract also isn't a bad thing. The contract even exerts its power over the Spirit Kings. In addition, any resistance you face in the spirit world will disappear. No one would dare oppose my authority as king. I'm not a person who leans on the authority of someone else." I see that. But the difference is huge. Is it really leaning on authority? The spirits have access to other worlds. It isn't impossible for the spirits to find and monopolize treasures from other worlds. The access of the spirits to other worlds. A clear variable. If they didn't need to force open a crack, then they could go back and forth from the spirit world. Of course, the personality of a demon made it hard for them to form a contract with the spirits, but they had a road that I could take. However, do we really need to make a contract with each other? It would be favorable if we listened to each other. Randalph Brigzeal. I hope that your growth is like the sea. And entering a contractual relationship will allow us to become equal to each other. You will be the devil and I will be king of the spirit world, an invincible combination. No one shall touch us." Adonis snorted roughly. In the end, his intentions were exposed. He talked about a rosy future, but I wasn't swayed. I was aware of things he didn't say. In addition, the contract didn't mean that both sides would be equal to each other. Either way, I would have no choice but to be pulled. That was more likely. I might move from the position of customer to an equal, but Adonis would hold the advantage. I would regret this the first time Adonis needed something. His original jurisdiction was selling goods at the Demon World auction. I was someone who bought the goods. There was no telling what could happen. He could pass over insignificant information or be condescending. On the other hand, I was at an advantage because I was the customer leading in points. If that advantageous position was to disappear due to the contract, this would only be the semblance of equality. He couldn't ignore the situation, but it wasn't possible to form a contract unless I was completely satisfied with it. It isn't easy to make a decision about this issue. Luck. At this point, it was a big advantage but even bigger disadvantage. At the very least, the contract meant Adonis would get his hands on my points. I needed to have something over Adonis. Then I will hear your answer at the next Demon World auction. How about it? Adonis said. There were still 6 months remaining. I needed to make a decision within that time. Insufficient. 6 months wasn't enough. Adonis. What is making you so hasty? I told you. The surroundings are changing too quickly. There is a need to prepare. Due to the movement of the other spirit kings? Yes. And heaven, the demons aren't safe. So before that, the both of us need to build a united force. Adonis closed his mouth after saying that. The movements of the other spirit kings. Adonis was concerned and wanted to use illegal methods to gain the position. It had only been 3 years, so they was lacking preparation. It would be impossible for the spirit kings to catch Adonis if they had to keep fending off his attacks. My mind understood why he wanted to secure his position. He intended to use me to grow. Maybe he intended to use me as a shield. My judgments might be too complex, but it was better to discover the variables. In particular, the latter would be the worst-case situation. When thinking about it, there weren't many subjects where I could be neutral. Adonis. That is why we need to be more cautious about each other. Frankly, dealing with the Grand Dukes alone is an arduous task. It would certainly be reassuring if I had your aid. But more time is needed for trust to build. If the day comes where we need to fight back to back, I hope you won't be someone who betrays me. I stared into Adonis' eyes. I wanted to become the devil, but common sense dictated it was impossible to deal with the Grand Dukes alone. He didn't know about the hidden cards I received from coming back. Adonis. He would have to reach out to help me. Ha, Randalph Briggseel. You truly don't think like a demon. I don't know where your confidence comes from. If you are going to stand at my back, I also want to be aware of your level. 10 million. 10 million? That is the number of points I have right now. It hasn't been that long since the last Demon World auction finished. Is that really true? I had used millions of points in the second Demon World auction. Judging by Adonis' reaction, he hadn't fully identified my scope. A superficial knowledge. Yet he still coveted me. He would drool even more if I revealed more of myself. I just laughed. If it is false, then won't you find out at the next Demon World auction? That would be foolish. Does that mean you will use more than 10 million points in the next Demon World auction? Of course, if you have some good things prepared. Adonis frowned slightly. There were signs of struggle on his face. But he soon made a decision. Okay. That kind of strength. I guess you don't need my help right away. We will establish a relationship over time and talk about the contract again later. At that time, we can meet face to face with each other. Adonis retreated a step. Thank you for your patience. No. It was a reasonable opinion. Either way, this talk shouldn't end here. I want to show you the alcohol and beauty of this place. I am just accepting a friend's request. Friend. Quoi? Yes, it is polite to accept a friend's request. Friends. Adonis said that word for the first time. It showed he intended to make this favorable relationship last long. Kung. Adonis knocked on the table and shouted loudly. De Boulogne. Prepare alcohol and women. A small banquet was held. Alcohol, fruits, and dozens of beauties were prepared. Take this. Rather than gold and silver, I will give you a box of this precious, rare alcohol. Adonis was a wreck. He became drunk and took off all his clothes while surrounded by women. But his eyes never lost their sharp look. He moved quickly after confirming my existence. The alcohol and women were to receive my admiration. A great drink. Pwah! I told you. Today is a special occasion, so let's drink to our glory. I don't enjoy drinking alcohol, but I can drink this one every day. Where else can you enjoy such alcohol? Why are you rejecting the lithe hands next to you? If you don't like them, then I will bring out men. It is more delicious to eat at the end. I embraced one of the succubus near me. Alcohol and women. It wasn't very good, but I didn't hate it. I would receive the present. And it was necessary to give in a little bit here. I tilted the glass and slowly poured the drink on her cleavage. And the succubus slowly bit my ear. Asterisk. The banquet ended and I exited after enjoying the succubus. Doubalong was nearby waiting for me. Was the banquet fun? There is no need to say anything. I'm glad. I hope there weren't any problems with the request. In the first place, our relationship was helping each other. I couldn't refuse. I said in a moderately serious tone. Doubalong smiled while guiding me. We arrived at the location where I was first summoned. The crack was still there. Doubalong bowed as I entered the crack and said. Then, Randalph Briggsylnum. I will see you at the next Demon World auction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, Abnormal Proliferation, 1. Chapter 104, Abnormal Proliferation, 1. The dungeon's 18th floor. The mountain zone that made up the habitat of the saber tigers. There were more than 600 saber tigers around. The configuration of the group was different. Around 50 had formed a group in order to take over other areas. And one of the saber tigers received the best evaluation and was called the boss. He led 100 saber tigers and succeeded in mating. After sowing several seeds that didn't give birth successfully, he finally mated with an attractive female and received offspring. His offspring was born after 3 months of pregnancy. It was very healthy. The problem was, the cub was a different color. Ordinary saber tigers had brown fur, but this one was white. His entire body stood out as unusual. Saber tigers were agile and skilled at snatching the enemy from the shadows. So the white color was a sign of a leader. The boss decided. It was a difficult birth and he was confident the group would follow his lead. He would use this opportunity to make other males yield. He put in strict measures and hunted the group of orcs. The cub grew well. And after a few months passed, the boss found out that he was deluded. This cub was unlike the usual saber tigers. It was true that a king of the saber tigers was born. But the king was a little too prominent. The degree of rebellion was enough that he even wanted to challenge the dungeon master. The white saber tiger. Known as White. He reached an adult size in only a few months. And he already had dozens of saber tigers following him. Among there were newcomers who had just been born. After White was born, the reproduction rate greatly increased. Their numbers reached 300. Of course, they had to become fully grown in order to fight. White showed the most extraordinary performances in the fierce battles. But White didn't feel any exhilaration. This much was natural considering his position. He had separate complaints. First, he had high intelligence. It was enough to feel a difference with the others. He was also much stronger and agile. There were only 5 adults that were possible rivals for him. This difference became larger over time. He didn't just want to dominate this floor. White thought this floor was too narrow for the saber tigers. Yes, it was cramped. He wanted to leave this floor. But the adults stopped him. They said absolutely not. The dungeon master couldn't be disobeyed. If he stood before the dungeon master, then he would instinctively follow. Nonsense. He was a king. A symbol of freedom. No one could oppress him. Groan! White howled. He gathered those that belonged to his group. This was his first priority. The true king of the saber tigers would leave this floor. He would widen his forces and even become the master of this dungeon. White of the saber tigers proclaimed himself as the true king of this place. The numbers in his group gradually increased. White showed an overwhelming strength that made others submit to him. He managed to get his paws on half of the saber tigers when something happened. A bump. An existence similar to himself. That black bastard. An unusual black saber tiger was born around this time. Before he knew it, Black increased his forces to a similar level. That guy was also strong. He admitted it. But there couldn't be two kings. It was inevitable that they would bump into each other. A fight between bosses involving their sharp teeth. They fought until they were both bloody, but the result was that White won. The black saber tiger declared defeat. White rose to the position of king. But it didn't end here. White vowed he would become king of the dungeon and left the floor with a large group of saber tigers. They climbed up one floor and the dark bears appeared. Their numbers weren't much and defeating them was easy. However, the 20th floor was a sea. White was distressed since he couldn't find a way to bypass it. He determined the method to cross the sea would be obtained downstairs. He subdued the enemies while going down and arrived on the 15th floor. This was the unusual place where the Dark Elves resided. White was happy. They would be able to tell him how to cross the sea. But White didn't compromise. All those not part of his group were enemies. He would use force to make them spit it out. He soon encountered the Dark Elves. Actually, the ferry has collapsed and Dungeon Master is quite busy right now. The Dark Elf in the lead. A female. She was different from the other Dark Elves and it was the first time White felt pressure. Grr. Surrender. I don't know how you left the 18th floor, but this is due to the influence from the abnormal proliferation. It can't be helped. I need to punish these naughty beasts. Queen Nim. We will handle this. No, Elder Nim. This white one is strong and completely different from the general saber tigers. It is fortunate that he is not yet an adult. In this place, I'm sorry but I must do it. Charak. Chararak. Crisley walked forward with her wand and the spar toy. How can I let them bother my dungeon master? Then can I say something to them? Gruang. Daring to relax in front of him? White howled wildly but he just said with a smile on his face. Know your position. That is what I want to say. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The top floor. I folded my arms in front of the dungeon core and watched Yihi. Yihi was slumped. Her body was collapsed like all the power had gone out and she was barely breathing. The spiritual body of a fairy didn't need to breathe but they would return to the source soon after they stopped breathing. The ego that made Yihi be Yihi. There was the possibility of losing it. Oh. Yihi's body trembled. I gently reached out and covered Yihi's forehead. The trembling subsided a little bit. The abnormal proliferation. Ever since the dungeon's ecosystem was damaged, Yihi and the dungeon core started to break down. It happened a few days after I went to the spirit world. The sudden propagation rate interfered with the flow of magic power. It was a temporary phenomenon that was a mistake. I quickly responded when Yihi complained of pain. I recalled the memories from that time. Master. I think Yihi is a little sick. Dizzy. My body is shaking. Is it because you are close? Ah. Or maybe this is love? Hying. Really sick. Even flying is annoying Yihi. I would like to lie down on Master's shoulders. The signs were clear. This wasn't a joke so I needed to investigate. But the current situation wasn't that simple. The reproduction rate. It had increased by 500% compared to the previous rate. The dungeon core was receiving interference from the creature's excess magic power. It wouldn't matter if that number had slowly increased. There would be no need to worry once the dungeon adjusted to the magic power. In the end, I needed to make adjustments so that the dungeon could adapt to the creatures. I can guess the cause. The Tree of Origin. That's right. The Tree of Origin had a significant effect on the reproductive rate. But it felt like he got caught up in a stampede. I released the blessing but there were no changes in the proliferation rate, but the blessing from the Statue of Abundance continued. He stopped the blessing and waited for some time, but there was no change. The breeding rate continued to increase. Master. Yihi drooled and muttered. Oh duck. I gritted my teeth. Yihi was very important to me. In my previous life, she had devoted herself to me but I threw her away. Now something was happening to Yihi in front of me and I couldn't stop it. My dungeon master. Crisley. I turned as Crisley came close to me. I have something for you to see. Is it okay? It is okay. What is going on? The white saber tiger and his followers have left their floor and invaded the 15th floor. Ah, those guys. Did they descend to the 15th floor in an attempt to escape? I knew about the births of White and Black. Their growth was excellent and they reached advanced 5LV and 4LV respectively. In particular, White was a special creature not available at the store of all things. But descending to the 15th floor in an attempt to escape? It wasn't good as the dungeon core currently wasn't working properly. In addition, I expressly stated that exiting their floors was forbidden. I was confused as Crisley replied. This also seems to be the impact of the unusual proliferation. I've subdued them but they still aren't hiding their teeth. I guess I will go. My dungeon master. It isn't very urgent. Crisley seemed to be worried about Yeehee as her eyes turned to the dungeon core. However, I shook my head. No. I will come to see. The impact of the dungeon core on the creatures. I was honestly curious. They even thought about leaving their floor to attack. They certainly weren't ordinary creatures. The 15th floor. White and Black were tied up next to the Tree of Origin. The rest of the saber tigers were expelled back to the 18th floor, but the two culprits needed to be handled. Growling. Grung. White and Black. I stared at both of them. White and Black revealed their sharp teeth and howled wildly. However, I saw fear within them. Due to their escape from the influence of the dungeon core, they couldn't obtain a complete impression of me. It seems like you have great hostility towards me. The creatures dared to rebel in my own dungeon. It was outrageous but also funny. At that time, White tried to bite me. Gruang. Now I understand. Yes, there can never be two kings on the mountain. I started laughing. I could understand his attitude. Rather than the insufficient 18th floor, he wanted to rule the dungeon itself. I couldn't allow that. The owner of this dungeon was me. Naturally, I was also White's owner. My dungeon master. Shall I kill those ungrateful creatures? I can't forgive them for that attitude. Crisley approached me with an angry expression. But I raised my hand and stopped Crisley. I know how hard it is to be the king and I need to tell them myself. I took out wrath and said. Know your position. White didn't bend easily. Despite using his teeth and sharp claws, he still lost. He was originally a king. But the opponent was too strong. His body was in pain. Once he was completely drained and collapsed, a dark elf female healed him. He would fight again once he could move his body. But the next few fights were the same. Struggling against the dungeon master's sword, collapsing, treatment, getting back up again and so on. Once that process repeated a few times, White lowered his tail in surrender. Gore! That cruel bastard! White cried out. It was the first time he experienced such suffering. He was born into the saber tigers as the king, so he couldn't imagine something like this. The opponent was far too cruel. Crisley! Heal White! The dungeon master said while pointing down at White. Then the dark elf female, Crisley, carefully expressed her opinion. My dungeon master. The potions have limitations. Interfere with life. Look at his eyes. It is still insufficient. Grung. It was enough. He cried out sorrowfully. Lowering the tail showed he wasn't an enemy anymore. Look. That position shows he is prepared to jump. He is still able to do more. Still not giving up? At this rate, White really would die if he didn't abandon his pride. He turned around on his back, exposing his belly. Are you trying to take me off guard? That won't work. Finding faults. But White didn't like being weak. White couldn't easily accept weakness. In the end, it took 5 more bloody battles before he surrendered. White absolutely realized something. The sky above the sky. The true king. He wasn't a king. He was a beast that followed a king. The real king placed his sword back into the scabbard. Keying. Now their positions were determined. The dungeon master said to him. I need to use them as hounds. I made a plan using White and the saber tigers. There was abnormal proliferation, so I needed to keep the numbers as small as possible. They would be hunters. And a leader was needed for the hunters. The saber tigers were just one of the species proliferating. It would be a brutal task. However, maintaining the dungeon was necessary. It was indispensable for the ecosystem. Insufficient. But the rate of their progress couldn't keep up with the reproduction rate. He received an achievement in the middle, but an excellent achievement. A dungeon master without any sense. 2,000 creatures have been slaughtered. 200,000 points will be paid. 800 achievement points will be added. Such minor achievements weren't important right now. I stood at a crossroad where the dungeon would either be maintained or lost. The saber tigers were referred to as the best hunters, but their actions weren't enough. I need to use the dungeon core to create a monster wave. If I couldn't fix it inside, then I needed to export them outside. I needed to act quickly. The number of creatures had already reached 7,000. The creatures randomly marched out of the dungeon. They had one command given to them. They could prey on everything around them. In addition, the creatures from the demons still monitoring the dungeon would be handled. My creatures were on an entirely different level. There were many creatures ranging from low grade to intermediate. However, the humans didn't take it lying down. Yuun Hai and Edward Windsor were in the vanguard. I will kill all of you. Nuna, leave it to me. Both of them had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially Yuun Hai, who had transformed in battle. She went on a crazy rampage among the creatures. Edward was also filled with negative feelings towards the creatures and easily dealt with the intermediate ones. Plus, the awakened in the guilds were rapidly growing. Humanity's enemy. Anger towards a common enemy. They adapted due to that drive. At the next meeting of Heaven's Will, Kim Yong-woo had a large sword by his side. We can win. We will win. They won't defeat us. That was the starting point. The hero who died. He blocked the creatures for them. The full-fledged threat changed them. The people of South Korea, the awakened, no longer stood still or ran away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, Abnormal Proliferation, 2. Chapter 105, Abnormal Proliferation, 2. Despite releasing a number of creatures, I knew that it was only a temporary measure. I could gain some room, but it wouldn't lead to permanent peace. The same problem would continue unless I removed the root cause. The propagation rate was steadily growing. The quality was never diminishing. Time passed. My anxiety reached peak levels. Yi didn't wake up and the light from the dungeon core was waning every day. Tree of Origin. I knew the cause. I knew but was unable to move my hand. However, I pulled out Wrath. Then I headed towards the Tree of Origin on the 15th floor. Dungeon Master. Please calm yourself. There are other ways to solve it. Jolium realized my intentions and knelt down before me. The tree was the representation of their desires. But it was no use. My patience was already dried up. Jolium. I need to remove the cause of the side effects. This decision was long overdue. In fact, I should have moved quicker. Sook. Pasak. I brandished my sword. A corner of the Tree of Origin was cut down. Jolium's body trembled and he grabbed my pants. Ah. No. Please, please, not the Tree of Origin. If the dungeon collapses, then there will be no tree. Don't block me. I will cut you both down if you continue acting like this. Kuo. It was right at that moment. The Tree of Origin made a sound like it was screaming. It tried to defend itself. However, that was just wishful thinking. Passasak. Hundreds of branches were cut down. I was using the skill Dark Sword so the severed objects didn't grow back. Kuo. Shut up. I've endured it for as long as possible. This wouldn't have been necessary if you hadn't disturbed me. I had an indifferent expression. As I used my sword, Jolium and the dark elves in the vicinity blocked their eyes and ears. They couldn't help shedding tears. The Tree of Origin was the source of their dreams and hope. The only sanctuary in this dungeon. Now it was being cut down indiscriminately. They couldn't block it. A sense of helplessness filled their bodies. I stopped to take a breath in the middle. My dungeon master. I found something. A person who can communicate with nature. Crisley, who previously left the dungeon, had hastily returned. There was a small human girl with her. A human girl. She was approximately 9 years old? An existence that didn't fit in the dungeon. She didn't pay attention to any of the surrounding dark elves. The girl looked at the Tree of Origin and started weeping. Ah. The girl sat down close to the Tree of Origin and started embracing it. I realized straight away that the girl was an awakened. dull eyes. I also recognized that she wasn't normal. Autistic? Yes. But she can communicate with nature. Crisley showed her resolve in addressing this problem by leaving the dungeon. That was 2 weeks ago. Then this was her answer. I opened mind's eye. Name, Lee Sarung. Occupation hero, nature person, title. Asterisk comforted by nature, XU, magic power +8. Stats. Strength 21, intelligence 3. Agility 15, stamina 18. Magic power 55, +8. Potential, 114 +8/425. Uniqueness, intelligence is very low. Due to this, it is possible to communicate more closely with nature. Skill, comfort, XU, natural fairy tale, R, nature communication, U. A familiar name. A familiar skill. Very high potential. Queen of benevolence. Just like Yuunhai had the name Lightning Queen, Lee Sarung was famous for her kindness. In the second half of the war, as the earth was driven to destruction and food became very low, humans started eating humans. The Awakened couldn't easily believe in each other when Lee Sarung appeared. She used the powerful natural fairy tale skill and revived the land. Plants took root and started bearing fruit. As the food shortage was resolved, the Awakened could use their power properly to strike back at the demons. That's why Lee Sarung was called Queen of Benevolence. Without hesitation, she equally spread love among humans. I knew she was a South Korean, but I didn't expect to encounter her in a place like this. Communicating with nature. Lee Sarung was definitely remarkable. She wasn't affected by the dungeon and only cared about the Tree of Origin. In addition, Lee Sarung had stopped the Tree of Origin from screaming. But won't it be difficult to converse if she has autism? It doesn't seem to solve our problem. She could communicate with nature, but there would be no way to tell me what it was saying. Crisley expressed her opposition. She is unmistakably the key to solving this. My dungeon master. If given a bit more time. Crisley's words were interrupted. Lee Sarung had placed one hand on the tree while the other one slapped her chest. It was like something was weighing down on her. I will give you a week. Analyze the child's behavior and figure out how to stop the tree. Thank you, my dungeon master. You will not be disappointed. Crisley and Julliam next to her sighed with relief. Surak. I put away my sword and headed back up to the top floor. Exactly 1 week passed. I stood in front of the Tree of Origin while holding Yihi in one hand. Crisley stood to my left and politely said to me, the Tree of Origin is a necessary existence. Right now it can't control itself. Then Yihi? She is an origin spirit. Tashmal will testify. Tashmal started speaking. That's right. I thought it was strange at first. The Tree of Origin and Origin Spirit should pair with each other. I believe it is because she is still too young. I looked between Yihi and the Tree of Origin. Yihi is a fairy. Similar to a spirit but clearly different. Perhaps there can be a substitute system? Spirits were born in the spirit world. By nature, a fairy took a long time to mature. Crisley answered the obvious question. My dungeon master. The fairy is very special. She is linked to the dungeon core. That leads to a massive amount of magic power. It should be enough power to control the Tree of Origin. Okay. The method? The human girl's fairy tale skill. If you make the girl an intermediary role. Lee Sarung looked up at Yihi. She stretched out her hand like she was asking something. Do it well if you want to get out of here alive. I threatened while handing Yihi over. Yihi might be young, but she was still linked to the dungeon core. It was a privilege to be able to touch her spiritual body. Lee Sarung took Yihi and ran up to the Tree of Origin. She closed her eyes and instinctively used the natural fairy tale and nature communication skill. Dash. The Tree of Origin gave a small cry. The resonance had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Dungeon Destruction, 1. Chapter 106, Dungeon Destruction, 1. Everyone in the area held their breaths. It was the same for me as well. I silently but intensely stared at Lee Sarung and Yihi. Lee Sarung was known as the Queen of Benevolence in my previous life. Crisley had brought her. I didn't expect much, but she came up with a way to solve the problem with the Tree of Origin. Destiny? A bond? I didn't believe in such abstract things. Crisley's contribution was large. But if the problem wasn't resolved or even grew, Lee Sarung wouldn't be able to escape responsibility, even if she had 425 potential. I wouldn't kill her, but a lot of pain would follow. I would make her lose her mind and turn her into a doll. However, she had to do it well. My dungeon master. This seems like it will take some time. You should relax while I protect this place. A day had passed. I shook my head at Crisley's words. No. The process itself is very interesting. I can't miss this scene. It was also important. I had great interest in this matter, so I couldn't rest. A crisis might occur. For example, there might be a situation where the dungeon master's permission was required and I would need to handle it in real time. I could use the remaining capacities of the dungeon core from here. 2 days passed. Then 3 days. Lee Sarung's body started to sway. She was 10 years old at the most. She managed to hold out without eating and drinking for 3 days. She had autism, but she was also the intermediary in the resonance between the Tree of Origin and Yihi. I couldn't break her concentration by bringing her something to eat. And after one more day. The Tree of Origin trembled. The branches extended and embraced Yihi and Lee Sarung. It was the first time there was movement in the last 4 days. Everyone was focused. All the dark elves were holding their breaths as they watched the situation. I was no different. Soon the Tree of Origin completely embraced Lee Sarung and Yihi. The Tree of Origin has acknowledged the Fairy of the Dungeon Core as soul companions. The Tree of Origin has become more complete. The Fairy of the Dungeon Core has been promoted to Origin Fairy. A fairy has been successfully promoted for the first time. The Origin Fairy is present together with the Tree of Origin. The fairy will return to her original state if the Tree of Origin disappears. A decision. The compensation for the achievement is currently being calculated. 5,400,000 points will be paid. 5,000 achievement points will be added. Excellent. It was the first time I had seen such high compensation. Yihi was also changing little by little. Her wings grew longer and her limbs became slightly more elongated. Her hair also grew. She was still chubby like a 1-year-old, but it seemed like she was feeling better. Yihi slowly opened her eyes in the heart of the Tree of Origin. She didn't seem to know how to express herself. Her eyes were glazed as she looked around. Then Yihi saw me and gave her silly smile. Yihi. *****. The abnormal growth stopped. As expected, it was a side effect from the Tree of Origin going out of control. Yihi was promoted and became more versatile. She could properly utilize the Tree of Origin to exert a strong physical force. For example, she could strengthen the roots or take advantage of it as materials for equipment. Oh! Materials like this actually exist in the world. The dwarves were excited. They could create things from mysterious materials. At the very least, the equipment would be rare grade. Some unique rated items might even emerge. A lot of the leaves, it will be helpful in raising the angels. And that wasn't all. The original Tree of Origin only had a small number of leaves. But the leaves doubled in an instant after communicating with Yihi. I gave them to Tashmal and they could also be used as potion ingredients. The leaves from the tree had a strong healing effect. Taking them in the long term would also cause stats to rise. Thanks to repetitively taking them, I managed to increase intelligence by 2. Master. Yihi will give you a gift. Yihi. It is a strange-looking bead. Yihi approached while I was checking the status of the dungeon. The bead was the size of a thumbnail but gave off an abnormal amount of magic power. It isn't strange. Yihi asked. This is the essence of Origin. It can be created once every year. It is very good to eat. There was something like this? It was something that the Tree of Origin could only create once a year. I opened mind's eye. Name, Essence of Origin. Description, an essence created by the Tree of Origin that is filled with 1 year's worth of magic power. It is almost impossible for the gods to obtain, so even they consider it a special occasion. Asterisk after taking it, the maximum potential limit will increase by 1. Break through the limit. I looked at the essence closely. I knew what it meant by increasing the maximum potential. The potential threshold of a demon was 500. All stats could reach exactly 100 points. After reaching 100, a huge difference would be felt even if it only rose by 1. In my previous life, the Grand Dukes broke through the limit. But I didn't know the method. Of course, they couldn't have made the breakthrough using the essence of origin. Other methods were used. The essence of origin is one of the solutions to breaking through the limit. I nodded. This was important information. I didn't need this right now, but Adonis? He unfortunately reached his maximum potential and would find it hard to raise his stats even further. I could trade this with Adonis. It is an important key. The corners of my mouth rose. Good job. Yee-hee. Then please stroke Yee-hee's head. Yee-hee stuck out her head. I hesitated for a moment before petting Yee-hee's head. Yee-hee was more pampered after she became the origin fairy. I wasn't as restrained anymore and stopped hiding my feelings. Yee-hee-hee. I like this. Yee-hee will now go walk the bees. Yee-hee laughed and flew off with red cheeks. I looked down at my hand. HRMM. Origin fairy. Despite the status, Yee-hee was still Yee-hee. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The flesh was hungry. He occupied himself eating soil and grass. After passing through insects and mice, he realized they tasted better. Since then, he went to find living things. Over time, he became bigger until he realized that humans were the most delicious meal. He gobbled up a whole village of humans. He ate. Delicious. Then all the humans around him were eaten. He returned to the original place. A big castle. It wasn't easy to enter the dungeon. Due to his size, the entrance was blocked. It was necessary to increase the size of the entrance. He ate the walls. By the way, there was a hint of sweetness. The dungeon barrier. It wrapped around the outside of the dungeon and was tasty. The flesh started absorbing the dungeon barrier. This damn flesh should get lost. Pekin Griali stomped his feet. A strange flesh was attached to the dungeon barrier and he received a warning message. The durability was going down by the minute. But it was hard to launch attacks against the flesh. He just recovered and actually increased in size. This was due to his 130 points in stamina. It would be nice if he could use a scroll to move the flesh to another location. Pekin Griali crossed his arms and frowned. Barrier durability 410-233/1000000. Damn it. Kill. Kill it. He mobilized all his creatures. But the flesh finally fell. The flesh couldn't absorb all the attacks from the creatures. Ha ha ha. This tenacious brat. He finally died. After days of struggling, infinite flesh was finally killed. Pekin Griali laughed out loud. The damage was considerable and the barrier eventually destroyed, but he thought killing the flesh was more important. But Pekin Griali had no idea of one thing. When the barrier had shattered, a message window flashed in front of all awakened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Dungeon Destruction, 2. Chapter 107, Dungeon Destruction, 2. The message window came out of nowhere. The awakened who saw it were puzzled. The dungeon barrier located in Saudi Arabia has been broken. The barrier will take 30 days to recover. What is this? Barrier? Isn't there a dungeon in Saudi Arabia? The awakened were able to figure out the meaning of the message. There were all types of comments from the awakened community, including some credible views. There is no need to enter the dungeon to take care of the creatures. Previously all physical attacks didn't work in the dungeon. That barrier blocking it is now gone? The government dispatched troops to the dungeon in Saudi Arabia and received news that firepower worked. The dungeon is collapsing. No way. You mean it is true? It wasn't CG? Oh my god. The creatures have come pouring out. It is like they are terrified. Baby. Are we going to just watch? Now is the time for the heroes to take action. The awakened felt hope as they saw the dungeon crumbling. All their suffering had finally paid off. The crowd of awakened started moving. Some were gunning for the benefits within the dungeon, but the emphasis was placed on destruction. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I heard the news a little late. 24 hours a day was insufficient to manage the dungeon's internal affairs and work out the mess with the Tree of Origin. Li Sarung solved the issue, but there were still many things to worry about. I only knew about the situation after Krosla went outside. The barrier is broken? It must be Paka Griali's dungeon. That's right. Krosla raised his chin and confirmed it. It can't be a coincidence. Did infinite flesh eat the barrier? I moved him outside. If not, the barrier in my dungeon probably would have been the one that was destroyed. In the first place, wasn't it difficult for the angels to slash at the barrier? I hadn't expected that infinite flesh would destroy it so quickly. The South Korean guilds are also moving. In particular, the Devil Hunters raid group that had some success in the dungeon forays. The barrier is gone, so the dungeon is vulnerable. But it is reckless. The exterior of the dungeon and its contents were different, but they were linked to each other. The barrier had disappeared, so the dungeon floors would be compressed. For example, the original 30 floors would be reduced to 3. This difference was really huge. In addition, there was a difference in the movements of the creatures. After the barrier was restored, the dungeon would take 3 months to recover. However, the level of each awakened wasn't that high. It would be easy in 4 or 5 years, but right now, they would be exterminated. Pekin Griali. He was still a duke. I thought of a number of variables before opening my mouth. I'm going to move. Be prepared. The people will follow Master. Krosla hurriedly kneeled down. Asterisk. Pekin Griali. One of the dukes belonging to Grand Duke Upa's faction. His personality was aggressive and easily excited. After being deserted by Grand Duke Upa after the auction incident, he had been thinking of how stupid he was. Of course, he could increase his investments in the dungeon due to being denied entry to the Demon World auction. He got quite a few accomplishments due to that. The quality of his creatures wasn't bad. Rather, it seemed like he belonged to one of the leading groups. There was just one problem. Infinite flesh. He was simple and moved in slow patterns but had superior stamina. Pekin Griali sacrificed thousands of creatures in order to get rid of it. It was reminiscent of a slime, but the stamina and size couldn't be compared. As a result, it took 2 months to kill him. 24 hours. He didn't rest for even 1 second. Pekin never imagined that it would be so hard to attack. But the damage was too severe. In addition, he used all the points he collected. He even failed to keep the barrier. Pekin Griali felt like the situation was urgent. He wouldn't be able to stop other demons from invading. But this? The humans unexpectedly started attacking. These damn humans. Pekin Griali ground his teeth together. The exterior wall of the dungeon has been destroyed. The 37-floor dungeon has been reduced to 4 floors. 671 creatures have died from the overlapping spaces. The creatures are confused and have started to escape from the dungeon. Kung. Koku Kung. The dungeon shook relentlessly. Keek. Keek. Due to the barrier disappearing, the authority of the dungeon core had weakened. The creatures with low intelligence were forced out of the dungeon. Pekin Griali clenched his fists with rage. These mere humans. The weak. They would already be gone if it wasn't for his mercy. He used his creatures to completely destroy the powerful weapons that the humans used. He lost a lot of creatures, but he was still a duke. The number of creatures was sufficient for ordinary human opponents. But that wasn't the end. He destroyed the firepower, but a large number of Awakened started moving. They were constantly striking. The Awakened gathered from various parts of the world, starting moving towards his dungeon. It would be okay if it was just the Awakened. They were just ordinary humans carrying weapons. The soldiers from South Korea were different. If the barrier was functioning normally, then products of modern civilization would be useless in the dungeon. The barrier was now gone, so the magic power wasn't working properly. The weak creatures died before the various weapons. The strong creatures were unable to cope with the vast majority of attacks. Swept away. The humans reached the 2nd floor in a few days. There was still the 3rd floor, and he was waiting on the 4th floor. I will kill all of you. Pekin Griali growled out fiercely. Asterisk. Slowly move forward. Protect the soldiers. The Awakened from all over the world. Among them was Heaven's Wool from South Korea. They wore magic jewelry to communicate with each other. The United States and China followed behind them. There were some complaints, but it was unavoidable since Devil Hunters was the most famous raid group. This was a dungeon. They had to stick together. And a leader was needed. A tacit agreement occurred. Of course, there were many Awakened who refused to obey commands from Heaven's Will. Now those Awakened were screaming from all over the place. The captain of Devil Hunters, I heard that he died? Now it is just a mere raid group. Shouldn't those from China be leading? That's right. Only the semblance of the raid group is leading us? How funny. And there were people complaining who ignored the screams. In particular, the ones from China were really noisy. They wanted to use this opportunity to take down a dungeon. The Black Society didn't want to lose to South Korea. The Black Society wanted to take the lead. What? Only a semblance? Yuunhai couldn't tolerate it anymore and complained to the Guildmaster of Heaven's Will, Kim Yong-woo. Quiet. It isn't good to argue inside a dungeon. We need to be united in this place. Please don't cause an argument. The division continued. It was a long-awaited opportunity to surpass Heaven's Will. Kim Yong-woo had a lot of worries after the death of the captain of Devil Hunters. He was able to maintain his presence as Guildmaster due to that existence. But the people twisted around him like hyenas once the captain of Devil Hunters died. He had to run every day. There was also strong pressure from outside. I am lacking. He inwardly laughed bitterly. Kim Yong-woo wasn't strong. There were stronger people overflowing in the guild. They were obviously greedy for the position of Guildmaster. In this society, preferences were given to the strong. The weak were left behind. Kim Yong-woo was barely hanging on. I have to use this opportunity to resurrect myself. I need to survive in Heaven's Will. He could redeem himself right now. Destroying the dungeon. He needed to be the leader of this task. Then he would gain greater power for himself. He needed to control all movements. Failure? He didn't want to imagine it. There were those trying to pull him down. Devil Hunters discovering the dwarf village on the 7th floor was a great accomplishment, but he was likely to lose all that influence if this was a failure. However, the Black Society was still noisy. Bah! The guild master is a scarecrow. Be careful with your mouth. Now isn't the time to find faults with each other. What? Are you accusing me of something? If you're not scared, then open your mouth. Ha ha ha. They were obviously full of derision. Kim Yong-woo felt desperate. He pushed down his anger. He couldn't dance to their tune. This isn't the place. Or have you gone crazy from losing so many lives? At any rate, these guys. But the other South Korean guilds didn't tolerate it. In particular, the Mithril Guild consisted of many young people without any patience. Japan and the United States were quiet but secretly jumped on the bandwagon. They stared at the Chinese. All members of the Black Society laughed. Watch your mouths. Do you want to fight? Hey, you don't have anything to say, so you want to settle it with violence? The guilds confronted each other. Stop. Kim Yong-woo squeezed in between them while sighing inwardly. They needed to help each other instead of fighting. The future was dark. This was only the 2nd floor, but more creatures would appear. Korurung. Kung. And his prediction was correct. Twin head ogres. Cerberus. Dozens of ice trolls, and hundreds of other creatures. You dare invade my dungeon? Humans. Don't even think about leaving here alive. Pekin Griali was in the center. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, Dungeon Destruction, 3. Chapter 108, Dungeon Destruction, 3. The battle was intense. The situation wasn't good. The Awakened could handle the general creatures, but the number of soldiers dying wasn't a joke. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were dying while the Awakened were struggling. Screams. Screams. And more screams. But the number of creatures was also rapidly reducing. In particular, the South Korean Awakened were dazzling. The South Korean Awakened as a whole were on a much higher level and could handle the advanced creatures. Even the quality of the items they were using was different. Each Awakened was wearing some unique rated armor. They could deal blows to the advanced creatures to some extent. Damn! Is he the dungeon master? Kim Yong-woo's body trembled. Yes, they could deal with the number of creatures gathered here. However, there was one person. He had a strong presence and commanded the creatures. Long, sharp nails. Teeth that were reminiscent of a wolf. He was terrifying in battle as he grabbed an Awakened and destroyed them. An entirely different class, they weren't his opponent. The twin head ogres were difficult, but he was on a completely different level. It made sense if he was the dungeon master. But still, it was beyond common sense. Cough. Line up. Don't give, ack. He couldn't be seen. An afterimage. He came close to them in the blink of an eye. Kill him. Just kill him. The quick-witted awakened soon noticed that he was the king of the dungeon. In the end, they were no match. Some attacks were successful, but they were stopped at the level of the clothes. In contrast, the awakened were torn apart by his nails. What should we do? What to do? Kim Yong-woo fell into a state of panic. Too strong. Despite being prepared, in reality they couldn't do anything against him. How many people needed to be sacrificed to catch him? 1,000? 10,000? His spirit became dull at the thought. One thing was for certain, everyone in the dungeon might be wiped out. They would become victims of the creatures. Ag! Nuna! Yoon-hai's side was grazed. She quickly used electric current to buy some time. Edward was aware of the situation and aimed his sword. But he could only swing it a few times. Edward had his chest pierced and collapsed to the ground. Cough. The two most prominent people in Heaven's Will. It was fortunate that they weren't instantly killed. Of course, it was only a matter of time at this rate. No. Kim Yong-woo pulled out his sword. They were the main backbone of devil hunters. His power was lower than theirs, and they would be the center of Heaven's will in the future. He couldn't lose them here to the creatures. The dungeon master gave a cold laugh. He stretched out his nails and tried to take the lives of the two people lying on the ground. And, just before he killed them. Qua are you wrong? In the dungeon, a thunder dragon poured down. Asterisk. Tens of thousands of people had entered the dungeon. They had divided into groups with their own goals, and only a few thousands remained alive at best. Survival? It was a ridiculous thought. The creatures were persistent. It was impossible to deal with them even if the groups combined. After some large-scale battles, some guilds and the Black Society left the battlefield. Some felt there was no hope and retreated from the dungeon. Dog scum! The remaining awakened felt nauseous. In the end, they used the people following them as shields. The Black Society deliberately left the battlefield to climb up the dungeon. They intended to monopolize all the benefits before disposing of the remaining creatures. A tacit agreement. However, those were just words. In reality, the awakened couldn't help feeling resentment. They had varying nationalities and just met, so they couldn't trust each other. It was a mere formal procedure. The awakened from different countries were like cats and dogs. The soldiers also moved according to their own benefit. This division made them vulnerable. At first glance, it seemed like the battlefield was tilting towards one side. The largest contributor to this was naturally the dungeon master. Overwhelming strength. He seemed like a god. The awakened tried to step back but were too late. The creatures surrounded them from every direction. They should have escaped from the beginning, just like some guilds and the Black Society, but there was no more hope. Each of the awakened could feel it. The situation was urgent and they would soon be wiped out. Only screams could be heard as they lost hope. Help me. The sharp nails tore apart bodies. His eyes were dark and relaxed hands clutched the weapon. Little by little, things were tipping to the dungeon master's side. There was no way to reverse this. Chwahahak. All of the awakened felt despair. At that moment, someone rushed through the creatures from the direction of the dungeon entrance. A red spear tore through the creatures. Krasla. He quickly squeezed through dozens of creatures. What was going on? That question was in everyone's eyes. But the doubts didn't last long. This was a critical situation. There is a breach. The problem remained about whether to fight or retreat. Retreat. Fall back. The soldiers were the first to leave. They verified that the strength of the opponent was too much. The soldiers were more concerned about getting away from Saudi Arabia. The guilds from other countries also started stampeding away. The person wielding the spear was strong, but that was it. It wasn't enough to revive the dying hope. They were lacking something in their chests. But there was no escape. The Koreans in the front. The wounded. A few guilds. They were abandoned. The light had completely disappeared, and in its place was death. However, Dubiak. A man holding a sword. Wearing a black, half-skull mask. He made his way to the center. The area around him seemed to be blurred by a strange haze, and he drew the attention of everyone around him. As every eye turned towards him, the man raised his hand. Chiik. Qua are you wrong? At the same time, lightning swallowed up the dungeon master. Asterisk. Yuunhai's mouth gaped open. The current situation was beyond her understanding. A familiar appearance. He was wielding the sword, but it was still unbelievable. Captain Nim. She couldn't say it properly because of the deep cuts. But Yuunhai saw it. She clearly saw it. She wasn't mistaken. His whole body might be blurred, but she couldn't forget that proud stance. A man that appeared whenever there was despair. In the past, he was the rising star of Heaven's Will and Yuunhai's guide. After his death at the hands of the creatures, Heaven's Will had held a crisis meeting of how to handle it. As well as, Yuunhai had some serious problems regarding it. Randalph Brigzeal. He died. Everyone thought he was dead. He was seriously injured and dragged into the dungeon with the angel. Yuunhai believed in him, but he didn't come out alive. She cried while holding the memorial service. More than a year had passed since Randalph Brigzeal became her leader. The only person she would follow. Since then, she was always expanding the horizon of her limitations. A man who always disappeared then suddenly reappeared. Deep in her heart, she always thought he would return. But she had dismissed it as a delusion every time the thought entered her head. Then, he returned. He came here alive. Once again when everyone was in trouble. When their lives were at risk. He once again showed up with a blasé face. Yuunhai couldn't see half his face, but she could imagine it. He would be coldly smiling. He would address all problems like it was exciting. Take this. It is a very precious potion, but Master commanded me to pass it to you. Treat the child next to you. Krasla, holding the red spear, was suddenly next to her. She only saw him a few times as he always followed the captain. He passed her a potion that had small leaves floating in it. The finest potion made using the leaves from the tree of origin. It was slightly weaker than an elixir, but it had excellent recovery abilities. It could heal a person even if only half the body was alive. Yuunhai accepted the potion. She treated Edward first. Edward's status was a lot worse than hers. She poured the potion and the wounds healed in the blink of an eye. An instant effect. She turned her head with surprise. Is there a way to win? That isn't worth answering. Krasla turned his body. He joined the battlefield. It was cruel, but that cruelty was already like an answer. That's right. Isn't it obvious that there is a way to win? There was a smile on Yuunhai's face. She didn't feel any more pain after pouring the potion on her wound. Frankly, she had been having a hard time. No matter how hard Li Jihai tried, it was impossible to fill his shoes. Confidence came flooding in. Thank you for being alive. Asterisk. You. Pakin Griali's eyes widened. It seemed like he recognized Krasla and I. There was no significant correlation. In this situation, I had taken measures to prevent my identity from leaking. I arranged my powerful creatures around the dungeon. By now, they had probably reached the top floor of the dungeon. The guardian protecting the dungeon core would be simple to handle. The humans were an issue, but this would be a one-time experience. Pakin Griali's power was no match for me. After processing Pakin Griali, I would also need to deal with Kim Yongwoo. The humans had withdrawn like it was low tide. There were only a few remaining here. Half of them were South Koreans. Although I couldn't completely block their mouths, it was possible to conceal the situation. Of course, not all of them would be able to survive. It has been a while. I laughed coldly. I wore a rare grade ring called Strange Echoes that distorted the sound in the environment. In other words, not many of the people here would be able to guess who I was. So I didn't need to worry about the conversation being heard. Schwack. I brandished wrath. Pakin Griali narrowly missed getting injured and said, "Why are you here? No, why are you helping the humans? I don't know what you are talking about. My purpose for coming here is only you." Pakin Griali. Their hands didn't stop moving. Nails scraped against a sword in a situation that seemed equal. But there was a difference in their expressions. Pakin Griali frowned and said, "You are aiming for me? Ha! How funny. You are still drunk on the glory of the past and aren't aware of your position. Right now, you are my food." I opened mind's eye. The status window soon surfaced in front of me. Name, Pakin Griali. Occupation Demon Duke, Dungeon Master, Title * King of Wolves, XU, Agility and Strength +4. * Slaughterer, XU, Agility and Strength +4. Stats. Strength 87, +8, Intelligence 75. Agility 79, +8, Stamina 72. Magic Power 78. Potential, 390 +16/500. Uniqueness, the Master of Griali, the Barren Land of Wolves. Skill, The Last Wolf, Epic, Revival, XU, Viciousness, U. Relative comparison. Pakin Griali. Strength 95, Intelligence 75, Agility 87, Stamina 72, Magic 78, Potential, 390 +16/500. Randalph Brigzeal. Strength 95, Intelligence 81, Agility 90, Stamina 85, Magic 96, Potential, 396 +51/500. Pakin Griali had quite a steep growth compared to before. His titles and skills also increased. But I still had superior total strength. Thanks to the Emperor's sword stimulating the heart of the Hell Monarch, I gained 2 points in intelligence and a further 2 points from drinking the potions made by the leaves of the Tree of Origin for a month. Therefore, I wasn't lacking in intelligence. That is just casual talk. Come, I will show you the proper Pakin Griali. His body started to change. The Last Wolf, Epic, skill was activated. GRRRRR. Soon Pakin Griali had turned into a 3-meter blue wolf. A dignified presence that filled the area. I pulled out one more sword. It was the radiantly shining Emperor's sword. Although I wasn't familiar with dual swords, the Ego sword was steady in my hand. It felt like the sword was waking up in my hands. The option attached meant it could never be destroyed. It would keep stimulating the heart of the Hell Monarch the more I used it. So now I used it in conjunction with Wrath. You are a good opponent to practice against. I violently collided with the wolf Pakin Griali. 2 swords in my hands. I had no constraints. The fight was over. Krosla was helping the awakened against the incoming creatures. Some people felt hope and started to become more active. Thanks to that, I was able to relax and enjoy the fight against Pakin Griali. A Grand Duke was needed. A mere Duke wouldn't be able to beat me. A message window flashed. Great achievement! Duke Pakin Griali's dungeon has been destroyed. 1 residual point has been awarded. 1,500,000 points will be paid. 1,100 achievement points will be added. My creatures had succeeded in destroying the dungeon core. The barrier was already destroyed, so the dungeon was useless. It would take too long to recover. It was only a matter of time before it was the target of other demons or humans. Investing in it would just damage me. Gore! Pakin Griali panicked. He placed his most powerful creatures near the dungeon core, so he never imagined it would fall so easily. Kwang! Quakwang! The dungeon started to crumble. Rocks fell from the ceiling and threatened everyone. But I was still pushing against Pakin Griali. Gruang! I didn't try to escape. In fact, this situation was rather nice. I would be driven to extreme limits while fighting Pakin Griali, so it was an invaluable experience. Pakin Griali. This will be your grave. It was time to end this. Kwang! Pakin Griali collapsed. He lost his leg and his heart was stabbed. The wolf features started disappearing, but his body was already dead. Great achievement! The hunt of Duke Pakin Griali has succeeded. 1 residual point has been awarded. 1,500,000 points will be paid. 1,100 achievement points will be added. He received the same achievements for destroying the dungeon core. Then Krosla cut off Pakin Griali's head with his spear. It was a contingency measure against advanced healing. The severed head rolled across the ground. HRMM. My condition wasn't okay. Krosla's body was also a wreck. My stamina was a little low and there were multiple wounds in several areas. I pushed myself to the limits while fighting Pakin Griali. I wanted to practice dual swordsmanship, so I had pushed myself. My technique would rise in more dangerous situations. This was my own belief learned from the battlefields in my past. Captain Nim. Members of Heavens will, including Yu Unhai and Kim Yongwoo, came up to me. The people from other guilds were also slowly moving to their feet. However, I held out a hand and stopped them. Ah! White, Black, the other saber tigers and the Spartoi appeared at that moment. The remaining humans were forced to freeze. I was injured. All the awakened also had serious injuries. They judged that it would be impossible to fight in this state. I moved while holding my dual swords. And I stood in a position to save my guild members. The standoff lasted a few moments. Soon after, the creature's claws and fangs took the lives of some awakened. We have to help them. Stay back. There will be greater damage if we move in. I blocked Yuunhai before she could run out. She bit her lips but stopped moving. She needed to think objectively, or it was highly likely she would lose her life. In the end, Yuunhai could only stand back with tight fists. After a while, the creatures left the dungeon. Great. I nodded. This was also part of my plan. It was better to have fewer witnesses. I had killed a duke. Of course, this story leaking still wouldn't cause significant problems. I was already a symbol, and now I had resurrected during the dungeon destruction event. It was evident from Qin Yongwu's face. Thanks to this, my name would spread a little further. Quickly. Time is running out to leave the dungeon. Kururung. The dungeon was slowly collapsing. The rest of the guild followed behind me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, Party 1. Chapter 109, Party 1. Heaven's Will. Located in the heart of Gangnam, it was truly the best guild in South Korea. No one could disagree with this. Kim Yongwoo's eyes were teary. He had all sorts of worries while attacking the dungeon in Saudi Arabia, but they were now gone. He had returned. These words were enough. Captain Nim. Warwick. Yuunhai hugged me as soon as the plane descended. She had been quiet for the last few days, but that stopped the moment she stepped foot on South Korean soil. I stayed still and looked around. Everybody was looking at me with a curious expression. There were a number of reporters requesting an interview, but I ignored them. The atmosphere was quiet as they waited for me to speak. Guildmaster, I will return for a talk. I could see the reporters preparing to write in advance. Therefore I only spoke quietly to Kim Yongwoo. I look forward to it. Kim Yongwoo gave a huge smile. He originally had to defend his position with a dignified attitude, but now life was good. I didn't mind. Edward Windsor, who was quietly standing behind Yuunhai, said, "This is the last time. I won't forgive you if you make Nuna cry one more time. You've developed a lot of affection in the meantime. Nuna is my benefactor. I will give my life to her. I was the one who saved him, but didn't Yuunhai nurse him back to health?" I started laughing. Am I not welcome? It is better than nothing. As long as Eunhai Nuna laughs. Edward gazed at Yuunhai admiringly. Edward's beginning and end seemed to be Yuunhai. He won't be able to escape. In a nutshell, Edward was forced to follow me as long as Yuunhai did. Over time, his obsession with her would just deepen. One of the 10 mighty heroes in the future had fallen. I didn't need to worry about him becoming an unexpected obstacle. As long as the growth rate wasn't bad, he would be able to face a higher level of creatures in the next 3 years. Please be prepared. There is a lot of work in the world these days. This is only the first dungeon destroyed. Kim Yongwoo said playfully. Lee Ji-hai sighed. It will be hard to rest in the next few months. We should take today as an opportunity for a break. I deliberately told the reporters to leave so that we could rest. The other raid members stretched out and exclaimed. Wah! Home. Bed. I want to eat my mother's stew. A private bus to carry the people arrived. Yuunhai was still stuck to me like gum as I boarded the bus. The jealousy in Edward's eyes became much stronger. I didn't bother stopping it. But I had to remove her by force after arriving at Gangnam. I want to keep hugging you. Yuunhai tearfully protested. Tomorrow. We'll see. You aren't going to disappear tomorrow? I had left them too frequently. The bus stopped and Kim Yongwoo was waiting for me. Yuunhai wasn't concerned despite everyone staring at her. That won't happen for a while. Are you sure? Trust me. Hu Hung, I don't believe you. Promise with your finger. Tomorrow. I walked out while ignoring her finger. Kim Yongwoo laughed as Yuunhai shouted louder. You really have to come tomorrow. Don't disappear again without telling us. Or else I will burn your badge. The next day, there was a wall of humans outside the guild house. Numerous reporters. It was to celebrate the return of a hero. and there was a crowd of awakened who knew about my resurrection. But I didn't show my face to them. There were some personal details that I kept secret. I always wore a half-skull mask outside, so Kim Yong-woo also paid a lot of attention to security. However, I couldn't just ignore them. There was an intense curiosity about how I managed to come back from the dungeon alive. I had a private interview with a reporter that was revealed to the public. The interview was taped and broadcasted by the stations, embroiling South Korea in a huge storm once again. Hello. Please introduce yourself. I am the captain of the raid group Devil Hunters that belongs to Heaven's Will, Randalph Brigzeal. It is a pleasure to meet Captain Randalph Nim. Then I'll get straight to the point. Several months ago, the angels emerged in creatures gathered in South Korea. I heard that Randalph Nim received a large injury from the creatures and was dragged into the dungeon. Is that true? That's right. I was dragged into the dungeon along with the angel. It is amazing. Can you tell me what happened afterwards? I met the dungeon master. Yes. I met the dungeon master. Are you talking about the woman with long ears that appeared with the monster wave? That's right. The dungeon master was very curious and healed me. She directly healed you? It is true. She is strong but was bored waiting on the top floor. Therefore, she hoped that I would relieve some of that. I would have died if left untreated. I remember. The words of the dungeon master spread throughout the country. At that time, Randalph Nim's attack was a huge issue. Then the angel that came with you. The dungeon master isn't good. She came up with a devilish way to corrupt the angel. My body trembled as I saw the scene. A fallen angel, ha! It is unbelievable. Did anything special happen? I was able to explore the dungeon. Is that really possible? The dungeon master gave you permission? That's right. But it was up to the 15th floor. The creatures became stronger and the terrain changed as I climbed higher. In some cases, I found ridiculously powerful treasures compared to those downstairs. The top floor is the 31st floor. The dungeon master seems to be very interested in the affairs of humans. Wait a minute. Isn't the dungeon master controlling the creatures? It is impossible to control them all. And they might be helpful to the further growth of the awakened. Perhaps, a monster wave will occur in the near future. Things are becoming more bleak. Did she mention what she wants from us humans? Increase our strength, and handle the other dungeons. The dungeon master hopes for the level of the awakened to rise. Beyond that, I don't know. But the dungeon master is very strict. She gave me one last warning. A chance like this won't happen again. I don't know how far you can grow. Even now, the average citizens see the awakened as Superman. Climb the dungeon. That road is faster than anything else. And, the dungeon core is a powerful weapon. Think of this as a chance. Ah, I heard that Saudi Arabia's dungeon also collapsed. Heaven's Will and Randalph Nim contributed a lot to it. I've never heard of a dungeon core. It contains the magic power that maintains the dungeon. We searched for it the day after killing the owner, but there were no signs of the dungeon core. Wait. So the dungeon master in Saudi Arabia was killed? That's right. Of course, I wasn't alone. It wouldn't have been possible without the help of others. That's why some of the awakened died. Yes, that is regrettable. In particular, none of the awakened from China seem to have survived. They were surprised in the middle. It can't be helped. Everyone gathered there was different. Our deepest sympathies. But if it was possible to destroy Saudi Arabia's dungeon then, here in South Korea. That is impossible. South Korea's dungeon master is different. I don't even dare think of wielding a sword against her. Every dungeon master has different traits. It is still monumental. One of the 72 dungeons has been destroyed, so humanity finally has hope. If every awakened grows quickly, then it will be possible to protect the peace on Earth. These are trials. Trials to make humans grow. Thank you for the good words. And thank you for your time today. This was the end of the interview. It lasted approximately 5 minutes. But the duration didn't matter. It contained a lot of information. The captain of Devil Hunters was now the symbol of resurrection. The dungeon floors, fallen angels, monster wave, and existence of the dungeon core. All of this was amazing. The interview flowed all over the world. At the same time, the world's giants started to move. Their eyes were headed towards South Korea. *****. A half-dungeon core. It was broken due to White, but the light showed that there was still some concentration of magic power. The fairy had gone back to its original nature. I left the half-dungeon core with the best blacksmiths. The Dwarf Blacksmith Guild, blacksmith frequently made goods for humans. This belonged to a duke, so only unique or even exceptional unique great items can be made from the dungeon core. Rather, it is better to use this politically. This was the result of several calculations. In particular, the weapons would be used to strengthen Kim Yong-woo and Heaven's Will. There was no one using exceptional unique, XU, weapons among the humans. It was likely that an astronomical sum would be spent for them. I turned my eyes to the outside. Oh, I can't go out. This is really frustrating. Yu Eunhai slumped down. The reporters in the last few days were to blame. Therefore she was stuck in the guildhouse. Any member that went out there would be engulfed by the curious humans. Go away. It is too hot. Ah, Captain Nim is good. I wouldn't be able to walk through so many brutes. I will be honest. Yu Eunhai was strongly attached to my side. She was more aggressive after I returned back alive. The person who would be called Lightning Queen in the future. There was also the bonus of making the indifferent Edward Windsor annoyed. That's right, isn't there a party today? Are you wearing a suit? There was a huge guild party scheduled to take place this evening. It had occurred a few times, but this was the first time I was participating. It was expected that the guild masters and other important figures would attend. Yu Eunhai continued to babble like a sparrow. I've made a lot of money in the meantime. I'll give some to you. How about it? There is no need. I don't be like that. You're coming, yes? You are the only one who can make the reporters move. I wouldn't even be able to move 200 without you. I didn't bother with a lot of words. Kim Yong-woo had already grabbed the back of my neck. A suit. I didn't have a lot of time to find one due to the dungeon. I lightly nodded and stood up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Party 2. Chapter 110, Party 2. At that time, the creatures that left on the expedition returned. White entered the dungeon with a weary countenance. But he was still asked about the spoils by Yi-hee. An unusual creature. Vast amounts of magic power that couldn't be seen anywhere else. A very good master. Even White was completely subservient. Why is this flesh so small? Yi-hee asked White with a frown. He was only the size of a fist, but he was clearly infinite flesh. The reduced infinite flesh was wriggling around. He looked like a slime. Pant. White was playing with the flesh. Then Yi-hee shouted. GG. White. Don't bite him. White placed the flesh back on the ground. Yi-hee was worried. She didn't know what to do with this one. He was smaller, so didn't look as dangerous as he did in the past. His power was weakened, so he didn't seem able to put up much resistance. This isn't a problem that Yi-hee can determine the answer to. I will ask Master when he comes back. Yi-hee's became more thoughtful after changing into an origin fairy. But her nature still hadn't changed. I will play with him until then. Yi-hee. Yi-hee gave an even smile and started poking the flesh. ******. Yu Eunhai dragged me to a store selling formal wear and started using me as a mannequin. Ah, this looks cool. Shall we try one more change? It is already the 5th one. At first I had suffered through it, but now I couldn't see any end. Yu Eunhai was looking at me like I was an appetizing piece of meat. However, it wasn't tiring for the store employees. Guest Nim. I think that Guest Nim's ratio fits well with this striped suit. Omo. That is totally my taste. Captain Nim, change quickly. Come on. Or what about this navy suit? Don't you have good sense? I love everything you bring. If you just wear this once. I was tired. Especially of the female employees. I gave a small sigh as I tried on the clothes. It was rare for demons to socialize with humans, but it suited my purpose to fit in with them. In addition, I had never been to a party. I was ignorant about human parties. In this situation, it would be wiser to follow someone else. Yu Eunhai showed similar behavior every time I wore a suit. Good job. She gave a thumbs up. The staff also looked at me with admiration. I was considered handsome to both demons and humans, so I was familiar with such gazes. It was inconsequential to me. I was only freed after trying on 20 suits. Ah, all of them are my favorites. What do you think? Yu Unhai gazed at all the suits. But she only worried about it for a short time. Yu Unhai gave up and said, "Ah, I don't know. Let's just get all of them." "Isn't that excessive spending?" I asked Yu Unhai. "Captain Nim, I have a lot of money. There is enough for 3 generations, so I can spend this much. Don't worry." Right. This was what she earned by putting her life at risk. Yu Unhai was one of the strongest members of Heaven's Will. It was natural that she would rake in money. She took care of creatures around the world. Due to that, the good treatment that she received soared. I was convinced as the laughing Yu Unhai headed for the cash register. How should I calculate it? A lump sum. What about shipping? Can you deliver it by 6 tonight? Gangnam. Of course. I'll express send it. Then the shipping, please send it here. She didn't give the address to the Heavens Will Guildhouse. I was confused and asked, "Isn't that the cafe I rented the other time? I bought the building a month ago." Yu Unhai casually replied. The cafe was a place where the raid group members could gather. It was easier to purchase it. I was a little concerned about her spending. When I first met Yu Unhai, she lived a simple life. The fact that she bought an entire building was a remarkable change. Any man who marries me will be truly blessed. I am young, pretty and have some abilities. Yu Unhai playfully said. I ignored her and said, "Let's go now." Yu Unhai just laughed like she expected the answer and nodded after glancing at the clock on the wall. Come to think of it, there is no time. We need to buy shoes. Don't they need to match the suit? The shopping trip wasn't over yet. Asterisk. We hurriedly returned to the guild after a 4-hour shopping trip. An amazing sight at first glance. A mansion with a big yard. A few raid members were watching with gaping mouths. This was where the party was taking place. There were dozens of guards at the entrance to strictly monitor admittance. But I already received an invitation from the leader and could easily pass through the entrance. What, it is so big. How much money do you need to live in a house like this? You will never know. I am still developing, no one knows how far I might develop. Just watch. Li Jihai and Yu Unhai were slightly overwhelmed by the sight. Spacious grounds that were at least 1,000 pyong. There was only one house, but it was the size of a mansion. People were walking past manicured lawns. Gardeners had also trimmed unfamiliar trees. Please be careful not to leave the path. A female receptionist who was guiding us said. We couldn't step off the path onto the grass. Kim Yongwoo, Yu Unhai, and Li Jihai following behind her flinched and tried to make themselves smaller. Despite being the guild master of Heaven's Will, he still wasn't familiar with situations like this. The only ones who weren't affected were me and Kim Tae-hwan. Kim Tae-hwan. He was a strong member of the guild and had a friendly relationship with Kim Yongwoo. I didn't have a bad impression of him after the advice he gave me. Simple. The scale of this party was extraordinary. The chairman of the huge Ilsung group was holding it. The chairman had trembled in front of me. Of course, I didn't remember him. Yu Unhai and Kim Yongwoo had given me the information. But it was small for the richest man in the country. This mansion couldn't even compare to one of the castles that the dukes and grand dukes owned in the demon world. Why don't you take off that mask? It looks tight. Kim Tae-hwan said to me. He was wearing a casual suit that didn't fit in with the surroundings and looked extremely unhappy to be here. Don't pay attention to it. Damn, this guy is called the strongest awakened. Are you trying to give off a mysterious air? That mysteriousness will disappear if you beat me. Kim Tae-hwan shook his head. I know myself well. And you are certainly strong. Like you came from an entirely different world. I am flattered that you would say that to my face. But that is only right now. Don't think that you will stay in that spot forever. I just laughed. The gap was indisputable. He knew that he currently wasn't my opponent. However, he still didn't give up. Laying down a challenge. Soon we arrived near the building where the party was being held. Singing and laughing could be heard. Captain Nim. How about it? Am I okay? Yu Unhai was fussing with her clothes. She wore a red dress with cleavage and she looked beautiful. Not bad. My makeup? It isn't smeared? I don't know. Good. I didn't know anything about makeup. Then Yu Unhai plastered a lofty expression on her face. She had transformed into an untouchable persona after making a fuss. Have a great time. Ki-ik. The party ushers opened the door. At the same time, hundreds of eyes turned towards us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Party 3. Chapter 111, Party 3. There were some familiar faces. The guild masters of the 5 guilds. Among them was a face that I knew. Alin. The woman who led the Dambi guild. In my previous life, she had suffered serious burns from the creatures in my dungeon and kept chasing after me to her death. 2 years ago, she also failed to scout me. Alinlai was wearing a white dress and came up to me first. Nice to see you. It has been a while. Kim Yongwoo quickly shook her hand and said. Ha ha. How are you? I shouldn't lie. This year there was a lot of work. The emergence of the angels. The gathering of creatures. The monster wave. Every day was hectic. Countless awakened died and the guild suffered a considerable blow. But the Dambi guild seemed to have fared well. I was lucky. By the way, shouldn't you introduce the people behind you? She peeked at me slyly. Alan's gaze was complicated. Was it regret for missing the fish? A mixture of annoyance and self-deprecation. In many ways, she was filled with both love and hatred. I was too short-sighted. Kim Yongwoo turned to introduce me. Ahem, can you give me some time? A bald man wearing sunglasses approached. He caught my eyes and laughed. I won't fall again today. The bald man spoke in a friendly manner. I frowned slightly. Who? Oh, you don't seem to remember. I thought I gave a strong impression. It was 2 years ago, but I didn't forget. I went to scout you 2 years ago. I am Park Min-woo, leader of the Arirang Guild. Arirang Guild. It was also one of the 5 guilds. No matter how I looked, I couldn't remember him. Then another person jumped in. Omo, why are you talking among yourselves? Wavy, long hair and glamorous lips. Park Min-woo sighed as the woman in her mid-30s approached. Miss Kim. I came here first. Don't you know the order? There is an order to greet someone? Why shouldn't there be an order when doing greetings? I don't care. The woman pushed aside Park Min-woo and smiled at me. Ho ho. You are the leader of the raid group Devil Hunters? I am the master of the Surigo Guild, Kim Suk-soo. I sent you a letter 2 years ago, do you remember? Surigo was also one of the 5 guilds. I don't remember. But I still had no clue. I searched through my memories but there wasn't anything. Pink envelope, lipstick mark, love. Nothing comes to mind? If there was such a thing then it is gone. Ah, was I too intense? Kim Suk-soo moaned and slipped into the background as Kim Yongwoo exclaimed. No, what are you guys doing? Park Min-woo spoke like it was deplorable. I'm sorry but please be a little understanding. Devil Hunters is the #1 raid group in South Korea and everyone wants to meet the strongest awakened. Don't you know how rarely he is seen? Don't you have any dignity? The guild masters of the 5 guilds should maintain an order. Miss Kim, did you hear? The guild master of Heavens Will is telling us that there is an order. Kim Yongwoo's face was flushed. Somehow his expression seemed like he was used to this. Jengarang. Then the sound of a dish breaking could be heard in the middle of the party. Shay. Today's food tastes bad. Naturally all eyes were directed towards a young man who was complaining furiously. Other young people were gathered around him. However, everyone looked nervous. He broke it. Ah hiu. Yu Unhai clicked her tongue. She wasn't interested in the youth, but the mood was now tense. What is going on? Listen for a while. Yu Unhai slightly lowered her posture and talked stealthily. That young man brimming with ambition is the only child of Chairman Nim. Half a year ago, he became an awakened and used his money as a seed to start a guild. Seed? Well, it was for his own self-interest. He wanted to cause an uproar like the 5 guilds, but failed. Even today, he didn't receive an invitation. He is just trying to get attention, don't give it to him. He will just give you a headache. Okay? You absolutely can't. Yu Unhai emphasized. But I didn't understand things like this. The cool atmosphere quickly disappeared. The guests held hands with each other, danced or had conversations while sipping glasses of wine. However, my face was still stiff. Human parties are quite different from what I know. That's right. I felt goosebumps. I now knew the definition of party. I had no idea it would have such a friendly atmosphere. Basically, I had never participated in a party as a human. I didn't know, so I had let Yu Unhai lead me. I intended to follow the basic rules. But the party only involved dancing and chatting, so I was disappointed. I was born on the battlefield in the demon world. Despite being a dreary place, even the low-level demons lived well. In particular, the party held once a year was enough to be called the salvation of their lives. Captain Nim? Where are you going? Yu Unhai's eyes widened. She had wondered about my mood while the guild masters were trying to talk to me. But now I was walking forward towards the young man. South Korea's leading corporation, Ilsung Group. The chairman Sung Waijang was arrogant and only did as he pleased. His behavior seemed like there was nothing to fear in this world. The only ones in his eyes were the guild masters of the 5 guilds. He just enjoyed everything in the vicinity. I hated people like this. The original Earl Briggseel that I killed in the demon world had a similar nature. He was someone who believed in good blood. I couldn't stand people like that. He would ridicule his enemies whenever there was a fight. Yesterday I hunted the orcs alone. They were noisy and kept saying chwick chwick. I cut their throats and everything became quiet. You take. Did you really hunt orcs alone? They look scary, it would be difficult to catch them. Wah! Sung Du take. That seemed to be the young man's name. He was busy telling stories to the women surrounding him. Those guys aren't my opponent. I managed to reach the 5th floor. Understood? The 5th floor. Yes. I've heard that harpies and mud golems are found there. The Devil Hunters raid group also struggled. You take, be reasonable. What? You don't think I can catch creatures like that? Are you ignoring me now? If Devil Hunters succeeded, then I can as well. They are just lucky to become famous, but the awakened in my guild are much stronger. His inferiority complex exploded. In his words, Devil Hunters were lucky to become famous. The woman, who was sweating, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. The attention on Sung Gyutake didn't last long. All eyes were on me. Both men and women. Ah! And all the women around Sung Gyutake showed an expression of oops. All of them were well aware of the members of Devil Hunters. Even so, Sung Gyutake's back was to me as he kept on talking. There was no reason for me to tolerate it. Sung Gyutake turned his gaze towards me now that I came closer. He didn't seem to like me and spoke with a frown. What? Cough. Bam. But I didn't give him a chance. There was a short and concise sound as all eyes around me widened. The chairman's pampered son was lying on the floor with a bleeding nose. This party was in the house of Chairman Sung, so the aftermath wouldn't be small. Why? Filled their heads, but they couldn't readily ask the question. Why, you dog bastard? Sung Gyutake wiped his nose with the back of his hand and stood up. His face turned red and his right hand quickly clutched a sword. How funny. A mocking smile was on my face. As far as I knew, a party. It was a place to compete with each other in skills. One day every year. It was a day when everyone was equal in battle. I could request duels with superiors in an attempt to kill them. If a duel was refused, then they would be attacked by all the demons around them. There were bad humans, so I expected a similar scene here, only to end up disappointed. There was a small break, but now it was time to have a bit of fun. What? Is this funny? Sung Gyutake stood up with anger in his eyes. He couldn't accept such treatment. He aimed his sword at me. However, it didn't connect with anything. Pack. The blink of an eye. Sung Gyutake lost his center and collapsed. But he couldn't understand why he collapsed. He only realized I hit him in the back after feeling the intense pain. How? Sung Gyutake questioned how I got behind him before falling unconscious. Chayun. People hovered around Sung Gyutake. Sung Gyutake's guild members quickly pulled out their swords from the scabbard. We won't excuse any more acts of violence. Acts of violence, if you can't forgive it, then try and stop me. I smiled, revealing my teeth. They weren't even worth considering. There were very few strong awakened among them. It was the same for Sung Gyutake. Tension started spreading. Many people were aiming their swords at me. Even the captain of devil hunters can't deal with so many people. No? I pushed against the ground. My sword sliced through all the awakened rabble. There were dozens of them. Using only a little bit of power was sufficient. I would create a fun party atmosphere. After a while, those remaining at the party couldn't help freaking out at the scene. Dozens of awakened were kneeling. In less than 5 minutes. In addition, I still didn't look tired. Those who saw me moving for the first time had their mouths gaping open. Stop! A large number of bodyguards appeared at the entrance in order to stop the situation. And there was a bald man with a big belly in front of them. His body trembled as he saw his son, and the awakened collapsed on the ground. He urgently sent a bodyguard to check his son was still alive as anger filled his face. Who dares cause a riot like this? But he didn't take action immediately. A wise decision. Randalph. I am the captain of the raid group Devil Hunters. Tack. Kim Yongwoo slapped his forehead in the distance. The chairman formed tight fists. Your name is comparable to a celebrity these days. However, you can't act freely just because of your name. If you don't explain things properly, then you might not leave here alive. The bodyguards drew their guns from the holsters. Guns were originally illegal, but this was a different world. Now it was common for people to be in possession of a firearm. Much less Chairman Sung, who always had bodyguards with him. However, none of them would be able to hurt me. I don't like this party. What? I'm not laughing. She-ok. I took one step closer. The atmosphere became even more tense. South Korea and the world is entering the path of destruction. A large disaster that can't be compared to simple orcs will be coming soon. Yet all of you are in a luxurious mansion and only care about singing, dancing and drinking. No one even pointed out this issue. It is a deplorable charade. I clicked my tongue. My interview with the reporter had spread across the country. I also said that a monster wave would soon happen. Chairman Sung and the people here must have heard it. But people were playing around in this place. They should be busy planning operations and keeping an eye on the dungeon. This meeting was just a shell. It was absolutely useless. You don't know? Or are you pretending not to know? South Korea's power has reached a cliff. Angels appeared, creatures gathered, and there will be a monster wave in a few months. The number of awakened lost in Saudi Arabia also can't be ignored. Things will worsen over the next few months. How many safe days do you think you will have once a monster wave happens? It was apparent that many humans would die. This was a time for the officials to be tightening their belts and conserving their power. Everyone was silent. Those familiar with the situation had a gloomy expression on their faces. It was the same for the guild masters. I took one more step. There is already an insufficient amount of preparation time. There is no time to waste celebrating in a place like this. I saw signs that a monster wave is going to happen with my own eyes. The only way to stop it is to jump into the fire. I wanted people to be resolute and willing to participate, but it is disappointing. Kaya. Lightning God cried out. Everyone was overwhelmed by its shape. Many of them were surprised. Lightning Dragon. The dragon had appeared when the angels were fighting the creatures. They never imagined that it would emerge here. One last step and I stood in front of Chairman Sung. Get out of the way. I have no intention of being complacent. Asterisk. At that time, Yi-hee poked the flesh. He. Are you hiding something from Yi-hee? Thanks to becoming an origin fairy, Yi-hee could now reliably see through things. And she realized that the flesh had something hidden. Tell me. Yi-hee won't hurt you. Kuwak. The flesh continued to flinch back as he was poked. But he didn't bring out the hidden item. Bah, I'll say this. Do you really want to continue keeping it from Yi-hee? Yi-hee pledged to tear the flesh apart as she went back to the Tree of Origin. She intended to seek the opinion of the dungeon master, but he was long gone. Therefore she got a sharp root from the Tree of Origin. I'll say this right now. Yi-hee. This will hurt a little bit. Kumdul. The flesh instinctively perceived the threat to his life and moved quickly. But it wasn't enough. Flesh. You should have brought it out. This isn't Yi-hee's fault. Yi-hee was grasping a sharp root. She intended to split apart the flesh to find the hidden item. Poke! Yi-He gave a cruel smile and pierced the heart of the flesh with the root. But she couldn't separate the flesh. A bright light poured out from the area where the root pierced the flesh. Wayak! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Infinity Armor, 1. Chapter 112, Infinity Armor, 1. What is this? The light immediately disappeared. Yi-He was scared but hurriedly regained her stability. She grumpily kicked the nasty flesh, only to hurt her toes. She frowned as she rolled and examined the flesh from every direction. It only took a little bit to realize that his form had changed. He absorbed the root. The sharp and solid root. The light was from the flesh absorbing it, and now the changes were obvious. The flesh had used it as a source of magic power. Flesh. Are you angry with Yi-He? Yi-He's conscience was pricked and she released the flesh. Before there was wonderful elasticity as she poked it, but now it was extremely hard. The rigid body was like he was angry. It didn't work. It isn't fun. Duck. Yi-He kicked the rigid flesh. Yeah. Obviously she got a sore foot. Yi-He rolled around on the ground. Despite doing the same thing just seconds before, Yi-He hadn't learned. Hying, I'm not playing with you. Yi-He cried out and flew off to harass the bees. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stein. The elder of the dwarves assigned to the 7th floor of the dungeon. He was now heading towards the 15th floor with some sturdy dwarves. Elder Stein Nim. Will we get some good roots this time? Get rid of the anxiety in your voice. We aren't going to beg. But, we aren't dark elves. Frankly, I feel a little uncomfortable facing them. Bah, we just have to ignore them since Dungeon Master commanded us to get the roots. And the Tree of Origin didn't grow here due to chance. It is all thanks to the greatness of Dungeon Master. Stein had an upright character. The dwarves and elves were enemies. Their mood darkened every time they met. However, the roots from the Tree of Origin were a very good material. The dwarves could quickly improve their skills making decent armor, and they could boost their reliability with the Dungeon Master. It was important to obtain the roots of origin. But they always needed to negotiate with the Dark Elves for the roots. It was ludicrous and absurd. They wouldn't even be able to see them if it wasn't for Dungeon Master. Stein laughed and then snorted. We are productive dwarves. On the other hand, they just grow a few plants. We can do at least that much. In many ways, we can be considered proxies of the Dungeon Master. They'll see soon. Right now the woman called Crisley is handling the roots, but that will soon change. Once the Dwarf King is born, we will be in the top position in the dungeon. That's right. I will be waiting eagerly for that day. A sturdy young dwarf replied. The thought of having the authority of a dungeon master caused them to be thrilled. After walking through the forest for a while, Stein frowned. By the way, no one came to greet us, such lazy bastards. Isn't that their original nature? TSK. This is why the Dark Elves, eh? Stein was spitting when he suddenly cocked his head. There was something sparking in the bushes. The dwarf poked it with a foot and revealed what it was. This. A metal sheet. Stein touched it, patted it, brought the metal plate to his ear and other actions. Elder Nim. What is it? A material I've never seen before. I can't feel any magic power from it. I'll have to hammer at it. The eyes of the young dwarf shone. Will Elder Nim work on the metal? Of course. Rather, there is a lot I don't know about it. Stein didn't have the inherent knowledge of all metals that the Dwarf King was born with. He had no choice but to study. But it was so interesting. It is unusual. Like something that has just been born into this world. In his hand was the newly born, unidentified metal. Just imaging the results caused his heart to be excited. Asterisk. Kong. Stein sat in front of a hearth and hammered it. It had already been 40 hours, during which he repeated the same action without any food or drinks. A great metal. I never thought there would be a metal like this in the world. Stein had accidentally picked up a metal he had never seen before. An unexplained metal that seemed to come from myth or legends. Every time it is broken, it just returns to its original position. Its ability to maintain its original properties is very strong. The second thing was its solid nature. So changing the form itself was very difficult. I will make an armor. An armor that the world has never seen. He didn't know why he wanted to make armor. It just seemed like he had to make armor. He felt like that. Kong. Stein poured all his skills into it. He never looked away and spent dozens of hours without sleep. A hammer was constantly beating down on an anvil in the hottest world. He did not stop. His muscular body slowly shrank. It was like his life was literally being carved away. A superhuman mentality and obsession. But little by little, the metal was being shaped. His eyes were kept open by excitement. 3 days, 4 days, a week. The dwarves were worried, but Stein banned them from entering his workshop. Once this was completed, it would be his masterpiece. He didn't want to be disturbed. After approximately 10 days, the form of the armor started to gradually take shape. Stein's body and spirit gradually eroded as the work progressed. Saliva dripped. His eyes were full of blood. His white hair and beard were growing. His hands didn't stop moving. Stein willingly became a slave to the metal. He kept working the metal. The long march finally ended after a month. This thing is mine. It can't be given to anyone else. Greed filled his eyes as he grabbed the armor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The party ended due to the storm I caused. Kim Yongwoo's hands and mouth were always busy moving. Time passed quickly and my daily business didn't change much. Of course, there wasn't anything specific. I primarily trained Yu Eunhai and Edward. Krosla mainly trained Edward, while I made sure Yu Eunhai could handle the property of lightning. The way you use it with the sword is still a little stiff. Right? I'm not used to it even when I repeat the movements over and over. I'll teach you a way. Do I need to take off my clothes? There is no need. Really? Yu Eunhai smiled like a cat. Unlike in the past, there was no need for direct skin contact to induce growth. I placed my hand on Yu Eunhai's abdomen and sent a strong electric current. Yu Eunhai's body twisted, but she endured it. The current flowing was strongly stimulating her erogenous zones. Other people would be turned inside out, but Yu Eunhai had received the blessing of the lightning spirit. The electric current naturally moved inside Yu Eunhai. I then slowly moved her hand holding the sword. Moving the energy of others was very delicate work. Intense concentration was needed. Master. Something big has happened. A dwarf has gone crazy. Ag. My concentration broke. The wild current made Yu Eunhai leap. Fortunately, nothing dangerous happened. Why did you do that? Wait a minute. I stood up. At the same time, I contacted Yihi. Yihi. What is going on? Yihi isn't sure. The dwarf elder is wearing flesh. He isn't listening to Yihi, he is just trying to absorb the tree of origin. The griffin collapsed in Gigantes is blocking him, but he can't hold out forever. Stein. Wearing flesh? He turned flesh into an armor. What should I do? Yihi is afraid, master. Flesh could only refer to infinite flesh. But didn't infinite flesh die at Pekin Briali's dungeon? He had somehow returned alive and was now disguised as armor. Yihi's voice was extremely pitiful. It was to the extent that I could almost see Yihi trembling. The griffin collapsed. I pressed a hand against my forehead. The griffin was a high-class creature. Despite it being in the lowest tier, it still took a lot for it to collapse. In addition, even Gigantes was struggling. The griffin and Gigantes were the strongest creatures I had. Krosla, Crisley and White were strong, but they couldn't compare. Hold on. I am coming now. I realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately moved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Infinity Armor, 2. Chapter 113, Infinity Armor, 2. Stein, no, Greed was hungry. He was thirsty. His greed had been awakened. Absorbing that thing seemed to make his hunger decrease a little bit. Greed moved forward like a thirsty person seeking a well. However, it wasn't that easy. There were too many blocking him. You can't pass. A large bird and a giant. Greed didn't like them. He didn't understand why they were blocking him, but he had to get past them. The battle with the giant was fierce. The big bird was tricky because it had a strong offense. The armor suffered many blows that broke it. However, it was able to quickly regain its original shape. It was an infinite power. This was the true reality of greed. Gigantes was powerful, but that was all. Greed couldn't be beaten with simple power. Quararung. There was a violent collision. Gigantes was surprisingly pushed back. Cough. Blood flowed from Gigantes' mouth. The eyes of everyone watching the battle were shocked. The dark elves and dwarves gathered and were prepared to attack. They couldn't allow him to pierce through. Crisley, who was in the center, raised her wand. There was the Lich, Spartoy and White, but they wouldn't be able to win against such a tireless existence. They were filled with tension with every step Greed took. Soon Greed was only a short distance away. How funny. This is very interesting. The true master of the dungeon revealed himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It had been alarming. Something unintended had occurred inside my dungeon. It was very unpleasant and I needed to resolve it promptly. I moved to the 15th floor using the magic circle, and there were falling creatures everywhere. It was like a typhoon had blown past. Someone had exerted an overwhelming force in the surrounding environment. And, I curiously examined the griffin that was lying on the ground. Fortunately, it was still alive, but I could determine the combat capabilities of the opponent through the injuries. It is good that the griffin has high health. It was a high-class creature. It was shallow, but the griffin was definitely still breathing. I urgently poured a potion on the griffin's injuries. It should be able to hold on for half a day. I needed to resolve this situation first. Infinite flesh. Stein. What happened? Questions were still running through my head. It was surprising that Infinite Flesh was still alive and was raising trouble while attached to Stein. I didn't know the reason. The only way was to verify it directly. Soon the dungeon started shaking. I heard a crashing sound at the same time. A battle was happening right in front of me. I walked quickly and was able to witness the scene of Gigantes collapsing while vomiting blood. Ha! Gigantes, who was confident in a 1:1 fight, was completely defeated. I swallowed my saliva. At that moment, the dwarf Stein walked forward wearing a black armor. The armor was very unusual. It was carved with the image of a snake with a wide open mouth like it was roaring. Dark magic power was emanating from it and completely eating Stein's mind. I immediately knew the cause after using Mind's Eye. Name: Infinity Armor, running wild. Description: an armor filled with endless greed. The source is a branch from the tree of origin, but the blacksmith was lacking skills and couldn't properly purify it. In order to prevent it from running wild, dismantling is necessary. Asterisk shape recovery. Attacks can be absorbed and converted to magic power. The impact of certain blows are invalidated. It is associated with the 7 sins greed and can replace it in the set. I couldn't help smiling. I didn't know how it was made, but the options were really great. It ignored some strikes and could absorb attacks to convert them into magic power. It meant that key skills could be used infinitely. It would be one of the best items in a long war. Moreover, it could replace one of the 7 sins. Infinity Armor combined with Wrath and Sloth would give him 3 pieces in the set. How funny. This is very interesting. The human party couldn't even compare. This was something that truly amused me. The damage caused wasn't within my plans, but it might be a big benefit. Only walking on a fixed path would cause a lack of stimulation. Things were likely to become stagnant or too easy. I didn't want that. Stein turned around and looked at me. His eyes were stained red. Crisley and Yeehee were nervously watching from the rear with the creatures. My smile wasn't erased as I said, "There seems to be a stir in my dungeon. The time has come for punishment. Don't stop me." Pock. Stein pushed off against the ground in order to move faster. A movement that would never be seen from a dwarf. I didn't panic and just pulled out Wrath. Chwang. The opponent was using a thick sword to carry out random attacks. Finesse was missing, he just swung. But it was powerful. A wrong hit wouldn't be good for me. Despite that, I was still smiling. The armor managed to pull such power out of Stein. I couldn't help getting excited. How could I not have fun? Let's see if it can recover the shape again after Dark Sword. But injuries made with Dark Sword couldn't be healed, so I was curious to see if the armor could repair itself. Wrath was surrounded by darkness. Tang. The armor was hard. My sword bounced off it. I laughed and took a step back while maintaining my stance. Stein entered the empty space in front of me. He was just blindly attacking. It might have worked on Gigantes, but that wasn't enough for me. I had sharpened my skills in the demon world in my previous life. Swack! Stein's left arm was cut, and black smoke wrapped around the wound in the armor. The left arm started to gradually heal. No, it wasn't. I quickly modified my thoughts. It isn't healing, haha. Creation. I realized it. He wasn't recovering. The arm was being reconstructed. It wasn't healing, so the effective dark sword wouldn't work. I felt a lot of emotions. Recovery and creation were completely different areas. Even if this was explained in the achievement store, I honestly wouldn't have believed it. The fact that the armor could recreate itself was a surprising blow. However, a huge amount of magic power will be needed for creation. I am curious about how long it can last. I had a curious nature. I wondered about what it could stop, how much it could absorb, and the recovery. Paranormal. One of the 5 blessings of paranormal, magic power plus 5 for 30 minutes has been applied. Perhaps it was my higher intelligence? Unlike before, I received good blessings more often. Wrath. High magic power, 101, has caused strength, agility, and stamina to rise by 10. Intelligence has fallen by 20, but your original pure intelligence is more than 76. Due to the unique characteristics caused by astral code, you won't be taken over by the wrath state. My strength jumped over 100. 105 was a transcendent number. My intelligence reached 91, so it finally seemed possible to use sloth. But there was no need to use it now. Wrath was enough. I was trying to dismantle the armor. I smiled towards Stein's restored left arm and said, "Do not disappoint me." Kwang. Kwang. Quararung. Wrath slashed the armor, cracks were caused in it with every hit. Stein's expression changed. His body was gradually moving away from me. Greed started to feel fear and was trying to run away. "You are an excellent blacksmith. I won't kill you. First." In fact, Stein was an influential person among the dwarves. It would be a shame to kill him. Hopefully he would be able to produce more things like infinity armor, without the problems. First, I needed to remove the armor from him. Then I would fix his improper manners. Too slow. Thanks to the wrath skill, agility had also reached over 100. No matter how fast he was, Stein wouldn't be able to escape from me. Qua! Stein eventually gave up on running and aimed his sword at me again. Once again, moves with no finesse wouldn't work against me. I raised wrath with a laugh. I gathered all my strength. Would it be able to absorb this attack? I hit the armor as hard as I could. Kwang! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stein collapsed. The armor was partly destroyed. I forced the armor off. It will recover little by little. However, the running wild status had disappeared. I once again checked the armor with mind's eye. Name, Infinity Armor, Growth. Description, an armor filled with endless greed. The source is a branch from the tree of origin, but the blacksmith was lacking skills and couldn't properly purify it. It has been dismantled, but the magic power of the user allows the infinity armor to grow. Asterisk shape recovery. Attacks can be absorbed and converted to magic power. The impact of certain blows are invalidated. Asterisk special options will develop depending on the degree of growth. It is associated with the 7 sins greed and can replace it in the set. Growth? This was the first time I had seen that. It is due to infinite flesh's skills. I was convinced. Infinity armor had been made using the flesh. I had high expectations for the skills that would be revealed as it grew. Treat Stein and clean him up. In addition, tend to the griffin as soon as possible. I understand, my dungeon master. Crisley replied respectfully. I held the armor and headed to the top floor. Great. The shape of the armor completely recovered in 2 days. A third set item. Collecting more set items would have better effects. Obtaining 2 set items didn't have much of an effect. But this was the third one. I wore the infinity armor and a message window instantly popped up. Wrath, Sloth, and Greed, 3 of the 7 sins have been collected. The relevant skills have disappeared and the new skill, Corruption, X-Epic, has been created. Corruption. I repeated it a few times and looked closely at the message window. An exceptional epic rated skill? My heart jumped quickly. I swallowed my saliva and opened the status window. Name, Randalph Brigzeal. Occupation Demon Earl, Dungeon Master, Title * Dungeon Hunter, Residual Stats +1 when occupying dungeons and hunting demons. * Indomitable Warrior, XU, all stats +2. * First to receive a fairy's blessing, U, magic power +6. * Origin Master, Epic, all stats +3. Stats: Strength 80, +15, Intelligence 86, +5. Agility 75, +15, Stamina 80, +5. Magic Power 85, +11. Potential, 406 +51/500. Remaining stat points, 7. Electric Power, 21 gigawatts. Uniqueness, Heart of the Hell Monarch has woken up. Skill, Combine Everything, U, Mind's Eye, XU, Dark Sword, XU, Divine Sword Unity, XU, Passive, Lightning Elemental, Epic, Corruption, X Epic. Before and after comparison. Strength 91, Intelligence 76, Agility 86, Stamina 84, Magic 95, Potential, 392 +40/500. Strength 95, Intelligence 91, Agility 90, Stamina 85, Magic 96, Potential, 406 +51/500. The last time I checked my status window had been after the angel eggs. My stats had increased by a lot. Among them, intelligence rose significantly due to the Emperor's Sword and the Tree of Origin. However, my eyes naturally went to the skills. Wrath and Sloth were gone and Corruption took their place. I gazed at the description of Corruption. Name, Corruption, X Epic. Description: You don't know what true corruption is. Be cautious. A short explanation that wasn't satisfactory at all. However, it gave off a striking feeling. In the end, the best way to determine the effects of corruption was to use the skill directly. It isn't possible right now. When I was taken over by Wrath, I was caught in a completely destructive state. This skill was half a grade higher, so it was likely that I wouldn't have any self-control. It was only half a step, but it was like the difference between the sky and earth. It wasn't easy to use it when the effect was unknown. Mind's Eye couldn't see the secret options. There was just a warning telling me to be careful, but I liked adventures and challenges, but there was a clear limit. I can't use it at the moment. I nodded. I shifted my attention from the armor to Yihi. Over the last 2 days, I had been too busy watching the Infinity Armor to question her. Yihi trembled as my gaze fell on her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Demon World Auction, 1. Chapter 114, Demon World Auction, 1. Why Yihi? Why are you looking at me all of a sudden? Ah, I feel hot. Yihi waved her hand in feigned ignorance. But her rigid facial expression was different from her gestures. Tell me calmly that Yihi was wrong, Hying. Yihi flew and fell on both knees before me. I would see through any excuses that she made. Yihi, who was silent, finally spoke. That white guy. He brought the flesh. So wasn't Yihi in charge? But he suddenly made me furious. Yihi didn't mean to do it. That white guy was white. I heard the story in silence. Yihi constantly moved her hand around as she explained. She had grabbed a piece of the Tree of Origin and stabbed it into the flesh. And Stein seemed to have picked the hardened flesh up afterwards. In other words, Stein accidentally picked up infinite flesh and turned him into the Infinity Armor. Yihi was really wrong. Yihi should have been careful until the end. Please forgive me, Master, Hying. She was much more sincere about apologizing than before. I just continued looking at Yihi. I often found it amazing how different her perspective was. She had a careless nature. As well as being rough and playful, she was obsessive and faithful. So Yihi was very different from me. Creative. The power to produce something new. I instinctively recognized her capabilities. No one else would have tried to stab the flesh with a branch of the Tree of Origin. Those who knew the true nature of the flesh would be afraid to even approach. Or maybe they would consider a normal procedure. She also buried the angels near the Tree of Origin. I would have thrown the corpses away or fed them to the creatures. But thanks to Yihi burying them properly, a lot of Tashmal's wariness had faded away. In addition, there were a few trivial things in her head. She has been helpful without knowing it. It could be a coincidence. However, it happened too many times to be dismissed as a coincidence. Obviously, Yihi had sinned, but I didn't know if scolding her was the right thing to do. If constraints were placed, then her creative behavior was likely to disappear. Of course, Yihi wasn't worried about this. Tell me your sins yourself. First, I would give her an option. Yi thought for a while before saying. I didn't wait for Master. No. That isn't a sin, I gave you that type of permission. Yi left the flesh alone. It is a dangerous existence that can't be left alone. That is one sin, but the greater sin still remains. A great sin. What was it? Yi's expression was busy thinking. Then Yi seemed to realize something and said. Hying, I contacted Master late. I nodded. That's right. You should have contacted me as soon as it happened. It is dangerous when I am far away. Now I see. Yi was really bad. Yi sullenly said with tears in her eyes. If this case, your error was not contacting me quickly enough. You failed to do that, so I will punish you. However, you will set the level of punishment. Yi will? Yes. Punishment and education at the same time. This was to find Yi's creativity. She would also acknowledge the mistake and not do it again. I waited as Yi contemplated for a while. After 10 minutes, Yi finally came to a decision and opened her eyes. I will be a bee for a month. A daughter of honey. I will have fun with the bees. Yi will now go to the bees. Was this a joke? No, it isn't. It wasn't a joke. A red face. Trembling bodies. Her presence itself seemed to harass the bees. I thought about handling her similar to the method with the dark elves in the past. Her idea was creative, but it wasn't really what I was thinking. 1 month is too long. The dungeon can't be left alone during that time. Yi's punishment can't be shorter. How about you spend the rest of the time helping Tashmal with the baby angels? The leaves of the Tree of Origin were a great help in growing the wings of the angels. I wondered what the effect would be if an origin fairy looked after the baby angels. I understand, Master. Leave it to Yi. Then go imitate the bees. Ah, that's right. Yi is now a bee. Wing. Yi flapped her wings very hard, trying her best to imitate the way a bee flew. She soon headed to the location of the bees. I was at a loss for words. I would check on her in a week. Asterisk. There were too many things happening. Taking over the dungeon in China, the attack of the angels, and the emergence of the cruel commander. After 3 months, a note was sent through a dimensional crack. The caller was Dubelong. It is the list of items for the Demon World auction. It had finally arrived. I smiled as I read the list. This year will be the turning point. The contents of the note were great. I checked it a few times and knew what many of the items were. The time would soon come to obtain the goods. I thought of the treasures that I would later obtain. I would use this auction to get even further ahead, so it was turning point. Once left behind here, the other demons wouldn't be able to catch up for the next 5 years. In contrast, I would gain a myriad of benefits in the next 5 years. Dubelong gave me the list due to our alliance. Ha ha. I laughed as I checked the number of points I had. The Demon World auction. The points I had last year couldn't even compare. This was important. It was to the extent that I wouldn't run out of points no matter how many things I bought. The winner would be me. At the same time, I would be painting a loser sign on the heads of the other demons. I couldn't stop laughing as I imagined the look on UPA's face. Wouldn't it be an emergency situation for him? He won't be able to stop me. Anyway, it was a fact that I would be the winner. Even if he tried something, I will greet him with a smile. He would be used as a stimulus on the path ahead of me. Asterisk. The crack was opened. The familiar gnome-shaped dark spirit welcomed me. It has been a while. He. How are you? It has been a decent year. What about the spirit world? It has been very busy. We've been trying to filter out the spies. I knew about this problem. But I didn't know about what occurred afterwards. I didn't want people to know about my relationship with Dubelong, so I acted like I had just heard the story. I asked with mock curiosity. There are spies here? He. It is ridiculous. The other elemental spirits disguise themselves as dark spirits to hassle us. Thanks to that, this auction will be very quiet. By the way, how many points have you gathered? Aren't you prohibited from directly asking? The dark spirit just laughed. Egu, I'm sorry. Please turn a deaf ear to it. It's just that the average number of points in the third year is very high. Isn't Randalph Nim our best customer? You will be a great help in increasing the average. How much? Don't be alarmed. 1.3 million. 1.3 million. I nodded lightly. The demons were catching up. There were 69 demons for a total of 89.7 million points. And I had a 22 million share of that total. In other words, it meant that the actual average was 1 million. I alone had raised the average by 300,000. In my previous life, that would be enough to buy 2 high-class 2LV creatures. Of course, there would be a severe competition over the auction goods. In some cases, it would be used as the starting point for a war. So it was important to obtain high-class creatures. High-class creatures showed off the power of the dungeon. They were hidden cards that could absolutely reverse the situation. The factions of the Grand Dukes were eager to buy top-quality creatures. There would be creatures such as a Hydra, Dragon, etc. High-class 2LV creatures. And there would be those at the same level or higher than the Griffin and Gigantes in this auction. I had clearly seen it with my own eyes. It was like Dubalong said last time. High-class 2LV creatures were now being bought in the third year. It was enough to shake the balance. I must buy them. I needed to buy the treasures, no matter how many points I had to spend. The Dark Spirit examined my expression and said, "You don't seem greatly surprised." "I am surprised. Kihi, your ability to manage your expression is very great. Don't talk nonsense. We should start moving. I will guide you. Follow me." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Demon World Auction, 2. Chapter 115, Demon World Auction, 2. This was the location where the auction items could be previewed. There was only Ariel in the first year, then quite a few demons in the second year, but now all the demons were examining the goods inside. There were some familiar faces. Grand Duke Oculus and his demons. Grand Duke UPA, there were quite a few empty positions next to him. There were exactly 68 demons if I counted. Including me, there were 69. The number of demons remained unchanged except for the ones I killed. There were no big surprises so far. But they weren't interested in me. The sound of footsteps was heard, but they didn't turn their heads once. The huge cage in the middle of the room was drawing all the attention of the demons. Ho! I think this creature was exterminated, so I don't know where they found it. On the subject of this creature, something is strange. I also felt a similar sentiment. It was admiration. I moved my gaze and looked at the creature inside the cage. She is from the Celestial Maiden clan. Or Mago. A species that mixed with the wind and manipulated storms. That was Mago. At first glance, she had the form of a woman, but wasn't as beautiful as they were known to be. She was 5 m in height and had hair that was dozens of centimeters long. She only had one eye and her breasts were flabby. But her speed and power were enough to startle the heavens and earth. And Mago had insightful eyes. In my previous life, Oculus has called her his gem of destruction. Their population was very low, so it wasn't easy to obtain them. But one of them could leave senseless devastation and thousands of corpses in their wake. It is good to see her. It was sincerely great. I smiled as I gazed into Mago's one eye. After a while, Mago suddenly started to rampage. Whining. Kwang. Kwang. A huge storm moved around Mago. However, the cage was made of a special device and didn't move an inch. Ha! Great magic power. Kaya Ak. Mago screamed. Then she shed red tears and collapsed. This state shows that the contract isn't complete. This was only the third year. The spirits weren't used to dealing with high-class creatures. It was inevitable. Mago was like a rat caught in a trap. You are mine. All the demons here were thinking that. They swallowed their saliva as they imagined owning Mago. She was a high-class 2LV creature, so they would be able to gain an advantage over the other demons. The demons had been using the time to save their strength. They couldn't let humans disrupt the balance by killing some demons. UPA, he looks impatient. I turned to look at Grand Duke UPA. The positions next to him that should have been full were quite empty. Pekin Griali was banned, but there should have been 2 more demons. However, they couldn't be seen. It was because I killed them. He didn't know the facts. Thanks to that, Grand Duke UPA's expression could easily be read. An expression that showed he couldn't relax. He showed hostility as he observed the surroundings. There was intense greed in his eyes as he stared at Mago. UPA. Don't you look a little shabby? A person with giant goat horns. Perfection didn't exist in this world, but she was a demon with the blood of the devil. Grand Duke Ariel openly laughed. The difference between her faction and UPA's was too large. UPA's expression distorted even further. Shut up, Ariel. You should hide your indignities. Hide my indignities? UPA. I don't like people planning things in secret. Indeed? It is more classy than challenging a guy. Ariel's expression changed. The challenge couldn't be avoided. So tell me that you want to fight. Although you are completely delusional and childish, isn't this the perfect moment to break our relationship? Don't be complacent. Ariel Diablo. The two of them growled at each other, revealing their teeth. They had no confidence in fighting each other, so it was just a back and forth. However, what if one of them obtained Mago? It was evident that at least Ariel and UPA would try to obtain Mago. Compared to them, Oculus and Pandemonium's desire was lacking. In particular, I couldn't understand what Oculus was thinking. Sick. Oculus made eye contact with me and smiled. He seemed to be saying I know. Oculus was relaxed. He was like this despite tasting a little bit of my power. I need to prepare. At that time, he had said. He had obtained big information in exchange for his arm. I would have to be prepared depending on the direction he went in. Oculus. Where did you sell one of your arms? Oculus' smile faded to an expressionless look as he turned around. TSK, you really lack any friendliness. The Grand Dukes were bad-mouthing each other. He was Pandemonium. He was critical as he didn't receive an answer to his question. However, Pandemonium didn't stop there. Don't you think so? Randalph Brigzeal? I don't know. I tried to suppress my heart from beating wildly. I had little contact with Pandemonium in my previous life. It was the first time he spoke to me, so it meant he accepted me to a certain degree. I had only heard stories about Pandemonium. The demons of the other factions called him very annoying and strange. He is someone who would stab a dagger quietly. I was impressed by Pandemonium and opened mind's eye. Name, Pandemonium. Occupation Demon Grand Duke, Dungeon Master, Title. Asterisk Spellbreaker, Epic, Magic Power plus 10. Asterisk Doomsday Prophet, Epic, Intelligence plus 10. Asterisk Serpent's Tongue, XU, Magic Power plus 8. Stats. Strength 80, Intelligence 82, plus 10. Agility 91, Stamina 78. Magic Power 85, plus 18. Potential, 416 plus 28/500. Uniqueness, a shaman who feeds on the dead. In the end, he developed an aura of death. Skill, Order Destruction, Epic, Unique Ward, Epic, Power of Death, Epic, Amazing Observation, U. Relative Comparison. Pandemonium. Strength 80, Intelligence 92, Agility 91, Stamina 78, Magic 103, Potential, 416 plus 28/500. Randalph Brigzeal. Strength 96, Intelligence 93, Agility 91, Stamina 85, Magic 98, Potential, 412 plus 51/500. My total stats were still higher. After gaining the Infinity Armor, my stats had slowly but steadily grown. Strength increased by 1, Agility by 1, Intelligence by 2 and Magic Power by 2. But, what was a Grand Duke? His pure abilities were very high. At that time, Pandemonium narrowed his eyes. This wily bastard. You saw something. I calmly replied. Are you deluded? My eyes aren't wrong. It is because I am a person well-versed in spells. Then I suppose you saw correctly. There was no need to quarrel. Especially if the opponent was Pandemonium. I would just become more tired from a lengthy altercation. It didn't matter if he knew that much. A mysterious guy. Tell me honestly, are you the one who touched UPA's faction? It seemed he had wanted to ask me this. At the same time, the magic power in the area changed. His unique ward, Epic, skill stretched out. It seemed to purposely block any part of this conversation from leaking. He doesn't want the other demons to hear. Information was power. Pandemonium was well aware of this. I didn't know the results, but it seemed like he had really incredible powers of observation. However, I wasn't kind enough to give him the answer he was seeking. Pandemonium. I thought that was your work. I wasn't being sincere. I wasn't sure that I should poke him. But Pandemonium replied firmly. UPA is lazy by nature, but now he will be working in earnest. Isn't it obvious that he is very annoyed? Indeed. I was quite familiar with UPA. UPA was aware of the seriousness of 3 demons in his faction being killed. Apart from Pekingriali, the other demons were mediocre, so there was no need to be concerned. But now it was different. Pekingriali was a duke, so it was natural for UPA to feel concerned. He wanted to ferret out the culprit. I answered with a smile. Why is it important to you? Hoo. Indeed, you are right. But that still doesn't answer my question. The other Grand Dukes might be ignoring you, but apart from Ariel, I think that you are the only one who would touch UPA. They will self-destruct by fighting each other, so why should I move? What can I do alone? The reason is not important. And, aren't you twisting this conversation little by little? I have examined your behavior in the Demon World auction over the last 2 years. Your aim to gain our attention was successful. Thanks, this has been fun, but I have to go now. Unique ward was removed. Nobody seemed to pay any attention as Pandemonium moved away. Is he looking down on me? Pandemonium seemed inwardly convinced that I was the culprit. Of course, he wouldn't pass that information on to Grand Duke UPA. It would be good news for him if UPA continued being damaged. So he seemed to be inciting me. I made a mistake. Perhaps I became too proud because of my memories of my previous life. I thought of them as moving puppets. Out of nowhere, something like this had happened. It won't be easy. The Demon World auction. I was still confident that it would be the beginning of my rise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Demon World Auction, 3. Chapter 116, Demon World Auction, 3. Nice to see you. The time has come once again for the Demon World auction. I, Dubelong, happily greet you. The spacious hall. The curtains opened and Dubelong appeared in clown makeup. Dubelong bowed his head as his expression seemed to give off innocence. Alas, the numbers have reduced from last year. As a host, my heart is pained whenever a guest disappears. However, we can't stop the auction. Furthermore, this auction has goods that have never been seen before. It isn't an exaggeration to call them delicacies or treasures. Stop chatting. I'm sorry, Grand Duke UPA. Then shall I proceed straight away? UPA was in a hurry. Someone was clearly aiming for him. The gap in power with the other factions was already starting to show. He definitely had to restore the balance somehow. He also wanted to see the progress of other demons through the auction. The quality of the goods in this year's auction was incomparable to last year's. He didn't have sufficient words to express how important it was. He needed to obtain the necessary items. We've had a number of concerns due to your average points rising so rapidly. It couldn't be the same as last year. In particular, we took a lot of time preparing the first item. Now, I will introduce it. An epic great item. Just wearing it will drastically increase your force. Heian Moon's necklace. A dark spirit brought out a piece of jewelry as Dubelong proudly introduced it. A necklace with a small miniature of the moon that gave off a fantasy-like atmosphere. Very pure magic power could be clearly felt from it. It came out. I nodded lightly. I was familiar with this item. I definitely needed to buy the necklace. It was originally worn by Ariel Diablo. But, would that happen again? I opened mind's eye. Name, Heian Moon's necklace, epic. Description, a necklace that belonged to the prophet and sword master Heian Moon. It is said that his magic power reflects the moon itself and that he also died under the moon. Asterisk magic power will increase by 3 when the moon is out. The secret swords techniques of the collection Moonlight Falling, epic, passive, can be used. If magic power is more than 90, the speed of collecting moonlight will accelerate. The Heian Moon's necklace itself was very beneficial. The option of having magic power grow by 3 under the moonlight wasn't difficult to find. It was possible in the unique grade of items. However, I needed to learn the secret sword technique, Moonlight Falling. The secret technique name attached to it meant that it could exert more power than its rating. Moonlight Falling could be used with dual swords. I obtained the Emperor's sword, so I desperately needed a dual swordsmanship skill. Each demon observed the item with their own skills. Afterwards, they looked at the Heian Moon's necklace with shiny eyes. Dubelong gave a dark smile and opened his mouth. The auction will start at 1 million points. 1 million. It was high from the very start. It was close to the average number of points. However, the name Heian Moon made it worth it. Heian Moon was a swordmaster. There was almost no information remaining about him, but it was known that he was unparalleled with the sword. 1 million. Oh. I don't have to worry now. Ariel Diablo has called 1 million points. Ariel Diablo's eyes shone. She knew how to handle all weapons. A weapons master. Naturally, she had her eyes on items that could teach her swordsmanship. She had a strong greed and obsession towards learning other techniques. All the demons were aware of it and the challenge she threw out. Challenge, yes, a challenge. She had an easier time wielding weapons. But this was a unique sword technique. If a true weapons master obtained their hands on it, then it would show great destructive power. That's why she tried to acquire numerous skills. It was self-explanatory that her skills would advance one step further if she obtained Heian Moon's Moonlight Falling. I was certain since I had seen it directly in my previous life. Ariel was excited after learning the value of this item. She opened up her magic power and her goat horns grew longer. 1.1 million. I opened my mouth. At that moment, the atmosphere in the venue became cold. Ariel sent me a frosty glare. However, I didn't care about her. The auction was a place where everyone could equally bid. Backing down from a challenge didn't suit me. If I wanted to obtain the item, then I would. My points last year and the year before couldn't compare to what I had now. I didn't know how many points Ariel Diablo had, but there was clearly a limit. Dubalon gave a big nod and said, 1.1 million points. Randalph Briggseel, you really are a strong man. 1.2 million. Ah, Ariel Nim. As expected, there is a fierce competition. Heian Moon's necklace was quite valuable. I relaxed and looked around at the dynamics of the demons. The starting price of 1 million. It was still possible for the dukes to participate. They would have obtained a large number of points from the angel invasion. Only UPA's faction was quiet. They needed immediate power. This meant a strong creature. A secret sword technique wasn't in their sights. UPA and his faction seemed to be restraining themselves at the moment. Ocullos and Pandemonium were seeking different things. I need a moderate push. A bid that Ariel couldn't touch. It would also be impossible for the other demons. Let's see. 1.5 million. Is the same thing as last year going to happen again? Randalph Nim has bid 1.5 million points. Last year, I had gobbled up most of the good auction items. And I intended to do that this year as well. Ariel looked even more determined. It was inevitable. There was an average of 1.3 million points. I alone had raised it by 300,000. The real average was closer to 1 million. 1.5 million would be burdensome even to a Grand Duke. 1.5 million. Is there really nobody else? Dubalong carefully searched the venue. And congratulations! Heian Moon's necklace has been sold to Randalph Nim. You won't regret it. The winning item will be sent, don't you already know? Shortly after the auction ended, it would be sent to my dungeon through a crack. Dubalong sent me a playful wink. I folded my arms. The following auction item was enough to grab my attention. Let me introduce you to an unusual lich. Usually a lich is reminiscent of death. Oddly enough, this lich cares about life. The lich Gaparum. There was no need for a cage. The lich wearing a white robe proudly walked in. Despite the freshly rotten skin, his actions weren't awkward at all. But that wasn't the surprising part. I want a demon who will allow me to continue my research. The cost of my research is 3 million points a year. I inevitably went bankrupt and had to form a contract with the dark spirits. I am seeking the help of someone here to continue my research. Do you have to speak? Dubalong shot back. This was a little unusual. No, it surpassed unusual. An auction item trying to appeal on his own? I've heard the name somewhere before. Actually, this had been a mystery since I received Dubalong's note. I had apparently heard the name somewhere, but I couldn't remember it. Life research? That is vague. Tell me properly. UPA said. Then Gaparum pulled out a vial that contained the form of a fetus. This is a directly manufactured homunculus. Although it was a failure, there was some degree of performance. My goal is to go beyond magic and biotechnology to create a homunculus more perfect than Delaisis. Homunculus. A flawless life. It was unknown if Delaisis was a demon, human or fallen angel, but it was still created. It took 1 month to become an adult. It took 3 months to learn everything around it. The problem was that it had an extremely short lifespan and died within 3 years. A complete homunculus meant that the maximum lifespan would increase. However, no one had been able to solve that problem yet. Impractical. Grand Duke Pandemonium said. He was one of the demons who had worked closely with this project. Therefore, he was skeptical about the completion of a perfect homunculus. Gaparum frowned as he asked. Why do you think it is impractical? Magic has no bounds. There is no reason I can't step through the door to create a homunculus. How many years have you poured into this? Pandemonium asked Gaparum, who replied with a rotten smile. This will be my 360th year. 740 years. More than double that number. That is the number of years I studied the homunculus. That reminded me, Pandemonium was the oldest among the Grand Dukes. I had the impression that he existed since the time when there was no devil, so I couldn't easily predict his age. Are you saying that it is impossible for me? Don't make me laugh. It is just impossible. Do you want me to explain it simply? 1 + 1 = 2. Trying to make it equal 3 is out of the question. It is the same for this, nothing else will appear. Creating a homunculus isn't impossible. However, the life expectancy is extremely low. Cynical and critical. But I looked at Gaparum with a slightly different perspective. Homunculus, Gaparum. A special event. It would surface. I finally remembered the name Gaparum. It was from my previous life. A special event that suddenly emerged before the last war. Gaparum had appeared accompanied by a finished homunculus and a chimera corpse. He smashed the dungeon of a duke. The demon's power surpassed unimaginable levels as the last war approached, yet he managed to capture the dungeon of a duke. Gaparum died after being attacked by countless other demons in the faction. However, he just laughed and said the research was completed before he died. At the time, I confirmed the greatness of a homunculus. Due to the quick learning ability of a homunculus, they easily became stronger and faster. So there was no choice but to have a shorter lifespan. Gaparum had somehow managed to surpass those limits. A homunculus that rivaled a high-class 4LV creature. The research was completed. Gaparum's exhibition. I stared at him. I was mindful of the demons around me and kept my reaction cold. This was a product that didn't appear in the original Demon World auction. It seemed to be due to the sharp increase in points. It will succeed. Everything has been set. As long as I can continue my research. He shouted, but the atmosphere was cold. Homunculus. It is the height of inefficiency. I can't throw away 3 million points. There is no one who has that many points. That's right. 3 million points for 1 year of research was unrealistic. That was only required in the early days. As long as I have a proper workshop, 1 million a year will be enough for me. Gaparum was desperate. His voice was trembling. But that was still too much. 1 million points. That was still a distant number. Many demons saved and could barely gather 1 million points in 1 year. As the silent atmosphere continued, I spoke up. Dobelong. Yes, yes. Randalph Nim. What's wrong? So, is it going to start? Ah, it is starting at 0 points. His ability itself is like an ordinary lich, and nothing else is prepared. Damn demons. You don't know how great my research is. It is a crime. A sin. I guess it isn't popular. Dobelong sighed. Then he said. Shut up, Gaparum. We will leave it up to fate. What they do with you will be purely up to the winning bidder. Damn. Gaparum stamped his foot and cursed bitterly. Anyway, he signed a contract, so there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that he was lucky enough to meet a demon who would allow his research. There was an uproar for a while. I'm sorry. Then let's proceed with the auction. The introduction is already over, and like I said, it is starting at 0 points. No. Call out something that suits your taste. It was only a lich. They could buy one for 28,000 points at the store. 1,000. Then I will bid 5,000 points. 50,000. 100,000, there isn't anything special. Anyway, he may cause problems. But the price soared to 100,000. The Demon World auction was an opportunity to get the good items for a cheap price. Anyone could buy one from the store, so this was an expensive price for a lich. It was due to the story of the homunculus. The demons couldn't afford such research, but they could use the lich for other matters. Gaprum's face gradually became more stiff. His body was shaking as he formed fists. He didn't want his research to be treated like this. 100,000 points has come out. Is there any more? Dubalong had no expectations. Gaprum gave one last outburst. My research will be finished. The perfect homunculus will be born. Why don't you do it? He is mad. Dubalong. Is it possible to cancel a bid? I'm sorry, but that is impossible. The mockery and contempt. Gaparam's research didn't receive any recognition at all. Dubalong frowned as he attempted to quickly conclude the auction. Then 100,000. 500,000. Randalph Nim. Did I hear wrong? 500,000 points. Dubalong. He blinked. But Dubalong soon regained his stability. From his position, the lich was being sold at an expensive price. Dubalong looked at Gaparam and nodded. He was saying that I had the points to cover the research. Gaparam's expression loosened a little bit. It is clearly a loss. 2 years ago and last year, it is that bastard. Of course, the demons had a totally different reaction. The lich Gaparam has been sold for 500,000 points. Randalph Nim, congratulations. Gaparam bowed deeply to me. After raising his head, he looked at the other demons and declared. You ignorant bastards. You will be sorry. My research will be completed. Then it will be too late for you. Just go. Dubalong growled. Then the dark spirits dragged Gaparam out. Gaparam's expression wasn't bad. A moment of silence. He was a creature who made a large impact. However, it was in a bad way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, Demon World Auction, 4. Chapter 117, Demon World Auction, 4. Then I will directly introduce the next auction item. Have you heard of the Valley of Souls? There are legends about it. We decided to check it out just once. A soul butterfly was found there. The auction continued. Valley of Souls. It was one of several forbidden places in the demon world. Many spirits didn't come back after entering it. Rather, spirit bodies received larger damage the closer they got to it. A huge sacrifice was made for the successful expedition. A lot of effort had been poured into this auction. Adonis. He is in a hurry. The Dark Spirit King. His mind was clearly in a hurry after the other Spirit King sent spies. He wanted to grow as much as possible. The spirit world might seem calm, but he was thinking about how to achieve such things. Soul Butterfly. It wasn't a small change. There was a black shape that looked like a butterfly flying. A butterfly that could move around the Valley of Souls without being affected. Do you see it? This beautiful shape. Soul Butterfly can detect and defend against external harmful magic power. So it can freely move in the Valley of Souls. Just giving it to someone is enough to change their magic power. If your intelligence is low, then it is essential that you buy this. It could be the difference between receiving uncontrollable damage in an abnormal state or not. It would be worth a lot of points if the defense was perfect. However, I could confirm the effects using Mind's Eye. Name, Soul Butterfly. Description, a rare butterfly found in the Valley of Souls. Born in the air. Asterisk, an abnormal state will be reduced by 10%. Can be combined with a weapon. The hidden option drew my eyes. It can show an effect when combined with something. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it was a little bit shabby when compared to the claims. Dubalong's smile widened. This is not the end. Do you know what was sleeping in the Valley of Souls that we obtained thanks to the butterfly? Surprisingly, a 30-year-old Death Knight without an owner was discovered in the valley. Advanced 3 LV creature. Just buying it in the store required 150,000 points. The 30-year Death Knight soullessly walked in. Its magic power reached out around it. Due to the nature of the Death Knight, it became stronger as more days passed. The 30-year one was very different. They could expect an immediate rise in power after purchasing it. It is vague. I touched my jaw. The problem was the soul butterfly. The Death Knight had a definite price, but I couldn't measure the soul butterfly. The Death Knight would be worth between 1.5 million points. However, the price was likely to rise due to the soul butterfly. In other words, it would become more expensive. The auction will start at 500,000 points. Don't worry, the 30-year Death Knight is worth it. Perhaps some of the guests here have experience with Death Knights in the demon world. How reassuring would it be? You will be able to make your enemies afraid. 500,000. A bid from Duke Vizak. 500,000. 700,000. Duke Dreikel Nim. 800,000. Oh, Grand Duke Upa Nim has entered the competition. The competition was heating up. A Death Knight was a symbol of resistance among the nobility. It would be foolish to drive such a powerful knight to an enemy demon. There was no way. The destructive power of the Death Knight was sure to appeal to many. I worried about it for a short moment. I want to purchase it for below 1.5 million. I would abandon it if it became more than that. It wasn't worth spending more points on the soul butterfly. I was likely to receive damages if I was too greedy. It was unlikely that things would be turned upside down. Yet there were still many auction items remaining. And I didn't have an infinite number of points. 1 million. Oh my god, Randalph Nim. You are participating 3 times in a row. Dobelong is expecting a lot from you. The atmosphere became chilly once again. First year, second year, now it was the third year. It was basically my solo show. At the same time, they realized that there was something strange about me. Pandemonium and Oculus knew to some extent, but Ariel and UPA's factions had to guess. Is there anyone else? This product is too good to pass up. The time they spent thinking about it increased. They also couldn't run wild. They all saw it. A high-class creature, Mago. The Death Knight was incomparable to Mago. They didn't know when she was coming out, so there needed to be points in reserve. 1.1 million. Hiya Grand Duke Okulosnim. Nice to see you. I hope you become the owner of the mighty Death Knight, Dobelong made somewhat exaggerated gestures as he sighed with relief. I frowned as I heard Okulos's voice. Doesn't Oculos hate Death Knights? I was sure because I had never seen Oculos use a Death Knight. He was a nature demon, so he tended to avoid Death Knights who carried death around with them. Is he trying to make up for the minions he lost against the cruel commander? I didn't think it was due to the soul butterfly. His skill pending question wasn't higher than mine's eye. I was curious. If he was only trying to fill the troops, then he wouldn't bid too much. 1.2 million. Randalph Nim, you aren't finished yet. 1.3 million. Oculos Nim. 1.4 million. It has gone back to Randalph Nim. 1.5 million. The boys and girls on the ceiling aren't laughing. This means that he holds that many points. As expected for a Grand Duke. I turned my gaze towards him. Oculos was staring at me. He wasn't trying to fill up his troops. That look in his eyes. It seemed like he was showing off. Showing off? 1.5 million points already exceeded the average. He seemed to want to show off how many points he had. His attitude seemed to be provoking me. I also felt a funny feeling like something was stabbing my chest. I quickly opened mind's eye. I needed to suddenly check. I was going to find out if a change occurred in Oculos. Mind's Eye, XU, has been read by Eyes of the World, Epic. Defended against 20%. Intelligence calibration, 93. But the magic power of the opponent is too high. It is inadequate. Defended against 23%. The defense has failed. Be careful. Eyes of the World, Epic, has reflected back Mind's Eye, XU. Randalph Brigzeal's details will be revealed to Oculos. I felt dizzy. Countless numbers were rising in front of my eyes. Several numbers came out of my body. The surrounding demons showed no reaction. The phenomenon seemed to be only visible to me. But that didn't matter right now. I was deeply panicked. Was it revealed? Oculos smiled, revealed his teeth. His expression seemed to say, I know all about it. At the same time, he made a ho sound of admiration. He led me to this. This was the reason for the 1.5 million points. He showed that attitude to me. It was so that I would use Mind's Eye on him. I never imagined that this would happen. Many things had changed due to my actions, but this was entirely unexpected. My eyes narrowed. Eyes of the world. It is probably an evolution of pending question. But, I didn't see that skill in my previous life. How did he manage to evolve it to epic grade in such a short time? I clenched my fists as sweat flowed. My saliva dried up. Originally Oculus didn't have the skill eyes of the world. It was the same in my previous life. This meant the big change was due to me. But it was still unusual. Raising a skill from unique to epic in only a few months? That wasn't possible even for me. My heart started running wild. He could see a lot if he saw my status window. He could also infer a lot more. The Soul Butterfly and Death Knight have been sold to Oculus. Congratulations! You won't regret it. Dubulong's voice was heard. I could only stare at Oculus. It isn't over. Eyes of the world seemed to read and reflect the opponent's skill. But the water had already been spilled. I had to admit it. I couldn't stay quiet. I needed to deal with this. My mind was complicated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Demon World Auction, 5. Chapter 118, Demon World Auction, 5. The Vow of Preparation has been won by Grand Duke Oculus. The creature Golongal has been won by Grand Duke Oculus. The Heart Shoes have. The ensuing auction items. Oculus' dominance started. He won 5 more items and the 6th item he won was the 10th item to be auctioned. A huge 5 million points was spent. I always focused on efficiency and didn't bid for another item after Gaprum. I decided to move only when Mago came out. However, Oculus always bid even before Mago came out. I needed to make a successful bid in order to break the situation. Only Oculus is participating in this auction. It was another unusual point. All the demons in Oculus' faction didn't bid in the auction. Oculus was the only one who participated. Strange. The points of other demons could be acquired and used. However, Deathbringer's system wasn't that simple. Even the savvy dark spirits took enormous risks when opening a crack. Trading points was only allowed for legitimate transactions. A reasonable value for goods. Yes. It was theoretically possible. A demon could sell everything in their dungeon. But they couldn't do such a thing without unwavering faith. It only required one demon for betrayal. And it was ridiculous for demons in a faction to believe in each other. This was impossible. Oculus. What magic is this? There was a change. I couldn't read those changes. 12 people. If I combined the points of all the demons in Oculus' faction, it should still be less than mine. However, I would have to take a loss. Now, the 11th auction item has finally emerged. I bet everyone paid attention to her before the auction. From the Celestial Maiden clan, the high-class creature Mago. A legendary creature that can travel on the wind and is worth millions of gold. I will be introducing her now. The eyes of the demons shone. The item everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. I was also filled with tension. In particular, I wanted to keep Oculus in check before he got bigger. He might have read my status window, but he didn't know my total points. Kwang. Kwang. Soon a huge cage was brought in by the dark spirits. Mago was inside it. Mago kept turning her body around and cried out. Dubulong bowed his head gracefully and extended a hand. It will start at 1.3 million points. 5 million. Oculus Nim? That isn't enough? Ah, no. Oh, Cullos Nim has called 5 million points. Dubulong was jolted from his surprise. 5 million points. The boy and girl statues on the ceiling were still not laughing. They moaned as the points were shouted out. In other words, they were thrilled. There were no other demons that could participate. In the case of Grand Duke UPA, his face turned red at the thought of losing Mago. However, no one cared about UPA. Oculus glanced at me with a smile. He was only looking at me. Oculus. He was hostile towards me? He thought he knew my power from checking my status window? Then he picked the wrong opponent. Quadu Duke. I gritted my teeth. He could obtain other items, but Mago was mine. The only high-class 2LV creature present. It wasn't likely to come out the next year or the year after. At the very least, it would increase my lead for a year. I needed to obtain her. I had to firmly maintain my position. I didn't know what Oculus planned to do with my information. However, I wasn't going to hide myself away like a good prey. 6 million. Randalph Nim, it can't be. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. This is a really different race. 7 million. Crazy, it is really crazy. Mago's cries are acting like a celestial harmony. Where will this end? Thanks to this, it was announced that Oculus had at least 12 million points. I frowned as I thought about it. I thought I was the only one who had reached over 10 million. 8 million. Ah, it is a truly reasonable price for Mago, but it has been a while since I felt such a thrill. Randalph Nim has called 8 million points. Silence flowed. All the demons were looking between Oculus and I. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions like doubt, jealousy, and annoyance. It was inevitable. An average of 1.3 million. I drove up the average from 1 million by 300,000 points. For many individuals in this auction, 1 million was the limit at which they could participate. It was common sense. They had seen the practical parts involved in managing a dungeon in the past 2 years. It was surprisingly difficult to collect points. However, that common sense was completely broken. It was already half smashed. How? The first emotion felt was doubt. But there were no answers. I knew many things that would happen in the future. That's how I was able to act solo for the past 2 years. But, a new leader had showed up. Oculus. Quahahaha. He laughed out loud. An uncontrollable and wild laugh. It was strange when thinking of Oculus' personality. He was someone that almost never expressed his feelings. In particular, he acted like a stone in front of other demons. However, there was no doubt. His body shook like he was greatly moved. Indeed. Randalph Brigzeal. You have crossed the line. Your entire power wasn't shown the other day. Kahahahaha. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't know what he was talking about. The line? It was the first time I heard about it. I didn't like the feeling of someone defining and judging me. Especially when that person was a Grand Duke. However, Oculus continued to bark. I will tell this to all of you. This game is not possible. It is ridiculous to think that you guys will ever grow beyond a puppy. It is because you haven't crossed over the line. Oculus. You are interrupting to talk alone to a wall. I can't listen anymore. Dubelong said with a nod. But Oculus showed no interest in Dubelong's words and didn't respond. All the Grand Dukes, Dukes and Demons were concentrated on Oculus. I felt weak the moment I accepted Deathbringer's offer. I thought it was simply a restriction. But no. I realized after gradually regaining my strength and crossing over the line. The weakness is preparation for a jump. I will become stronger and eventually evolve. I will become an existence beyond the devil. A passionate rant. It wasn't limited to me, but a message conveyed to all the demons. That wasn't the end. Aren't you curious? It is possible to be reborn as any existence. Why are you focusing on humans? Destroying the planet Earth is simple, so why can't you figure this out? Oculus, that guy, is he crazy? Ariel. She spoke coldly. Becoming a devil. That was the goal the Grand Dukes were focused on. But it was dismissed as simple. Oculus' remarks had definitely gone too far. I didn't originally plan to say this. It is never good to give benefits to the other side. But I feel too sad. It is impossible to become a species if I evolve alone. All of us have to transcend in order to become a species. So I will give a chance to you. Randalph Brigzeal has a head start, but you still have the opportunity. You might be weak right now, but become stronger. Strong pride, self-esteem, from my viewpoint, you are still beginners. Too young for such opportunities. If you are too weak, if the root itself is weak, evolution will be impossible even if you become stronger. However, the Grand Dukes that have ruled the demon world for hundreds of years are a different story. Many phrases were conveyed, but the message was simple. Only the Grand Dukes and I weren't lacking. A true declaration of hostility. The frowns naturally increased. I can sense that you've assimilated with the souls of the demons under you. Oculus, have you really gone crazy? Pandemonium ventured out at this moment. He was old and well versed in creatures and spells. He frowned. The flow of your magic power has strangely changed. Ha! This isn't natural for demons and you are going down the path of your own destruction, but The 12 demons under Oculus. Their souls were assimilated. So he could even use the points of the demons under him. But such actions would eventually bring him to ruin. It was very dangerous to assimilate souls, and there had been no successful cases. Such acts were forbidden in the demon world. However, Oculus seemed to have other ideas. No. This is the beginning of my evolution. Everyone can't see it, but I can feel it. The unstable souls are balanced by my naturalization skill. Of course, this method isn't correct. It is just one of several ways to make me more comfortable. In short, I have a way to break common sense. Pandemonium clicked his tongue. He realized that communication wouldn't work. The generosity and kindness of a Grand Duke was limited. The reaction of the other Grand Dukes was the same. Connecting the souls. Assimilation. They knew too well the risks that it would bring. Yet the crazy Oculus was only talking about evolution. It was great that he had a vast amount of points, but that was all. Yes. I hate to admit it. But you will soon know. All those who step over the line will be qualified. Please, realize it before the hunter starts hunting. I will welcome anyone who wants to follow me in the end. The hunter was referring to me. It was obvious that he saw my title. Oculus turned around. The 12 demons under him moved like they were one as they followed him. Ki-eek. Kung. The cold atmosphere disappeared as the door closed. Oculus abstained from buying anything else at the auction. I quietly looked in the direction that he disappeared in. Originally, I was going to get rid of UPA first. My plans were constantly changing. UPA was placed as the top priority merely because he was annoying. Once UPA started moving, he would fight dirty. I had aimed to cut off the stem. Someone like that would become more annoying the longer I left him alone. If I knew the situation would turn out like this, then I would have poured in everything when I had the cruel commander. Although I likely wouldn't have been able to stay hidden after that, I would have flown higher. I deeply reflected. How could I have expected that Oculus would swallow up other demons to obtain power? I could deal with UPA because he didn't know me. However, Oculus knew me. I also didn't know the levels he had reached. There was no way he would only make a little bit of progress. So, Oculus, you should have remained in the background. First of all, I had to eliminate him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Demon World Auction, 6. Chapter 119, Demon World Auction, 6. The auction continued. As a result, Mago ended up in my hands. I had roughly 11 million points remaining. Originally I had intended to buy only one more item, but I changed my mind. It seemed necessary to reinforce my strength. Oculus had assimilated the souls of 12 demons. He seemed to be aiming for my back, so I needed to be able to handle him. Or else I might end up stabbed through the neck. But a little more time was needed. My strength was still lacking against 13 demons, including Oculus. I need to handle this problem. There is also the possibility that he will self-destruct due to the assimilation. Oculus needed to be killed. I was positive that his body was currently burning up and suffering from the process. If I was lucky, then Oculus and the remaining 12 demons would self-destruct. I needed to do some preliminary preparation at this auction. My original plan was to select the appropriate items to build up my power, but Dwarf King, often referred to as the final form of a dwarf. The Dwarf King is born knowing how to handle all metals. It will start at 600,000. 600,000. Marquis Anastasia Nim. 700,000. Grand Duke UPA Nim. 800,000. Once again Randalph Nim. Where is his limit? The atmosphere once again died. It was natural for them to feel weary and resentful. The result was shown from Dubelong's following words. The Dwarf King has been sold for 800,000 points. Congratulations, Earl Randalph Nim. The Dwarf King was indispensable when it came to creating things from the Tree of Origin. Stein and the other dwarves only had adequate skills. The Dwarf King was needed for an overall qualitative improvement. The equipment and weapons used by the Dark Elves and creatures would be enhanced. That alone made it worth spending 800,000 points on the Dwarf King. After that, I gave up a few items. I relaxed and played the role of a decoy. My purpose of participating in this auction had changed, but I couldn't neglect my final goal of hampering the demons. Soon the 19th auction item arrived. Now, let me introduce the following auction item. I introduced them in last year's auction, M1 and M2. They were only iron sheets, so some didn't realize their true value. Only the buyer personally experienced the benefits. But this time, it is worthy of praise at first glance. M3. Shiok, Shiok. Slow footsteps. Soon a knight wearing full-length red body armor and holding a long lance could be seen. Different. There were few similarities to M1 and M2. From the feel of the magic power to the appearance, everything seemed quite different. Plus, M3. I couldn't remember him. There was no reason why I shouldn't be able to remember a golem like this. He gave off a strong presence with just one glance. I opened mind's eye with interest. Name, M3. Stats. Strength 90, Intelligence 0. Agility 90, Stamina 80. Magic Power 80. Potential, 340/340. Uniqueness, completed from the beginning. There is no more need for growth and there is no sense of self since its intelligence is 0. But the golem gives its best performance under a powerful master. There are more improvements since M1 and M2. Skill, Gale, XU, Joint Attack, XU. My first thought after checking M3's status window was obedient. He was good in all respects when compared to M1 and M2. In particular, Gale and Joint Attack were perfect skills to use. He was strong enough to engage with high-class creatures. Although he was slightly lacking compared to Mago, the other Grand Dukes were eyeing him. It will start at 600,000. It was the same opening bid as the Dwarf King, but the atmosphere was more heated. It was a law that in order to create something, materials were needed. I had the Tree of Origin to use as materials for the Dwarf King, making me different from the other demons. Materials were more readily available for me. 600,000. Duke Vizak Nim. 700,000. Marquis Genwiziu Nim. However, it was a different story when it came to pure strength. I had M1 and M2, so my eyes naturally went to M3. 800,000. A hot atmosphere. Awesome. Earl Bahasso's Nim. Mago, who received the hottest attention, was sold to me, so the demons weren't worried about their points anymore. All hesitation about buying things had disappeared. Of course, I was the decoy, so I couldn't stay still. For example, Duke Vizak Mentam, who looked interested in the auction, would continue to participate after I bid. Right now, it was fun to watch the bidding. They wouldn't be able to move unless instructed by Grand Duke UPA in advance. He is a demon who covets things. He is planning to gobble up the items in the second half. He has such intent. Due to the nature of the Demon World auction, there might be good items in the beginning and bad items at the end. Sometimes more useful items would often appear in the second half. Perhaps, UPA was truly aiming for the second half. After losing Mago in the beginning, he didn't participate and decided to focus everything on the second half. So he was trying to thin out the competition in advance. My expectations didn't seem wrong when considering how toxic UPA and his faction was. He clearly established a strategy. He must be feeling urgent. In fact, UPA wasn't in a good situation right now. He lost demons, so it was necessary to reinforce his power. He looked impatient after the auction started, but now I knew his actions weren't the truth. A smokescreen. That's right. Smokescreen. He aimed to use this to trick the enemies and reverse the situation. Thanks to Okalos, most eyes moved away from UPA. In fact, Grand Duke UPA's faction had won the most goods from the auction so far. I only just realized this. Okalos acted as a decent smokescreen. Tack. I slapped my knee. Okalos left such a strong impression that it eclipsed UPA's faction. This could be a huge chance for UPA. The other Grand Dukes, Ariel and Pandemonium. Did they realize UPA's strategy? 900,000. He is playing. Earl Randalph Nim. 900,000 points have come out. 1 million. Ah, this time it is Grand Duke UPA Nim. UPA was still faking an uncomfortable expression on his face. Ha! It was ridiculous. The Grand Duke was still acting as he came forward. Certainly, the situation was rapidly changing. Even now, UPA still looked anxious and irritated. It seemed like he couldn't make the top bid anymore. At the same time, he knew someone else would surely make the top bid. Some demons are looking at the long term. 1 or 2 years would make a significant difference. I had purchased Mago while Okalos became stronger through a taboo method. He had to hurry. In order to eliminate his anxiety, he was obsessed with getting more creatures and good items. 1.1 million. Grand Duke Pandemonium Nim. M3 is a very powerful golem. Pandemonium, who is familiar with magic, has realized the astronomical value of M3. The behavior that UPA showed here was simple. The sound of his fingers tapping wouldn't stop. Grand Duke UPA and his faction showed a great performance. It was silent after Pandemonium's words. It was a sign that it was settled at 1.1 million points. At that moment, Dubalong opened his mouth to make the final declaration. I smiled and opened my mouth. 1.2 million. Earl Randalph Nim has made the top bid once again. I just folded my arms and closed eyes. I was running quickly without worrying about problems. Looking at others would just make my mind more troubled. Is there any more? I will give you 3 seconds. If there aren't any more bidders, then Randalph Nim will win M3. 3, 2, 1. However, UPA didn't make another bid. He appeared satisfied that he had raised the bid by 100,000 then 200,000. Congratulations! M3 now belongs to Randalph Nim. A few other minor items were omitted. UPA's ulterior motive became more obvious. After Oculus came out and talked about crossing the line, the fire when bidding had subsided a little bit. They considered it highly likely that I also broke the taboo. Ariel was still looking down at me with a cold gaze. It seemed she was still furious about having Heian Moon's necklace stolen away from her. I am going to destroy her anyway. Shall I give you some time to become my opponent? I only paid attention to the items and didn't worry about the greedy competition. I was still worried about Oculus, but I was satisfied with this position. I did UPA a favor and leisurely purchased items. It would be better to benefit as much as possible while he was still under an illusion. Thanks to that, I easily added Millennium Stigma and Lightning Orb to my collection. Both had vague options that I wasn't significantly greedy for, but I needed to maintain my current position in the competition. The next item I am introducing is a little unusual. It is an item that I can't describe. Yes, the unknown box. This is it. The dark spirits brought out a big box. The appearance of the box was extremely ugly. It wasn't a normal item seen in the Demon World auction. While everyone was puzzled, Dubalon let out a sign. Have you heard of someone called the Thief of the Century? He is a legendary figure that existed 500 years ago. 500 years ago. It wasn't that long. Pandemonium was from that era and his face froze after hearing it. It didn't seem like a good expression. He seems to have heard it before. A careful thief. Or an adventurer. He was active in the demon world hundreds of years ago. I remembered a story about a thief able to steal techniques. The locations of treasures were obscure places and quite a bit of adventuring was required to obtain them. Places like the Valley of Souls, the underground wilderness, Red Scorpion Mountains, the Lion's Lake, etc. He easily gained many great things from those places. I didn't know if this was true or not, but I was interested in the name. Dubalong then continued. This is the only treasure remaining. This was a ridiculously difficult item to obtain from the underground wilderness. However, there are fairly strong constraints on it. Once opened, it is non-transferable like a curse. Therefore, we couldn't confirm the items in it. It is a troublesome position to be in when trying to sell it. The dark spirits knew a great deal about seals. The same was true for curses. Yet this was a seal that they couldn't solve. It isn't a normal box. The problem was that no one could know what was inside. I calmly used mind's eye. I might be able to find a hidden option that the other demons weren't aware of. Name, unknown box. Description, a box concealed by a famous thief. It is unknown what the box contains. Asterisk, it is non-transferable once opened. Everything in the box will be forced onto the person who opens it. Asterisk, only one item will emerge and the rest of the items in the box will be destroyed. The higher the person's intelligence, the higher the probability of a good item coming out. It reminded me of the Mimic. It was a box-type creature that hid exclusive items in its body. But only one item would emerge while the rest would be destroyed. Higher intelligence. Nobody knew what would emerge. Instead, intelligence was largely involved. Intelligence. I had Crisley up my sleeve. She was someone who had an overwhelming 105 intelligence, a number that surpassed 100. It was enough to make a gamble. The only remaining thing was the price. It will start from 1 million points. I'm sorry. However, our losses were too big while obtaining it from the underground wilderness. Of course, this box was carefully hidden, so I'm sure the contents aren't ordinary. Isn't there a high probability of it containing a sealed item? Even Dubalon didn't seem certain. Yet he was still trying his best to sell it. It was in order to make up for their losses. It wasn't possible to transfer, so the dark spirits couldn't check it. Even so, the price was too high for a sealed item. The demons couldn't see the hidden options, so not many would think of buying it. The dark spirits wanted only one person. It was the reason why Dubalon looked around with embarrassment. Too many spirits had died while exploring the wilderness. It was a much more dangerous place than the Valley of Souls. Is there really nobody? The last box left behind by a legendary thief. We followed his footsteps, but he didn't leave anything else behind in the world. Only this box remains. Aren't you curious? The only one. I decided to buy it. It was something carefully left behind. I also had Crisley with her 105 intelligence. That alone made it worth giving it a try. But I didn't act immediately after making the decision. I gave the impression to Dubalong and the other demons that it was a difficult choice. UPA had intruded in vain, giving him a headache. The list of items that he stole is amazing. Just obtaining one of them would make it worth spending 1 million points for the box. No, if you are lucky enough to even obtain the Sign of the Dead Mountains, then it is easily worth more than 10 million points. He cried out loud, but it just echoed through the venue. Dubalong counted for a while before saying, "I will count down from 3. After this time, you will never see the box again. The Dark Spirit King is eyeing it. 3, 2, 1 million. Ah. Earl Randalph Nim. I guarantee that there is only one left of this in the world. I sincerely wish that you obtain a good item." There was no need to wait for any further bids. I instantly became the winner of the unknown box. And Dubalong was looking at me with gratitude in his eyes. He seemed to think I bought it after the mention of the Dark Spirit King. He thought that I didn't want a bad relationship with each other. But I didn't have such intentions. I had completely high expectations for the unknown box. I will allow him to maintain that delusion. There was no need to point it out, so I just shrugged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, Flesh and Bones, 1. Chapter 120, Flesh and Bones, 1. TL note, please read this announcement post. The rest of the auction continued similarly. The result was that UPA monopolized the later items. Pandemonium wasn't greedy and bought minor items, while Ariel had a strategy of only buying skills. And I purchased anything I wanted to buy. Without looking at the long or short term, I showed a buying power that surpassed the first and second years. I focused on things that would benefit me. So once again, I was able to be the winner of this auction. Everybody else was in a similar position while I had the advantage with Mago. First of all, the list of creatures that I purchased was as followed. Warriors from the Core Clan, a Naga Queen, 5 Krakens, and 100 Infernos. If I added Mago, the Dwarf King, and the Lich I already bought, it was expected that my power would rise. I also picked up a number of items. Good. I smiled as I recalled the details of the items I purchased. Name, Dragon Armor, XU. Description, full body armor filled with the energy of a dragon. If someone with the blood of a dragon wears this, then their natural strength will greatly rise. Asterisk strength +3, there will be a fear effect when someone with the blood of a dragon wears it. Dragon-related skills will be enhanced. Name, Firm Conviction, XU. Description, a primitive helmet used by the best female warrior Aldarin. A warrior who hid her face all her life with this helmet, her strong conviction was enough to set an example for all. Asterisk Stamina +2, Magic Power +2, can only be worn by a woman. Asterisk a strong conviction will be given when worn. A binding title Firm Conviction, R, Stamina +3, is attached. Name, Fairy Knight Sword, sealed. Description, a sealed weapon. It can only be used by a fairy. Asterisk the effects are unknown until the seal is released. When worn, the fairy blessing will become more powerful. Name, Twins Mental Rapport, XU. Description, the diary of one twin. Since they were born, the twins were able to communicate with each other even when separated. They suffered mental problems as they communicated while growing up. They always learned something twice as fast. Asterisk a skill book that teaches the twins communication. You can indirectly share each other's experiences. In an urgent situation, health can be shared. These were assigned to separate owners. But the Millennium Stigma and Lightning Orb were very helpful items for me. Up to here, I used approximately 20 million points. Once I used exactly 2 million points, a message window appeared. Incredible achievement! You are the first to spend more than 20 million points in the Demon World auction. 1,500,000 points will be paid. 1,000 achievement points will be added. My 2 million reserve instantly increased to 3.5 million. I had been a little bit worried. This was the second half of the auction. UPA's monopoly was continuing. There was no auction item that I immediately needed. But it would be good if I could block UPA's restoration of power. His strength had been cut by 3 demons. The target moved to Oculus, but UPA was the next opponent. This was a chance to stop his recovery to a certain extent. I continued spending points to hamper UPA. Duke Vizak, who was sitting next to him, had the veins in his neck bulge with anger. Randalph Brigzeal. What type of tricks are you using? Tricks? It wasn't nice to hear that. I lightly clicked my tongue and said, "Didn't Oculus say it? I have crossed the line." Yes, I crossed the line. Someone who hunted demons and penetrated the ranks of the humans. I was someone who held the title of a hunter. I hated being treated like I was equal to Oculus, but that misconception would be lifted over time. The moment they realized the misunderstanding, it would be too late. I smiled and folded my arms. I wouldn't give them any more answers. None of them were completely satisfied, but the auction couldn't be interrupted again. The auction ended. However, there was still work to be done. I met up with Dubelong in the back of the hall. What brings you here? I wanted to ask about any sightings of the 7 Sins. In the past 2 auctions, I had obtained some items from the 7 Sins set. I was convinced that Adonis had all of them, but they didn't make an appearance this time. Dubelong nodded lightly. The 7 Sins set is something that the Dark Spirit King highly values. He determined that giving you another one would be reckless. I don't think it is because of that. Is he suggesting a contract? The other day when I saw Adonis, he had asked for a contract. I refused, so this was clearly the result. Dubelong's expression changed at my frank words. You are jumping ahead. If you wait a little bit longer, then it would be slowly revealed. I have tasted the great power once, so any patience has disappeared. It is my nature to want the things that belong to me. It can't be helped. Even if it is given in a separate trade, it would cost at least 20 million for only one item. Ha! I could see it now. They were trying to tame me. Adonis would slowly give me a mild amount of food in order to turn me into a docile lamb. In the end, I would be bound by the contract. In fact, I felt some anxiety at the 7 Sins being held hostage. I had become ecstatic after tasting the strength of the 7 Sins. That strength was like a drug and couldn't be easily cut off. 20 million points. It is unfortunate, but I don't have that. Anything less will be difficult. Then what about this? I have something that can raise the limit of the potential. Do you know what that means? But I wasn't without my own weapons. The Essence of Origin. It was an item that increased the potential threshold by 1. This was a temptation that Adonis wouldn't be able to refuse. Even surpassing the threshold by 1 would allow him to become stronger. The method to do this was through items, a title, or a skill. It was why he inevitably needed points. An item that surpassed the limits by 1 couldn't be ignored. Breaking the limits was very important to Adonis. Therefore, he had no choice but to try and increase the limit by at least 1. As expected, Dubelong's expression changed. He bowed his head like he was thinking about it. In reality, he bowed because it felt like he had been punched in the abdomen. Are you making fun of me? Using the points or the essence can raise the potential threshold by 1. Maybe Adonis will know the name. The Essence of Origin. His eyes flashed. The clown makeup turned colorless. I leisurely smirked and said, based on those signs, you have heard of it. Isn't that an essence of the gods that isn't easily found? No, I know of only one tree of origin, and that exists in heaven. As you know, the angels attacked us. I accidentally obtained one at that time. I couldn't tell him that I had a tree of origin in my dungeon. I had to hide my secrets as much as possible. Dubelong tried to suppress his excitement as he spoke. What do you want? As a reminder, we don't have all of the 7 Sins set. In addition, we can't hand over all of it for just 1 essence. They couldn't hand over the whole set? I was a little bit disappointed. I wanted the complete set of items. However, I wasn't in a significant rush. I had managed to replace one of the 7 Sins set with the Infinity Armor. I think in exchange for the Essence of Origin. The moment that I was trying to speak. Master. There is big trouble. Sik has sent Yi an urgent request for help. Creatures are attacking. It is hard to block them. What are you thinking? Dubalong couldn't endure it and asked. I frowned and shook my head. We will have to delay this. Have any demons left the Demon World auction yet? Grand Duke Oculus and his faction are the only ones who have left. What is the problem? The demons stopped all activities on the day of the Demon World auction. Of course, their creatures couldn't move without their orders. They could give commands ahead of time, but it was unlikely they would entrust attacking a dungeon to someone else. Especially if the number of creatures moving was hard to stop. China's dungeon had grown greatly, but the basic structure was still the same. In other words, someone was attempting a full-scale invasion. Oculus. It could only be Oculus. He used the gap when I was still participating in the Demon World auction. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't been able to communicate with Yi. I also tried to solve this problem in my previous life and had installed a magic dimensional notification. The tacit non-aggression pact on the day of the Demon World auction wouldn't always last. But this was only the 3rd year, so I hadn't installed it. In this case, did he prepare in advance to hit me? Oh Duduk. I gritted my teeth. Somehow, his honest speech seemed to be sniping at me. He acknowledged my presence. It was a type of declaration of war. As expected, it was really Oculus. I couldn't understand that fellow. I will be going first. Then should I contact you separately? Yes, that would be appreciated. I turned and quickly moved. The crack was opened. Once I returned, Yi greeted me with wide eyes. There is big trouble. Big trouble. 6-6 dungeon is in danger of being torn down. Don't panic. Rather, what is the situation? There are over 2,000 intermediate creatures and 50 advanced creatures. Yi has been doing the calculations. 6-6 alone won't be able to stop them. I almost prayed for her. It wasn't all his strength. Still, it was clearly a significant amount. Everything would be in vain if my dungeon core broke. I had to stop it before that happened. Crisley? I called her earlier. Now she will arrive. Does she know the story? To a certain extent. Yi told her the main parts. Well done. Yi. This isn't the time to be laughing. Yi tried to control her mouth as her eyes moved towards me. Crisley arrived with Crosslet and several creatures. She understood the situation beforehand and came with the creatures with good mobility. It would take time for the items purchased at the Demon World auction to arrive. First I needed to stop the creatures with what I had now. Crossla, Gigantes, White, Black and the Saber Tigers. The Lich and Advanced Golems were also included. It is great to see Dungeon Master. They kneeled in unison. However, there wasn't a lot of time. Rise. We will move immediately. Yi. Open the space. Please wait a moment. Yi closed her eyes. The dungeon core started to resonate. Weeing. The dungeon core began to shake. An intense resonance was produced. But I didn't order them to move immediately. Crisley. Lead the group of Saber Tigers separately. Do you know the location of the dungeon in China? I know it. Block the rear. Don't let even one of them escape. Our goal is to annihilate all those bastards. I will follow your command, my dungeon master. I finished sorting the creatures and turned my head. The rest will come with me. From the moment we move there, soak your bodies in the blood of the enemies. Follow me. I formed a fist. Oculus. The enemy forced this confrontation. However, I had no intention to obediently give in. If he wanted to end it now, then good. I wouldn't avoid it. If he wanted to take my flesh, then I would give him my bones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Flesh and Bones, 2. Chapter 121, Flesh and Bones, 2. Kung. A giant worm stretched out. A huge hole appeared in front of the dungeon where thousands of creatures were pouring out of it. For the sake of our God. There was an existence leading the monsters. A demon in Ocullo's faction, Azuman. His soul had been assimilated with 12 demons. He viewed almost all the other demons as equals. Ocullo's was their god, and as a tribute to him, Azuman painted his face gold. Not one bit of Azuman's soul would eventually remain. Over time, his mind would be crushed into dust. But right now, he still had some individual thoughts. Gruk. Gruruk. A large number of orcs were at the entrance to the dungeon. Sik moved the creatures outside. However, this couldn't stop the aggression of the orcs. Blame your master. Azuman pulled out a green bow. A strong wind pressure rose as the bowstring was pulled back. But there wasn't the sound of an explosion as the bowstring was released. Gruk? Instead, air bubbles formed on the shoulders of the orcs. Although they tried to hurriedly remove them with their hands, the air bubbles didn't disappear. The air bubbles just got bigger. Pang! They burst with a large sound. However, it didn't end with just popping. Monsters made of green vines emerged from the bodies of the orcs, tearing them apart. Our god wants to rule this dungeon. Accept it quietly. Keek. The green monsters bit at random. Soon thousands of creatures rushed inside. The full-scale invasion began. The top floor of China's dungeon. Sik's face was red and she was fidgeting restlessly. Sik. These bad people. It is foul to have so many invading. Azuman and his creatures were coming up towards the top floor. There were many of them and their quality was also good. China's dungeon was barely ready, but this treatment was too harsh. If they were only lower-grade creatures like orcs or gargoyles, then she would be able to stop them. That wicked girl Yihi. I asked her for help, so why isn't there any reaction? Sik. That bad girl. Sik was afraid. She had completed a dual contract. If the dungeon core was broken, then she would vanish. She would disappear without leaving even a piece of her soul behind. Therefore she had to give up her pride to ask for help, but Yihi didn't answer her. The enemy was advancing too fast. Despite the defense, at this rate the creatures would reach the top floor in less than an hour. Sik, sniffle. Tears and a runny nose occurred thanks to her fear. In fact, Sik was very timid. There was a ranking among the fairies. Sik used anger as a way to hide her fear. Sniffle. I don't want to disappear. No. Sik wiped away the leaking tears with the back of her hand. A fairy couldn't die. Even if they received a severe blow, a fairy would just return to nature. The fairy would spend billions of years trying to restore themselves. There was no guarantee that their original ego would recover, but they wouldn't die. However, extinction was different. They would be deprived of all opportunities. There was no way to recover. An instinctive fear prevailed. Her eyes turned to the hologram floating above the dungeon core. The red dots had reached the 28th floor. China's dungeon had 29 floors, so there was only one remaining. Yihi, that bad girl. I also hate Master. Right. A voice was suddenly heard. Sik's eyes widened as she turned her head. The magic circle to move between dungeon cores had been activated. Furthermore, Sik saw a very welcome presence. The person who ruled 3 dungeons. The Dungeon Master. He showed up with strong creatures. The current status of the enemies? Sik replied to the question. The 28th floor, they've reached it. I came just in time. Master. Are you going to stop them? Naturally. The Dungeon Master just laughed. They set foot in here without permission. I will obliterate them. I had thrown Ocullo's arm in front of the China dungeon. Ocullo's had certainly found the specific location of the dungeon through the arm. Otherwise, there was no reason to hit this place first. Anyway, he tried to destroy this place while the owner wasn't home, and that would cost him. Coming to China, he mistakenly thought it was my headquarters. His strategy was planned around a mistake. A demon and 2,000 creatures. This was enough to take over an empty house. Azuman. No, should I call you Ocullo's? He is my god. I am Azuman. A faithful follower. I faced Azuman and his creatures near the entrance to the 29th floor. The numbers on Azuman's side were overwhelming. However, my side was superior in terms of quality. It seems like the assimilation hasn't been completed. There wasn't a lot known about assimilation. but there was no focus in Azuman's eyes. He gave off the feeling that he was looking elsewhere. Oculus and the other demons. All of them were looking at the current situation as well. Azuman clicked his tongue and said, "This would have been the perfect raid." "How did you notice, Dot? Isn't it an obvious plan to attack the dungeon while I am busy at the Demon World auction? If you knew, then you would have been more prepared. Your current appearance, it seems like you were in a hurry." "Then victory lies with me. You will know soon enough." I started laughing. Those who were weak commonly exaggerated in front of their enemies. For those with true power, having fewer numbers wouldn't be a problem. More than anything, trying to catch me by surprise wasn't a success. Randalph Briggseel. You can't join the ranks of evolution. Our God does not want you. All of you can enjoy evolution on your own. It won't change the fact that I am a hunter. I pulled out wrath. Kwang. At the same time, Lightning God let out a howl as it emerged. Azuman's arms intersected with the bow. His quick-fire skill aimed towards me. Is it because of assimilation? He seems a little bit stronger. The skill itself wasn't a big threat to me. Intelligence was related to anti-magic power and I had 93 points. I was immune to quite a few skills. But the speed was unusual. Due to the soul assimilation, his power seemed to be enhanced. If this also happened with Oculus, then it would be very troublesome. You have crossed the line. However, there is a limit when you are alone. Based on the tone, I guess those are Oculus' words. Is your identity becoming a little hazy? Shut up. Pasak. A magic arrow passed right next to me. It only scratched my cheek a little bit, but air bubbles formed. I frowned as I touched an air bubble. It felt like something inside the air bubble was trying to take root. It wasn't big, but it didn't seem wise to let it continue. It would have been easier if I had the Wrath or Sloth skills, but they disappeared after receiving the third set item. I still didn't know what corruption did. However, Azuman wasn't someone that I needed to use such a skill on. The defense on the right is lax. He was moving his right arm like it was unfamiliar. The right arm I cut off of Oculus was clearly having an effect. It was a weak point. I should take advantage of it in order to win faster. Dark Sword. The sword was locked in darkness. Everything cut by the skill couldn't be healed. Schwack. It cut the flying magic arrows. I circled Azuman and persistently aimed for his right side. This guy. Azuman obviously knew what I was doing. But it was impossible to stop even if he knew. Plus, I wasn't the only one aiming for Azuman. Kwang. An attack that I prepared beforehand struck while Azuman was nervously concentrating on me. Lightning God made contact with Azuman's left ankle. Quack. He tried to avoid it, but the ankle immediately disappeared. Azuman's body twisted and he collapsed. I approached and looked down on him. Azuman, Oculus. You are my prey. Prey will never win over the hunter. It doesn't matter how strong you are. This is just the beginning. We have the same idea. This is just the beginning. Poke. Even the right ankle was cut off. Quack. Now it is more balanced. Once I completely blocked him from escaping, I looked around. Indeed. The overwhelming difference in numbers was being overcome. The creatures couldn't pierce through and were coming to a standstill. Of course, they could become dangerous if left alone. I had to alter the mood before that happened. Demonstrating an existence with absolute power. It was more than I imagined. I started to play with the 2,000 creatures. Azuman was collapsed and couldn't help. The creatures fought with determination, but they very rarely fought desperately. Kwang. Kwang. The frightened ogres quickly left the battlefield. Hundreds of creatures followed them. I had instantly taken away their power. The only ones left were the rabble. This is a waste of time. Go and clean them up. Please leave it to me, Dungeon Master. I will clean them up within 10 minutes. Krosla brandished his red spear. I'll do it. Clean up. The energetic Gigantes wielded an enormous club to devastate the enemy. A wave of magic power swept over the creatures every time he moved his club. The golems hadn't participated in this fight since their goal was to stop anyone from interfering. Thanks to that, I managed to handle Azuman quickly. It took less than 10 minutes to clean up the remaining creatures. Once the throat of the last troll was pierced, Krosla returned and went down on one knee. Blood covered his body, but his attitude showed that he didn't care. All of the enemies have been wiped out. Lead the remaining troops and take care of the fleeing creatures. There are too many of them for Crisley to handle alone. Crisley was leading all the saber tigers. It was a slightly hard task, so the group also consisted of white and black. We will move immediately. Krasla, Gigantes, the Lich, the Golems and the remaining creatures headed downstairs. Soon there was only corpses around me. There is one living. I made a correction. It wasn't only corpses. Azuman, who had his ankles cut off, was still knocked out on the ground. He was severely bleeding. He had been left bleeding for 10 minutes. I approached Azuman carefully and grabbed his head. Bam! I strongly slapped his cheeks. After repeating that action multiple times, Azuman's eyelids slowly opened. Ku. Wake up, Azuman. D-E-A-D. He struggled to squeeze out a word. He thought he was dying, but unfortunately, I wasn't that generous. I bent down to Azuman's ear and said, "No, you're not dying. You won't die until you feel the pain of your soul being torn." Wouldn't making Azuman tattered also deal a blow to Okolos? I was very curious. The souls might be assimilated, but that didn't mean they were safe. I smiled as I imagined Okolos bending over from the pain of his bones being broken. And Azuman trembled as he saw my smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Yihi's Bizarre Adventure, 1. Chapter 122, Yihi's Bizarre Adventure, 1. I was born on the battlefield. I spent decades on the battlefield. The survival rate on the battlefield was less than 1%. Even when all the people I could consider as allies died, I managed to survive. Therefore, I was familiar with torture. Please. Azuman was in such a crushed state that it was difficult for him to speak. He had been stripped and his guts were hanging out. His ears and nose had been cut off. Both eyes? They had completely disappeared. The feet were tortured and lightning god constantly burned the flesh. There was a simple reason why he hadn't died yet. The high-class potion made by grinding the leaves of the tree of origin. There was no way I would let him die so easily. Azuman. Your god has no power now. Kill me. It had already been 10 hours of torture. I had done everything I could do, and Azuman's mind had collapsed. Okolos' power would also be reduced. This is enough. The pain I could inflict had reached its limit. Pak. I swung wrath towards his head. Instant death. Azuman's body twitched once as he died. However, I had no intention of letting Azuman go comfortably. I turned my head and spoke to the Lich that followed me. Lich. Take the head filled with magic power. This will give you a good source of magic power. Understood. The Lich has a habit of pausing when talking. In other words, Azuman would be used to make a staff. His body would receive eternal suffering. I was curious about what Okolos' expression would be if I showed it to him. Cool. At that moment, a crack began to open. The items purchased from the auction started showing up one by one. I guess it comes to the dungeon that I am near. Originally I received everything in the South Korean dungeon. But right now, I was in the dungeon in China. The dungeon that the goods were transferred to seemed to depend on my location. We are the core warrior clan. Where is our master? A loud voice rang out in the dungeon. A bipedal species with the legs of a horse, torso of a bull and head of a human, the core warriors were the first ones to show up. The leader saw me standing before Azuman's body and laughed. Torture. The core warriors are also very fond of torture. Noisy. My spirit was still a little sharp from the torture. The core leader frowned slightly before bowing his head. Master, I'm sorry. This is the normal voice for the core clan. I didn't know because they had been quiet at the auction. They were compliant when purchased, so quite a few could have defects. The core warrior clan consisted of 100 people. Each one was equivalent to an intermediate 5 LV creature. There were some advanced level warriors mixed in, so I didn't hesitate to purchase them. Well, it is okay as long as they enjoy fighting. I would pay attention to them. As long as they followed commands well, I would let something small like this go. Hi-hing. My attention turned away from the core clan. 100 infernos had shown up through the crack. The fire horse inferno. They weren't herbivores. They ate monsters like goblins, orcs, and even trolls. There were 100 of them. However, I didn't purchase them simply to increase my numbers. I heard that the core warriors can ride horses, so your combat capabilities should greatly rise. That's right. We can hunt twin-head ogres when riding an inferno. I nodded. I heard that the core clan lived in remote areas. Everyone said about them, a species that becomes much stronger when riding a good horse. There was a legend that a core warrior riding a Pegasus managed to hunt a hydra alone. In other words, the core clan were a horseback riding species. Excellent. There was no doubt that they would play a large role when hitting Ocullo's dungeon. The next item to appear through the crack was the Lich Gaparum. I can feel a strong aura of death. It doesn't feel very pleasant. Is this a dungeon? As a lich, shouldn't you be familiar with the aura of death? Gaparum gave a small smile and shook his head. Don't compare me with other shallow lich. I became a lich for my research, but my foundation is as an alchemist. My work deals with life, not death. Hello, lich? Unfortunately, there was another lich close by who heard it. The lich couldn't accept such derogatory words. Gaparum just continued. I take back the word shallow. I meant to say a rotten lich. Do you want to die? Fighting is for savages. Master. Give me permission. The lich looked at me. He didn't want to fight in my presence, so he asked for my permission first. I don't allow it. The lich gave a low bow. I said to Gaparum. Gaparum. Don't cause problems in my dungeons. Do you understand? I know. I will put up with it for the research. It was a vague tone of voice that felt slightly disrespectful. But I wasn't bothered by the tone. I am greatly looking forward to the results of your research. Thank you. To be honest, paying 500,000 points for me shows that you recognize the worth of my research. I have become more motivated. You won't regret this, I assure you. I will create the strongest homunculus and help Master become the devil. That is reassuring. So I wanted to say this. As I said at the auction, I need a workshop. Gaparum trailed off. Did he need 2 million points? That number wasn't a burden for me. I will give you a place soon. As expected, Master recognizes my value. Gaparum whistled happily. At first glance, he didn't look like a lich. Leather and internal organs were attached to create a human face. It showed a great and versatile talent. The crack opened once again. The Naga Queen, Dwarf King, and 5 Krakens subsequently emerged through the crack. Swick, swick. The Naga Queen's tail made a sound as she twisted around my body. It might seem like rude behavior, but I knew she was trying to learn my body odor, so I left her alone. The Naga Queen moved for approximately 20 seconds. Next, her tail and body lowered to the ground. A submissive posture. The Dwarf King bowed with a dour expression. He could be distinguished from the other dwarves by his blue beard. Apart from that, there wasn't much difference. The 5 Krakens didn't show any movements. Maybe it was because there was no water. But that alone was enough. My first thought when seeing the Krakens was big. The smallest Kraken I had seen was at least 60 m large. I now had 5 of them. The top floor of the dungeon was high and wide, but it seemed full. They are invincible in the sea. There were very few existences that could win against the Kraken in the sea. Even a dragon wouldn't easily touch a Kraken in the sea. I could rest assured about the defense if I placed them in a sea terrain. Swah! The crack fluctuated even further. Now. The last one. My lips curled up at the thought. Mago. A high-level creature greater than the Griffin and Gigantes. Mago's eyes watched me. All the auction items were moved to the dungeon in China, so I would use it as a base to advance. All my preparations to attack Ocullos was finished. Crisley had brought all the major creatures over. I was prepared to move straight away after receiving the auction items. Master. Yihi really doesn't deserve this. The Fairy Knight's sword. Yihi is still not qualified for it. Yihi was here as well. Yihi didn't like sick, but I needed to give her the Fairy Knight's sword. In your case, it is sufficient. Yihi had been upgraded to an origin fairy. She was qualified for it. But, the Fairy King only grants the sword to one fairy. The last time the Fairy King gave it to someone was more than 20,000 years ago. Yihi, but I am glad to see it. Yihi. Yes, Master. Take it. Yes. Yihi hesitated before grasping the Fairy Knight's sword with closed eyes. It was 30 centimeters in length, so it was more like a skewer than a sword. However, it was quite long when considering a fairy size. The moment that Yi-He firmly grasped the fairy knight's sword, light poured out from the sword and formed a small door. The door then sucked Yi-He in. The fairy knight's sword will test the fairy Yi-He. The fairy Yi-He will be moved to the examination room. I never expected this. A forced move took place. There seemed to be a separate place for the examination. I tried to use the fairy's blessing to talk to Yi-He, but there was only deafening silence. My dungeon master. Fairy Nim has disappeared. Crisley said with wide eyes. It isn't a big deal. She had disappeared and the connection had gone dead for some reason. There was nothing I could do. I just had to hope that she would return unharmed. It might be cruel, but there was a chance she could take a long time and I still had many things to do. I can't waste even a moment. I didn't know Ocullo's true intentions. Ocullos had sent a raid group, but there was no telling what he was doing during this time. Besides, Ocullos had seen my status window. He would have surely spotted the title of Dungeon Hunter. He might have sensed that residual points could be obtained from dungeons. In order to alleviate my anxiety, I needed to move quickly against Ocullos. Crossla. Take it. Thank you. Intense curiosity was in Crossla's eyes as I passed him the dragon armor. Tashmal was given firm conviction in Crisley the twins' mental rapport. The twins' mental rapport would be used with the Dark Elves Roy and Rose. Yi-He. This is an opportunity to show your abilities. A creativity that no one could imagine. If Yi-He possessed the strength, then she would pass the test. Although I was still nervous, there was nothing I could do now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Yi-He's Bizarre Adventure, 2. Chapter 123, Yi-He's Bizarre Adventure, 2. Yi-He held the fairy knight's sword and looked around. A pink world. A sunny valley flowing with sweet honey and all types of cookies. A huge rainbow was floating in the sky while the sun looked like a giant cookie. It was weird to see sunlight coming from a cookie. A pink unicorn was playing in a unique field of pink mushrooms and pink sunflowers. There were pink dogs, pink cats, and even all the cookies were pink. This was a pink garden. A place she had never heard of. Even Yi-He was forced to panic. Bobo. Where is this place? She swallowed her saliva. Her sword-holding hands trembled. She remembered a door forming and then she was dragged to this ridiculous place. How could she not be surprised? Master? Where are you? Are you messing with Yi-He? She hid behind a pink bush and saw the dead body of a rat. Rather than Master, the only existences around her were the pink unicorn and other pink creatures. Hiing. The unicorn poked out its tongue and its ears were pricked up. The sight of it turning upside down to chew the grass was enough to make anyone think it was crazy. Yi-He won't be safe if I'm caught by that crazy unicorn. I will hide here and watch the situation. Master said to me. Enter a cave to avoid getting eaten by tigers? No. That wasn't it. What was it? She fell into a state of panic. Several thoughts passed through her head as she tried to ignore the reality. But time passed and the pink unicorn was still there. Even the sun was still cookie-shaped. I will count to 1,000,000. The unicorn will surely be tired and go to a different place by then. 1, 2, 3, 599, 1, 2, 3. Once she repeated from 1 to 99 hundreds of times, the unicorn finally started to move. Hiing. It was peeing. It furiously urinated all over the place. The urine spread out from the unicorn's body like a fountain. That unicorn really is crazy. By the way, Master is bigger. Master has 2 big weapons. Now it has increased to 3. Overall, it is Master's victory. Yi-He. Yi-He clapped as she compared the protruding parts. Yi-He showed strong interest in anything related to Master. However, that fun only lasted a short time. Yi-He was in an unknown place with a scary unicorn, so she quickly became exhausted. She slowly closed her eyes from the fatigue. Hiing. Master, I want to see you. Yi-He will work hard in the future. Don't throw Yi-He away, yawn. Yi-He scratched her belly and drooled. In her dreams, she was running through the flower garden while holding hands with Master. Between the ha-ha-has and ho-ho-hos, both of them looked happy. Master. I am Yi-He. In fact. I like Master. She made a small, pretty bouquet and handed it to Master. Master smiled as he received the bouquet and patted Yi-Hee on the head. Me too. Yi-Hee, I felt feelings of love from the moment I first saw you. Ah. Master, Yi-Hee has been yours since the beginning. Even the gods can't tear our love apart. I will become the devil and Yi-Hee will sit next to me. You will be by my side forever. I will always be happy if my hands can pat your head and touch Yi-Hee's beautiful hair. Yi-Hee. Master stroking my head is the thing I love best in this world. Yi-Hee. In the future, don't scold Yi-Hee. Yes. Of course. I will expand your garden. You can annoy the bees to your heart's content. Yi-Hee. This as well? I will praise you every day. Yi-Hee. I will stroke your head at least 100 times. Yi-Hee. She was happy. She wished this time would go on forever. However, there was one thing. By the way, Master. Why are you licking Yi-Hee's cheeks with your tongue? Master? Why is your face suddenly pink? And no. Yi-Hee's eyes widened as she woke up and shot upwards. There was no lush flower garden or Master whispering words of love. Pant, a dream. It is lucky. Master's face didn't turn pink. She was so surprised that sweat was flowing down her face. She wiped off the sweat with the back of her hand. What? Why is it so sticky? However, the liquid she wiped away wasn't sweat. She frowned as she thought about it. Huang. In the next moment, she felt something breathing next to her. At the same time, something licked Yi-Hee's cheek. Yi-Hee turned to take a look and froze. Hying. The pink unicorn had poked out its tongue and was wildly waving its head. Hying. Head bang. The unicorn's head moved from side to side, up and down without stopping. It was disgusting. There was a runny nose and tears. Hying. Were her wings wet with saliva? They couldn't be unfolded. She couldn't fly. Yi-Hee started to quickly run on her 2 little feet. And the pink unicorn calmly followed after her. Don't follow me. Yi-Hee isn't tasty. Yi-Hee was desperate. She recklessly ran through the pink forest. After tens of minutes, Yi-Hee's expression became increasingly more exhausted. This can't continue. That perverted unicorn will eat me. The good news was that the unicorn wasn't in sight. It would catch up soon, but she still had a chance. Yi-Hee quickly looked around the area. I will hide over there. At the bottom of a hill, there was a small cave and a blind spot. At first glance, it seemed like an appropriate place to hide her body. Yi-Hee quickly ran into the cave. Who are you? That was hard. Yi-Hee doesn't have the strength to walk anymore. She leaned back against the cave wall and massaged her feet. She couldn't remember the last time she had run somewhere. No, this was actually the first time. She was always obstinate about flying. After a short break, Yi-Hee started to examine the cave. A strange-looking cave. There are a lot of huge mushrooms. Of course, the mushrooms were pink. Still, all of them looked different and it stimulated Yi-Hee's curiosity. I need to go further inside. Yi-Hee needs to find a safe place for Yi-Hee to defend herself. Concha. Yi-Hee slowly and painfully got to her feet. As she went deeper inside, the mushrooms seemed to grow even larger. After walking for approximately 30 minutes, a huge vacant lot appeared. In the heart of the vacant lot was a huge mushroom surrounded by various other mushrooms. Wah dot. Unbelievably large. Great mushroom, Yi-Hee. She approached it and tapped the bottom. Bouncy. The texture was soft. Yi-Hee thought it was fun and constantly poked the mushroom with her finger. Kuwong. Soon, the cave began to shake. The giant mushroom started to move. Egyomanina. Yi-Hee quickly moved back at the angry roar. She was at a loss as she saw eyes and a mouth on the giant mushroom. How dare a stupid fairy invade the Mushroom Kingdom? I, the Mushroom King named Mushroom, will not forgive you. Mushroom. Intruder. Mushroom. Kill. Mushroom. The mushrooms in the surrounding areas also rose. Yi-Hee, who was suddenly trapped, trembled. What did Yi-Hee do? The Mushroom King said. Humph, an intruder shouldn't talk. Die. Mushroom. Kill. Mushroom. Small mushrooms surrounded her. Yi earnestly implored with her hands. Spare me. Mushroom. She would get eaten. Master. Yi closed her eyes. It wasn't necessary to stroll through the flower garden, but she at least wanted to see Master's face. It was at that moment. Hiing. A Prince Charming on a white horse. No, just a horse. The unicorn. It slaughtered the mushrooms with its horns and quickly stood in front of Yi. Nothing happened, so Yi opened her eyes to find the unicorn. The perverted unicorn? Hiing. Don't tell me you came here to rescue Yi? Hiing. Ah. Yi was impressed. The unicorn she called crazy and perverted had come to the cave to save her. Yi was mistaken. Aren't you a really good unicorn? Hiing. Then will you take Yi out of this cave? Hiing. You won't? You want Yi to defeat these mushrooms? Hiing. Yi is weak. Hiing. It is possible if it is Yi? You understood. I'll try it. She raised the fairy knight's sword. After a deep breath, Yi recalled Master's movements. He had a beautiful appearance as he used the sword to slaughter the enemy. She was ecstatic just thinking of the movements. Yap! Yi gave a large cry as she waved the sword. I'm sorry. The mushrooms were weak. Only the Mushroom King had a large size. Once a few mushrooms were pierced with the sword, he groaned with pain and apologized. You are the fairy of the legends. The one holding the fairy knight's sword. The fairy of the legends? What is that? Yi was confused. Then Mushroom said. Yes. A legend has been passed down in the Mushroom Kingdom and Cookie Kingdom. A fairy holding the fairy knight's sword will appear to save the world from the Pink Queen. Save the world from the Pink Queen? Yi can't do such a huge task. Don't say that. Fairy Nim is our only hope. Just thinking of what happened when the Pink Queen caught ordinary mushrooms and cookies really brings me to tears. But I can't do it. Instead, why don't you send Yi back to her original world? I will talk to Master and he will solve your problem, Mushroom blinked. Your original world? Ah, the legendary fairy must come from another world. The Pink Queen will know the answer to your problem. Yi touched her jaw. She picked up this habit from Master. However, she wasn't able to find a solution like Master. She just had to try it. It is really possible for Yi? It is hard for now. But if you wear the legendary treasures from the Mushroom Kingdom and Cookie Kingdom, you will have a chance. Plus, you have the legendary unicorn. Victory is certain. Hiing. The unicorn was still moving its head. Honestly, it was scary. It also splashed saliva everywhere. The fact that it had a good nature was a separate fact. Yi didn't have any confidence as she looked at it. Yi ignored the unicorn and asked another question. Then what is the Cookie Kingdom? Mushroom sighed. Right now it is different, but we were brethren in the past. After the Pink Queen turned the Cookie King into the sun, they gave up on all attempts at diplomacy. Now they just stare up at the sun every day while working. Please save both of us. Mushroom. Please. Mushroom. Thousands of mushrooms said it all at once. They looked pathetic even to Yi. The Cookie King had become the sun. The cookies had to stare at him all day long. Yi felt like it was her story. It was similar to the way Yi wanted to look at Master every day. She also had a lot of confidence after using the sword against the mushrooms. The word legend gave her some momentum. I can return to my world after slaying the Pink Queen? Understood. Leave this to Yi. Yi hit her chest and said confidently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Demon Predator, 1. Chapter 124, Demon Predator, 1. Heian Moon's necklace. The owner was a master swordsman and wearing the necklace taught a powerful sword technique. Ariel Diablo had obtained it in my previous life, using the advanced proficiency to conquer her enemies. But now it was mine. I owned it, not anyone else. I placed the moon-shaped necklace around my neck. At the same time, the Heian Moon's necklace has been worn. The secret sword technique, Moonlight Falling, Epic, Passive, has been learnt. A refreshing aura covered my body. The blue light around my body resembled that of the moon. Today was a full moon. This was the perfect day to experiment with the new sword technique. This is moonlight falling. I accepted the energy. The information about the sword technique slowly entered my head. And I could see Heian Moon. He had a beast-like body. His hair looked like it hadn't been cleaned in a while, and he had a beard. He wore worn clothes and walked forward with two swords in his hands. The image of the sword technique demonstration was etched into my retinas. I admired the beautiful sword trajectory as it moved in the moonlight. Beautiful. I had that thought while watching the swords move. It couldn't be compared to the dancers who moved holding swords. Every single movement was important. It was beautiful, but the sword also pierced the heart and head of the enemy. It was a new experience for me. Swordsmanship on an entirely different level. Ha! In my previous life, the moonlight falling that Ariel used was intense. However, it wasn't beautiful. She had probably reassembled moonlight falling according to her own color. She knew tens of thousands of sword techniques. She absorbed everything and turned it into Abyss Sword. Heian Moon's sword technique was just one part of this. I will leave it as it is. My thoughts were different. I didn't know any proper sword techniques. They were given to me during actual combat. A technique to split the flesh of the enemy. Simple ways to break the enemy's bones. That was it. I thought that was enough. Swordsmanship? I hadn't felt the need for it. This bias changed after seeing Heian Moon performing moonlight falling directly. This was complete by itself. There was no need to make any changes to it. Of course, there would be differences based on the interpretation. I lagged behind significantly when it came to actually using moonlight falling. But if I kept learning moonlight falling, I was confident that I would break the wall on my own. In fact, my swordsmanship had been stagnant for more than 10 years. My abilities rose as I became stronger, but there was no change in the techniques themselves. So I wanted to learn. I wanted to absorb it. Ariel reassembled it, but I didn't want to destroy the purity of the original owner, despite my lacking skills. Heian, I will carry your method forward. I stretched out my hand. Heian Moon's movements imprinted in my retinas were carried out through my hands. There was no notion of reality. My hands continued to draw moonlight falling. Moonlight fell on me from the full moon, and it felt like a heavy weight was pressing down on me. A prophet. A sword master. He was strong and I respected his purity. Heian Moon loved the moon. His emotions were contained in falling moonlight. The desire to learn and grow from Heian Moon filled my head. I am fond of the full moon and the quiet sky. I laughed. I recalled the days spent on the battlefield. A place of slaughter. A place where I couldn't even trust my allies. Still, the moon was the only one on my side. It would never change or betray me. I understood a little bit of Heian Moon's heart. I held wrath in one hand and the Emperor's sword in the other. And I brandished them until dawn. I couldn't move without a plan. I needed to draw up a plan, divide the troops and give them time to adjust to the items purchased from the Demon World auction. Okolos was a Grand Duke, so I needed to be well prepared before going against him. You absolutely can't get caught. It is important to monitor the dungeons of Okolos and important demons from an appropriate distance. Send me reports through the crystal ball once a day. I will follow your words, Dungeon Master. Reconnaissance was a must before moving. I used Krasla and a few dark elves for mobility. Okolos knew my status window, but he wasn't aware that I knew the exact location of his dungeon. Your damn arrogance. It will make sure that you aren't prepared. My purpose was to catch him off guard. It wouldn't be long. Meanwhile, I would use this time to gain a little bit of strength. Stein. How is the work of the Dwarf King progressing? He is so amazing. 7 unique level weapons have already been completed. At this rate, the basic preparations will be ready in a fortnight. Once the huge weapon for Gigantes is finished, his power will instantly double. Stein said in a proud tone. Indeed, good blacksmith skills and superior materials meant that decent weapons were created. Thanks to that, the dwarves were growing every day. A fortnight. I couldn't waste that valuable time. After completing some urgent tasks and learning Moonlight Falling, I pulled out the rest of the items. Millennium Stigma, Lightning Orb and Heian Moon's necklace were all items for my growth. To be precise, they worked to increase the impact of Lightning God. Lightning Orb helps lightning-related skills recover. I used Mind's Eye once again to confirm it. Name, Lightning Orb, XU. Description, an orb held in the mouth of a lightning dragon for 100 years. Asterisk strengthens the electrical properties of unique skills. The user's electrical magic power can be restored once a day. Asterisk can grant electrical properties to spirits. Lightning God had a higher rank, so the strengthening effect would have no effect. I was aiming for the recovery and integration options. Lightning God. Move. Lightning God started moving out towards the lightning orb. It wasn't a simple movement. Lightning God felt resistant, but it couldn't go against my orders. After a while, Lightning God finally reached the lightning orb. At that moment, a strong sense of effort could be felt, but I ignored it. This was work that required intense concentration. Lightning Elemental, Epic, has entered the lightning orb, XU. The spirit rating is very high. The effect will be enhanced. The name will be changed to Lightning Orb, Lightning God. The efficiency of Lightning Elemental, Epic, has increased. The consumption of materials for its use has been reduced by half. Then I pulled out the Millennium Stigma. This was an item that formed a type of contract. After connecting Lightning Orb and Lightning God, the duration that I could use it for had increased. Do humans call something like this a trick? My eyebrows furrowed. Some people might call it a trick. No, it isn't. It was finding a method and taking advantage of it. I grabbed onto the chance. Once I confirmed that Lightning God had completed the change, I placed the seal around my heart. Millennium Stigma has been activated. Lightning Orb, Lightning God, and the Heart of the Hell Monarch have been linked. Lightning God will always manifest in the future. When the skill is not in use, it is possible to use 1/10 of the spirit's power. Millennium Stigma has been destroyed after being used. The stigma was a one-time item. However, the effect was enough. After a while, a small fist-sized dragon made of lightning appeared out of the lightning orb. Lightning God. It was surprised by the sudden situation and quickly looked around. The strength is reduced to 1/10, but it is active 24 hours a day. I can also recover the strength when the skill is used. Lightning God would automatically keep protecting me. Originally, Lightning God couldn't voluntarily exit my body. But thanks to Lightning Orb and Millennium Stigma, it could now manifest for 24 hours a day. The small Lightning God moved around my head. It was in a good mood after gaining its freedom. It couldn't be underestimated just because it was the size of a fist. It only had 1/10 of the power, but an advanced creature would still be in danger from one hit. I look forward to it. Lightning God flew faster. Now it is time for the box. It was the last item left from those he purchased at the Demon World auction. The unknown box was waiting for its turn. The box was shaped like a coffin. Crisley stood in front of it and asked, "My dungeon master, you want me to open this box?" "That's right. The item that comes out will belong to you. I will open it. Please step aside." Crisley was worried since she didn't know what would come out. However, I shook my head. "It is okay. I will be safe here. I understand." Then, Crisley took a deep breath and moved. She carefully lifted the lid of the box. Who won? A loud sound. It was like someone was roaring. At the same time, a violet light poured from the box. "My dungeon master." "This?" Crisley said with perplexed eyes. "Indeed. It turned out like this." I slightly nodded as I checked the result. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Demon Predator, 2. Chapter 125, Demon Predator, 2. The preparations were over. The only thing left was to move there. My dungeon master. Fairy Nim hasn't appeared yet. I know. But I can't delay it any longer. I said to Crisley before turning around. All the creatures except those left behind to defend the dungeon were gathered behind me. There were 4,000 intermediate and 100 advanced creatures. There were also 3 high-class creatures. Tashmal was recovering her strength and easily reached the rank of a high-class creature. If I included her, then it would be 4 high-class creatures. It was at a scale that no demon could match. Sweeping away one dungeon would be a cinch. This was 80% of the power that I had gathered in 3 years. In particular, I had considerable expectations for the core clan warriors. They were riding the infernos and carrying weapons created by the Dwarf King. Plus, the clan warriors became stronger when they were together. War. The core warriors also like war. Their voices rang in my ears, war. I would use the momentum of their shouts. The enemy is Grand Duke Oculus. If we delay any longer, then it will become disadvantageous. Lightning fast. Exit quickly after hitting him in the neck. If we miss this opportunity, then it will become more difficult. We have to kill Oculus at all cost. In addition, if he crosses another line, I need to pull out his roots before he becomes more annoying. Krasla had sent me some amazing facts while he was scouting. It was the reason why I was busy in many ways. I wasn't the only target, and Oculus had attacked other dungeons simultaneously. 2 demons from other factions had been dragged inside Oculus' dungeon. Krasla placed himself at risk and entered the dungeon. And he confirmed that Oculus was a demon predator. It was different from insanity. I was utterly disgusted by the actions described to me. A predator of his own kin. He broke another taboo. Demon Predator. That was Oculus' new title. His soul seems to have gone out of balance because of the assimilation. The original Oculus maintained a moderate position. He didn't do anything extraordinary. Now he had transformed into a dramatic character thanks to the soul assimilation. It was impossible to assimilate other demons without the soul being harmed. It will be a hassle if he grows like me. And I don't know what he will become capable of over time. I could get extra stat points by controlling dungeons and hunting demons. However, Oculus was likely to gain something as well from eating other demons. That was enough for me to move, but I also couldn't guess Oculus' behavior. I needed to destroy him before he went beyond what I could face. I organized my thoughts and took one step forward. Follow me. We will destroy the enemy. A large group of creatures started to move from the dungeon in China. Oculus' dungeon was located in Brazil, South America, so I needed to go by sea. The turtle islands I bought were ready to move. I had purchased an additional 9 turtle islands. They were big enough to be called small islands, and 10 of them could carry 5,000 creatures. Stop. Warning. Don't come any closer. The problem was that the humans had a reaction to the large number of creatures moving. Several thousand humans with tanks blocked their path. There were also dozens of awakened. It had already been 3 years. It was impossible that the humans didn't know negotiating with creatures was impossible. It would have been better if they struck first instead of giving a warning. The creatures were only stimulated by the loud noise. The faces of the humans were filled with tension. It seemed like they wouldn't get out of the way. It was apparent from their attitude and the fact that this place wasn't far from a city. Annoying military. I clicked my tongue. Still, I needed to take care of them if I wanted to pass. This was a Pandora's box that they shouldn't have opened. I had brought thousands of creatures. Their fate was to be brutally trampled on. But if they were trying to buy time to evacuate the buildings, I could waste some time here. I would use the core clan warriors to sweep them away. Master. We will show the strength of the core clan. I'll leave it to you. I coldly accepted. If I used the griffin, then I could quickly clean them up. However, it wasn't bad to look at the combat power of the core warriors. With my permission, the core warriors were all riding infernos. Hi-rah! Wipe them out. The 100 infernos that the core warriors were riding kicked off against the ground. They were 3 m tall. There was also the moderate size of the core warriors. An ordinary human would have to look up to barely see their heads. Kung! Quarong! The tanks fired. The core clan had never encountered weapons like this before. The core warriors were hit by them. One of the warriors was literally knocked to the ground. But he just got up from the dirt. That hurt me a little bit. The core warrior just laughed like it was a joke and got back on the inferno. Amazing actions followed. The infernos swiftly moved among the humans. Their skins were tough and close to impervious, making the bullets unable to penetrate them. Even the flames emitted from an inferno were fatal for humans. The humans couldn't extinguish the hellfire. This weapon is very good. As expected from weapons made by the Dwarf King. The weapons he made from the roots of the Tree of Origin had a unique rating and were extremely sharp. The core warriors could even slice through a tank. The humans were wiped out in 20 minutes. It was a long time, but that was due to the brutality of the core clan. Despite the person being dead, they would keep slicing the body again and again. Master. Slaughter is fun. Yes, I can see. I nodded. The core clan received no damage. There were some minor injuries, but their power was preserved. This isn't all. The true strength of the core clan will only appear when dealing with strong enemies. They were a species specialized in fighting together. This was the core clan. There was also a skill associated with them. Rendezvous, U. A skill that raised strength and stamina when many core warriors faced an enemy. The core clan warriors are strong. The core clan cried out loudly as they held up their large swords. An attitude like they were showing off. Most of the creatures gathered here took it as a taunt. Crisley was tired of it but ignored them. On the other hand, Tashmal, who was wearing firm conviction, spat out harsh words. I can't find any dignity. Her tone was filled with thorns. She had been fidgety as soon as she left the dungeon because she was concerned about the baby angels. Tashmal's 3 pairs of black wings spread out in an intimidating gesture. Her stats had recovered quite a bit and she could match high-class creatures. I was resting for a while and had a chance to check Tashmal's growth with mind's eye. Name, Tashmal. Occupation, fallen angel. Title. Asterisk, angel of light steeped in darkness, epic, intelligence and magic power +6. Asterisk, firm conviction, R, stamina +3. Stats. Strength 77, intelligence 88, +6. Agility 83, stamina 79, +5. Magic power 86, +8. Potential, 413 +19/471. Uniqueness, an angel that spread light into the world has now become a fallen angel. The stats have been lowered in the aftermath of losing her wings, but they will quickly recover. Skill, propagation of darkness, epic, barrage of dark spears, epic, dark thunder, epic. Before and after comparison. Strength 68, intelligence 93, agility 78, stamina 69, magic 90, potential 386 +12/471. Strength 77, intelligence 94, agility 83, stamina 84, magic 94, potential 413 +19/471. The firm conviction helmet. The helmet increased her stamina by 5 and her magic power by 2. Her stats were more than 430, so she had already surpassed Gigantes and the Griffin. This was almost as strong as a 2LV high-class creature. I wondered what the result would be if she fought the core warriors, but now wasn't the time for that. There is no time to delay. Move to the right. I walked out. I needed to stab a dagger into Oculus before he noticed. Moving with Turtle Island was simple. It dived into the depths of the ocean with a shielding skill. Thanks to that, I was able to reach South America without any interference. Of course, there was one more bridge to cross. I decided to go through Peru. Everything has been destroyed. It wasn't a country with strong military power, so I thought I could easily pass through. But this was completely different from what I expected. There weren't even any ants or puppies, let alone a resistance. All the cities were completely destroyed. The smell of burning flesh and rotting bodies permeated the air. Peru didn't have a dungeon, so I could only guess that Oculus was behind it. My dungeon master. The smell is unbearable. Crisley pinched her nose. The burning and rotten stench was the worst. It was hard for her superior senses. I opened my mouth and said, "There are no humans visible. Isn't it due to Oculus? You think so as well? The signs are all around us. Did he intend to gather some points?" The tragedy had happened not long ago. At best, it was only 1 or 2 months. It was something he clearly did before entering the Demon World auction. However, was it really for points? No. It is not for the sake of points. Crisley was puzzled by my words. Then, look at the bodies. The area was littered with corpses. They were eaten by insects, rotted or burnt, but were still obviously corpses. Ah! None of them have heads. It wasn't difficult to understand after that. She hadn't been aware because the smell was so bad she turned away. Sacrifices. Tashmal said with a serious expression. I agreed with her. That's right, Tashmal. They are sacrifices to summon something. I couldn't imagine how many sacrifices there were. It was at least hundreds of thousands. Crisley trembled as she was enlightened. Isn't he a Grand Duke? An existence like that, making all these sacrifices for a summoning. I couldn't act recklessly. I forgot my pride and couldn't easily move. A Grand Duke was strong. They had high standards in other areas, not just strength. Yet he was forced to offer many sacrifices. Especially since I didn't know who he was summoning. It wasn't possible for me to have an extensive knowledge of summoning. Right now, Oculus' mental state isn't normal. It isn't strange that he would do something like this. This is really insane. Crisley concluded with disgust. Soul assimilation. Kin predator. A summoning ritual. Judging by the scale of the ritual, it won't be easy. But I also couldn't stay put. A Grand Duke was a presence that I couldn't leave alone. I didn't want to. I hoped to knock my opponent down from his position. At the very least, Oculus was within a short reach. A fight between a predator and a hunter. I formed fists. It would be hard, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Wide plains. Hundreds of thousands of human skulls were skewered. Accumulation of cruelty. Oculus grinned as he looked over it. Soon a magic circle was invoked on the whole plains, and a huge mountain-like shadow appeared. Who summoned nothingness? Nothingness. Something that no one knew or could explain. A shadow of nothingness was summoned. It is good to meet you. I am the one who summoned you, Oculus said to the shadow. Then he turned his attention to the shadow of nothingness. Are all those heads my food? That's right. Feel free to eat. I am not satisfied, but I won't refuse this big portion. Kowong. It wasn't a mere shadow. The shadow moved over the land. The shadow swallowed up the entire plains. In the blink of an eye. All the heads instantly disappeared. Hoo. Oculus' smile widened. The ritual sacrifices had been completed. The existence that no one knew about was now in his hands. Oculus lost any fear. Now victory was his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Shadow of Nothingness, Kenteganam, 1. Chapter 126, Shadow of Nothingness, Kenteganam, 1. After going through Peru, we safely made it to the dungeon in Brazil. It was just as horrible as Peru. Dungeon Master. I, Krosla, have come to greet you. Krosla and several dark elves approached. They had covered themselves in dirt and straw to monitor Oculus' dungeon. Are there any noticeable movements? Krosla briefly hesitated at the question before replying. It was only for a fraction of a second, but there was a huge surge of magic power inside the dungeon. It disappeared instantly, so I thought I was mistaken. At the same time, the movements of the creatures reduced. It clearly had a negative impact on the creatures in the dungeon. My eyebrows rose. The summoning was successful. I had no clue at all about what was summoned. And without any hints, I was bound to feel some fear. Despite the information from my previous life, I was now moving in complete ignorance. Good job. However, I didn't hold back on my praise. Krosla and the Dark Elves had suffered without sleeping for the last fortnight. Thank you. I ignored their bows and took out Wrath and the Emperor's sword. The dungeon was close enough for them to notice me. If Oculus felt danger, then it was highly likely that the creatures and demons would start moving. I was already committed to destroying the enemy. I had a clear goal and objectives. There was nothing else to say. Crisley, Krosla, and Tashmal, all the preparations were finished. Yes, words weren't necessary. The only thing left was speed. Let's go. I ran towards the dungeon. Giant ants emerged from the ground. They were the lowest grade war ants. They weren't anything to worry about on their own, but hundreds of thousands gathered together were a lot stronger. It was normal to be careful, even if they were lower grade creatures. But I needed to act quickly. Someone might have ordered them to buy some time. Rushing so recklessly, it was different from the creature's normal behavior. Griffin. Kiik. Despite suffering a serious injury against infinite flesh, the griffin had completely recovered. Dust shot up as fire and lightning, epic, hit the ground. Qua are you rung? It was utterly amazing. A whole bunch of war ants immediately melted. Despite their numbers, they were only lowest grade creatures. They were no match for the griffin. The ants were destroyed without even a trace left behind. The core clan hunted the few remaining war ants. The time that it took? Less than 5 minutes. They completely finished it. The enemy was wiped out and we moved on straight away. Krosla had figured out the path in advance, so it was easy to move up. But I didn't see any more war ants until the 5th floor. Ant Cave. Oculus' dungeon was an ant cave. All his creatures were ants. The 6th floor. It was the first time there was a change. A storage for eggs. There were tens of thousands of ant eggs. Guardian ants were beside the entrance. Low-grade 3 LV creatures. They were larger than normal war ants and had much sharper mandibles. Their speed and power couldn't be ignored. Burn it. The guardian ants were low-grade creatures. Destroying the egg storage wasn't a problem. The dungeon was wider than it seemed, so even using the griffin's fire and lightning skill would take a long time. However, I also had 3 fire golems. In this situation, there was no need to keep them back from burning the egg storage. The fire golems ignored the guardian ants, despite the assault from the sharp mandibles. It reached the climax. Kung! Kwang! After receiving my command, the fire golems only moved for the goal. The ground shook every time their heavy bodies moved. Wakak! Flames shot out from the fire golem's hands. The egg storage couldn't survive the firepower. The guardian ants rushed at the fire golems but were just melted down. It was impossible for them to attack. It was easy. There was nothing hidden. At this rate, it wouldn't be too difficult to reach the top floor. I was slowly climbing up the dungeon. Isn't it time that he noticed? More than 5,000 creatures entered. There was plenty of time for the owner of the dungeon to notice. But there were no movements. Was he encouraging me to come? Or he was confident that I wouldn't be able to rise? Whatever the reason, I couldn't relax. I couldn't know the truth about Ocullos, but that wasn't necessarily bad for me. The 11th floor. Intermediate level creatures emerged. The gigantic ants were intermediate 3 LV creatures. Their whole body was covered with specific, hard materials that looked like armor, making the ants quite tricky. Furthermore, they spat out chemical ingredients from their mouth like human machine guns. Kwang! Kwang! There was a loud sound. Over 100 gigantic ants were heading towards the entrance. The advanced golem's forward movement was stopped. The chemicals emitted by the gigantic ants were damaging to them. There would be an explosion from the chemicals and it would penetrate towards the nervous system. The flame-resistant griffin also moved forward. Its skill was used efficiently. The only problem was that the griffin couldn't discharge it that often. Naga Queen. Swike. With the tail of a snake and the upper body of a beautiful woman, she was a strong powerhouse among the advanced 5 LV creatures. The Naga Queen moved along the walls and floors quickly. Her sharp teeth and potent poison melted away the armor of the gigantic ants. Ha! The Naga Queen breathed out purple smoke towards the gigantic ants in front of her. The fog spread out. It was the skill poison spray, XU. The purple fog touched the gigantic ants and melted them down. Their solid armor and powerful weapons were useless in front of the Naga Queen. This battle also reached its climax. Now I just need to hunt the queen. I had encountered war ants, guardian ants, and gigantic ants. Their presence meant there would be a queen ant. As I approached the end of the ant cave, Ocullos' preparations were like what I expected. Ant queen. An ant the size of a golem screamed. Ki. The strident sound echoed. The queen ant was in a miserable state. All her legs were mutilated and her body was covered with mysterious wounds. Gruang. White roared from his position on top of the queen ant's torso. It was a roar of victory. The end of combat was announced by White biting the neck of the ant queen. Despite the dozens of saber tigers that died, this was a great success. The queen ant can be left to die. My points will be wasted if I don't move. There were no traces of Ocullos' movements. I couldn't tell that a magic circle had been carved. Immediately after the magic circle was activated, there was a surge of magic power intense enough for ordinary humans to feel it. There were no signs that anything like that had happened. Even if Ocullos wasn't here, the fairy should have come out to reject me. It was like he just placed a number of creatures to resist. The damage is small. At most, there were 200 intermediate creatures. The real bonus will be cutting that guy's head off. I turned and looked at Crisley. Have you received contact from the other dark elves? No, my dungeon master. That means the other demons aren't moving. I wasn't only watching Ocullos. Dark elves were sent to the dungeons of other demons in his faction. I gave them crystal balls so they could report back. There was no contact, so that meant the demons weren't moving. Therefore, I only needed to pay attention to Ocullos. Then, movement. There was movement while I was speaking. Wyack. A rough wind blew. Ki. The dying queen ant made frantic sounds. Then the body of the queen ant disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were no signs of it. There was only the wind blowing. This power. Tashmal's wings spread wide open and she activated the skill barrage of dark spears, epic. The spears rushed through the dungeon. Kwang. Quararung. Quaquang. An explosion took place and I could finally see it. Shadow. A shadow. A very large shadow could be seen on the outer wall of the dungeon. Tashmal shouted loudly in dismay. Nothingness. Nothingness? I didn't know what it was, but Tashmal seemed shocked. In addition, she was nervous about the shadow. Your presence shouldn't be here. Return. This isn't the place for you. Return? I'm not much different from the original natives of this place. It spoke in an annoyed, bass-like voice. However, Tashmal had a tough attitude. Nothingness can't be called a native. You're not a god. You are just an ungrateful presence that tried to eat God. It was difficult to follow the story. In the first place, I had no idea what nothingness was. This was the first time I had seen the overwhelming presence that was the shadow. It seemed to have existed for a long time. It felt like the first time I had encountered a Grand Duke in the demon world. The shadow wasn't an easy opponent. A powerhouse. I'm not a god? I've heard that for 10 million years. I am the truest god that exists. A fallen angel shouldn't speak on this topic. I still have all the memories from my past lives. You are a god? My god is real. I can't stand any corrupted existences impersonating God. Wying. The wind grew stronger. Many dark spears floated around Tashmal. I am Kenteganam. I am the true god. The other one is just a fake. You damn fallen angel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Shadow of Nothingness, Kenteganam, 2. Chapter 127, Shadow of Nothingness, Kenteganam, 2. Then Tashmal accused him. Bah, it looks like you can't remember anything but your name. Everything else has been lost into nothingness. Supak. The shadow that called himself Kenteganam moved. Quaron. Tashmal responded. Countless dark spears shot towards him. However, the shadow was fast. It wasn't easy to hit him. On the other hand, Tashmal was injured every time the shadow moved. Kenteganam. I considered that name for a while. I had heard it somewhere before. Soon I received a small surprise as I searched through my memories. Kenteganam was king of the Yetis. The king that no Yeti dared refer to by name. He was the ancestor of a cursed Yeti sold at the Demon World auction, and his name was also on a helmet in the achievement store. I never thought I would hear that name here. The form of the giant shadow looked similar to a Yeti. He must have died and become this. He was in a shadow state. It is certain. I needed to get rid of him in order to move forward. Mago. Hu won. This time it was the 2LV high-class creature purchased at the Demon World auction. The one-eyed Mago came forward. Mago regarded the shadow slowly. She had wise eyes that seemed to allow her to see right through the shadow. Fortunately, she is in a normal state. Due to the failed contract with the dark spirits, sometimes Mago would have seizures. They didn't know how to catch a high-class creature, so I was dealing with the result. She would become tired approximately once a week and then calm down. But today she was calmer than usual. Her one eye read everything about Kenteganam. Wying. A gust of wind rose next to Mago, and she hid herself in the wind. Mago's habit was to mix in with the wind. I was reminded of her skills and laughed with satisfaction when recalling her status window. Name, Mago. Stats. Strength 89, Intelligence 93. Agility 92, Stamina 68. Magic Power 93. Potential 435/446. Uniqueness, unstable due to the contract. Skill, Perfect Hurricane, Epic, Sage's Eye, Epic, Wind Tread, Epic. It wasn't a surprising status window for a 2LV high-class creature. The disadvantage was her low stamina, but that didn't matter in the current situation. Mago reappeared behind Kenteganam. Her one blue eye was shining as she stabbed the center of Kenteganam's hand. Poke! Qua! Kenteganam, who had been pressuring Tashmal, screamed. It was the first time an attack had succeeded. Mago used the skill Sage's Eye, Epic, to examine Kenteganam. That was how Mago seemed to know a weak point. Mago's eye alone made it worth buying her. Kenteganam jerked back from the unexpected blow. That wasn't the end. Mago pulled strongly on Kenteganam's shadow. And the figure hiding in the shadow was revealed. You! A terrible shape appeared from the shadow. A simple piece of flesh. The eyes, nose and mouth had melted together like he was failing to maintain his form. He was a 6 to 7 meter bipedal species, but he really couldn't be called a normal existence. He lost all shape. Indeed. Aside from his memories, it seemed like he had even forgotten what he previously looked like. Something like pus was dripping from his skin, giving off a terrible stench. Bubbles occasionally popped on his body in different places. He was nothing more than a crumbling mess right now. Kenteganam urgently covered himself in the shadow again. His ugly appearance was once again hidden in darkness. However, I had clearly seen his shape. Gigantes. I used Gigantes to verify this. Enemy. Win. Kung. Kung. Gigantes seemed unstoppable as he moved forward. He was holding the huge club that the Dwarf King made for him. Gigantes was thrilled about using the weapon. He was roughly snorting with excitement at finally being able to play. It was a unique grade weapon with the skill instant acceleration attached, overcoming some of the disadvantages of its size. Gigantes also wanted to see how quickly he could move. Quack-wang. He swung down with the club and accelerated. Gigantes had incredible strength. Normally the floor shook when he just walked, but the result was terrible after acceleration was used. However, the impact wasn't as large as I expected. The shadow-covered Kenteganam didn't budge. The shadow was lacking to be called an armor. I will kill all of you. Kenteganam flicked out his shadow. The shadow was used to hide his body, but it had a further effect. The shadow swallowed up Gigantes. Cough. Blocked. Out of breath. Let go. The shadow covered his entire body. It slowly entered Gigantes. After making contact with the shadow, it seemed like Gigantes was died in darkness. Come out. Don't become stained with nothingness. Kururung. Tashmal struck down with the Dark Thunder spears, but it wasn't very effective. Like Tashmal, the shadow also had the attribute of darkness, so the effects were cut in half. Mago was busy dealing with Kenteganam's main body. And I. Do you come here looking for a coffin? Randalph Brigzeal. Ocullos and his creatures slowly approached me. There were the 30-year-old Death Knight purchased at the auction, a bugbear, a dark warrior and 100 advanced creatures. There was an advanced 4LV horned ant king and some gigantic ants. Of course, the one I hated was at the front. Ocullos. This guy, what did you summon? A god who was trapped in nothingness. I called out to him. The word nothingness popped out to me. Where was it located? Ocullo's smile just intensified. By the way, how did you discover the location of my dungeon? You don't need to know. Indeed. I don't need an explanation. You will become trapped in nothingness and then you will follow my words. His eyes turned towards Gigantes. Gigantes had stopped moving after becoming tinged with darkness. The black shadow flowing around Gigantes, it changed his eyes. The eyes were still hostile, but he had changed his target. He was staring at me like he wanted to charge over. Is he being controlled? Who? That's right. Nothingness is not dependent on the shadow. Randalph Brigzeal, how long before all the high-class creatures you were so proud of are controlled? I highly doubt that it will take more than an hour. Then I guess I should kill you before then. Do you think it will be that easy? You might have earned the title of hunter, but I am a predator. A showdown between a hunter and a predator. I'm trembling just imagining it. It won't be as easy as last time. He proudly spoke about breaking the taboo. I didn't answer him. This was shameful conduct for a Grand Duke. I needed to kill him as soon as possible before the shadow showed any more bizarre effects. I gripped Wrath and the Emperor's sword. The moonlight was fully charged. I had practiced moonlight falling for almost a month. 1 month was nothing compared to Heian Moon's existence, but that was enough. My dungeon master. Give me a command. Crisley spoke on behalf of the creatures. She was holding a red jewel in her hands. Who won? Who won? A ringing sound was constantly emerging from the jewel. It was the item Crisley received from the unknown box. Break the seal. I will follow your words. Gulp. Crisley swallowed the red jewel without any hesitation. Suuk. Suwak. She raised the death wand and produced hundreds of shades. Skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground and a large crow formed on the death wand. The King of Death. Gannick's Essence. This was the item that emerged from the unknown box. Crisley owned the death wand, so the box seemed to release an item related to necromancy. Garnack, the King of Death. He was a necromancer who reached the pinnacle. Those who swallowed his essence could have his strength for a limited time. Crisley. Help stop the enemy from controlling gigantes. Yes. Crossla. You will lead the creatures. Leave it to me. I have a neck to cut off. The delegation of roles was over. I turned and looked at Ocullos. Ocullos had already used naturalization and relaxation was on his face. He had a completely different attitude from before. Confidence. Arrogance. He was feeling those things. Let's end this, Ocullos. Come. Randalph Brigzeal. Korurung. The creatures clashed with each other. I was in the vanguard as I swung my sword towards Ocullos. Moonlight falling. It was a sword skill that consumed moonlight to make a sword of light. It increased the destructive power of the sword and also confused the enemy. It was a skill that was compatible with Dark Sword. Become stronger. Oh ha ha ha. Noisy. Ocullos was still relaxed. By now, demons from his faction should be heading to this dungeon. Was he thinking of buying time? No. He really believed that he could win. Several branches sprouted from his right arm. A myriad of branches popped out from the ground. They took a similar form to Ocullos. It wasn't very different from a clone. So 2 clones were created. Their destructive power could be compared to Ocullos. Look! The demons I preyed on have taken on my appearance. Randalph Brigzeal, you will also have the glory of joining their ranks. 3 against 1. 1 was easy. 2 enemies was similar. But 3, that was a little arduous. The 2 clones even used the same skills as Ocullos. It was no different from an infinite revival. The injuries inflicted by the Dark Sword didn't recover, but the naturalized Ocullos could replace them with other parts. It wasn't the same for the clones. In short, I needed to handle the clones in order to increase the chances of winning. Lightning God. Although he had clones, I also had a powerful army. Groang. Lightning God manifested and attacked. The giant lightning dragon rushed towards Ocullos. Meanwhile, I dealt with the clones. Chwang. My sword struck a long stalk. It had been reinforced so the cut wasn't very deep. However, the whole area couldn't be strengthened. The Emperor's sword struck the side of a clone. Jiang. I had 2 swords but there were 2 clones. They both complemented each other and were pressuring me. If only I had the complete version of Heian Moon's sword techniques. It would be easy. The practice time I had wasn't enough. More complex moves were required to kill the enemies. My job would be easier if Heian Moon's swordsmanship was completely learnt. Right now, I didn't have enough power. It isn't easy. The situation was neck and neck. My creatures were a little bit ahead in that showdown. However, Ocullos and Kenteganam were huge variables. Tashmal was covered in wounds and Mago was busy trying to hold on. At least Crisley was properly dealing with the shadow-stained gigantes. If there was one more shadow-controlled creature, the situation was likely to reverse. Time. It was running out but I couldn't finish this as fast as I wanted. There was another problem. The demons in Ocullos' faction were fast approaching. If they joined then my odds would become close to 0. It can't be helped. Phew. I sighed and took a deep breath. I didn't want to use it but it seemed like I had no choice. It was the skill I obtained when 3 of the 7 sins set was gathered. It had absorbed the other skills but I didn't know how to take advantage of it. The description was short and also had a warning attached. But this was the only way. I opened my mouth. Corruption. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Corruption, 1. Chapter 128, Corruption, 1. Are you sure you want to use corruption, X-Epic? This was the first time it had asked me again. However, my decision didn't change. I would use it. I slowly opened my mouth. This is the final warning. Corruption. Corruption. Chion. Ocullos' clone aimed for this gap. It became nervous at my shout. The demon Randalph has used the skill corruption X epic. You have temporarily gone beyond the protective limits of the system. The lock has been released. Until the effect of corruption ends, you can't use all the features of the system. Be careful. Demons outside the protection won't be free of surveillance from heaven. Be careful. Be care. The message windows continuously rose. There were many warning messages. There was no way of knowing what going beyond the protection of the system meant. However, I began to change as soon as corruption was used. It felt like something was breaking through a blockage. My body trembled. 2 horns appeared on my forehead and enormous wings popped out from my back. I grew fur like an animal and my nails became longer. My fair skin was stained black. Strange tattoos were carved on my body. They looked like glowing wounds. And infinity armor was transformed. A dark magic power. It was absorbed and changed the look of the armor. The armor and helmet changed so that they didn't cover the wings and horns. Usually a message window would appear now, but nothing rose. I am out of the system. I also couldn't check my status window. I realized that I was now out of the system. I looked around slowly. My presence alone overwhelmed everything around me. Ocullo's clone showed no more signs of attacking me. Even Kenteganam and Mago were looking at me. I feel strange. That's right. It was really strange. I couldn't explain this feeling. The movement of the wings seemed natural. The changes didn't feel awkward at all. It was like I had found my true self. At the same time, I received a great enlightenment. This is a true demon. Ah! It was electrifying. Every demon had questioned it at least once. Why didn't demons have wings like angels? The demons looked too similar to humans. Sometimes demons would have horns like Ariel Diablo, but those were rare cases of blood and magic power mixing. So demons hated humans in particular. It was because their appearances were too similar. There were strict differences in power but not appearances. They didn't want to admit it. That's why the demons rejected everything to do with humans. They hated even looking at them. Now, I think I knew the answer. I was a true demon at the moment. The demons lost their horns and wings for some reason, becoming human-like in appearance. Due to corruption, I managed to remove those constraints. This corruption isn't corruption. Unlimited magic power. It was confidence that I could dominate everything. I was definitely not a fallen being. The original appearance of the demons? That is nonsense, Randalph Brigzeal. Ocullos gritted his teeth. His relaxation had disappeared. There was infinite hatred in the eyes that looked at me. Why are you so excited? I don't care if you dismiss it as nonsense. I wasn't trying to convince him that this was real. Ocullos couldn't accept it. He was staring at me with hate, but there was also envy mixed in. He knew. Thanks to naturalization, he instinctively knew that my current form was the origin of demons. He felt like he had been deprived. No matter his mental state, he was still a Grand Duke. He hadn't lost his pride as a demon. It was natural for him to think it was unfair and to become angry. You broke the taboo. Ocullos, you are the one who broke the taboo, not me. That appearance. Alternatively, you are using some type of trick. Evolution? You have crossed the line and truly accomplished evolution. Ocullos. He was hung up on evolution. I knew about it. Just a moment ago, I sensed Ocullos' true nature. This wasn't his real character. A need to change. Shortly after, he came up with the possibility of evolution and crossing the line. I developed so rapidly that it wasn't strange he mistook it for evolution. Soul assimilation, demon predator, maybe, little by little, he realized he had gone down the wrong path. Therefore he summoned the Shadow for answers. Things fell into place. How pathetic. My perception about Ocullos changed. He was just a maniac. It wasn't insanity. There was no luck and he told a mocking story at the Demon World auction. But there was a misunderstanding. He struggled to find a source. It seemed to have transitioned into an ego trip. He started to crave evil and war. I had felt sympathetic because I still thought of his past self. Even though I didn't like the Grand Dukes, I still felt some respect towards them. In my previous life, he hadn't left a distinct impression. He obtained the first world tree. He showed no motivation and even seemed to neglect becoming the devil. I was the turning point in his attitude. Due to the potential I showed, Oculus took a completely different route from the one he took in my previous life. Oculus was correct to be suspicious about me. In my previous life, I had never shown this power. What is with those eyes? Put them away. Or else I will take them by force. I will completely erase you from this world. Your journey is over, Oculus. It was a long journey. Oculus was tiresome. This was his limit. His desire was getting out of hand. Before that happened, I would help him find peace. Oculus' worries would be eased. I would settle this once and for all. Shut up! Oculus shouted and moved. He ignored Lightning God and his clones. It was indeed a desperate struggle. He was doing everything possible to kill me. However, I had regained my true nature so he couldn't reach me. Hu Wang. I flapped my wings. I seemed to know what to do from now on. The two horns on my forehead were a source of magic power. Different magic power attributes could be substituted. Once the magic power swept out from the horns, it was changed to moonlight magic power. Heian Moon. Now it was possible to use 99% of the sword technique. Chwak. Wrath and the Emperor's sword moved brilliantly. The movements weren't just to mislead the enemy. Moonlight falling became stronger the more I used it. My eyes can pierce through the world. Why can't I read your movements? Oculus had the skill Eyes of the World, Epic. It was a skill that managed to grasp and reflect back mind's eye. But, this time? So Kong. One clone was removed. He tried to partially strengthen the clone but it was no use. My wings touched a crumbling clone. The clone was melted by the magic power contained in my wings. I can't read it. Oculus bit his lips. Oculus. It is unfortunate but you don't know everything about me. This could sometimes cause failure. There were many cases. Oculus also knew this, making him unhappy. Shut up. Oculus recalled the one remaining clone. Soon, many large trees emerged from its body. The momentum seemed like it would consume the entire floor of the dungeon, as the branches and roots moved like whips. Kwang! Kwang! Kwakwang! It couldn't be blocked. I spread my wings wide. I flew above the tens of thousands of branches. It would have been impossible in the past, but now I had wings. I flapped my wings and floated in the air. My speed was faster than the whips and I soon reached Oculus' heart. Now, rest in peace. Poke! I stabbed his heart with wrath and the Emperor's sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Corruption, 2. Chapter 129, Corruption, 2. Vital. I was suddenly tired after handling Oculus. It was hard to keep my balance. Crisley, who was blocking Gigantes, quickly rushed towards me. Tack! I stopped Crisley's hands. Was this a side effect of corruption? I didn't trust anyone. I was even hostile towards Crisley. It was an instinctive aversion. I felt like I was the only one who should exist. My dungeon master, are you okay? Crisley asked in an anxious tone. I turned my head towards Kenteganam. It wasn't the end after handling Oculus. I needed to take care of that guy to be successful. How about the movements of the other demons? It seems like they are almost here. Oculus' death didn't stop them. The demons in Oculus' faction. I thought they would stop once he died. It seemed like they were performing his last command or there were other reasons. This was dangerous. I didn't know if I could be controlled, but a vast majority of the creatures here could be victims. They were the foundation of my strength. I had worked hard to build them up in the past 3 years. No, I would rather kill them than have them controlled. Anyway, I alone was sufficient. Yes, alone. Damn. I shook my head. My mental state wasn't normal. At this rate, it was likely that my allies would be slaughtered by my own hands. It was becoming harder to resist. Get out. Ha! I will deal with Kenteganam. Immediately leave the dungeon. I can't do that. You will just become obstacles. The creatures will be confused from Oculus' death, so now is the perfect time. My dungeon master. Crisley. Do you want me to risk myself saving you? You will just be in the way. Fuong. I spread my wings. Crisley looked up at me. She formed tight fists as she tried to be patient. Crisley then breathed deeply, relaxed her hands and bowed. I will protect this place until my dungeon master comes out. Crisley. If dungeon master dies, then don't you know that I will die as well? Please don't say such words. A large crow flew away with Krasla and the others. I had ordered them to escape. Krasla had hesitated but decided to retreat after seeing Crisley's decisive attitude. Fortunately, I was able to maintain my spirit until then. However, I felt my mental state take a nosedive after they left. Growling. My vision darkened. It felt like all my emotions had been worn away until there was only one remaining. A murderous intent. I was like a wild beast looking for food. Saliva dripped from my mouth. My eyes turned red. I started to rip into the creatures nearest to me. Quaduk. Quajijik. They were torn apart like pieces of paper. I grabbed both shoulders and ripped a creature apart. My body was splattered with blood. These actions were repeated so many times that my black skin was completely obscured by the red blood. I dug out their eyes and bit their necks. In order to quench my thirst, fangs broke the skin and started to suck out blood. Growling. Pandemonium. This place was like hell. I was recreating a nightmare here. You, what are you? Kunteganam. The shadow of nothingness. In the past, he was the Yeti King, and now he was just ugly. It was a nightmare, but more importantly, I realized how strong he was. My instincts were telling me to relieve my thirst with a stronger opponent. He didn't have a hair out of place even when dealing with Mago. Rather, he was driving Mago to the edge of a cliff. If I left it alone, then she would be defeated. Kunteganam was confident. They were just mortals after all. Once dead, their bodies would just become his subordinates. On the other hand, he was immortal and not bound by death. This was a screenplay he organized in the first place. Considering that, it was understandable that he was confident. Now, it was the first time there was surprise on Kunteganam's face. You are directly opposing nothingness. You don't feel like a god, yet you are trampling on everything. I will have your flesh. In any case, this was the first time. He had thought of my body as just a facade. His prejudice had been broken. He felt astonished and greedy at the same time. He stared at me. It was like discovering an artist with great artworks. I will take you. Once nothingness obtains that flesh, I will become a true god. Kunteganam burst out with excitement. The creatures retreated as they felt his presence. A huge circle was created with Kunteganam and I in the center. I opened my wings. My body was my own and I had no intention of handing it over to anyone else. That was a vain desire. Okolos had also died with his dream unfulfilled. Indeed. Both of them were a little similar. Those similar tendencies were probably why the shadow was summoned in the first place. Delicious. Of course, I wasn't thirsty for Kunteganam. I looked at Kunteganam and licked my lips. It wasn't thirst but a desire to eat him up. I was a hunter, he was the prey. A seasoned hunter would win over their prey. Give me your body. The shadow fluctuated. It spread out and pressured me from the front. The attribute of my magic power was once again altered. Wakak. Light shot out from the horns. The replacement attribute was surprisingly light. It was a little different but had properties similar to holy power. The light revealed the shadow. The shadow rushing towards me flinched back from the light. Aren't you a demon? Why can you use that? Kunteganam was once again shocked. Chiik. However, there was still the aftermath. It burned through my flesh. Rapid magic power conversion. The magic power was opposite to my attribute, so it burned my body from the inside. Growling. However, I didn't stop. Light kept pouring out. Kunteganam urgently recalled the shadow. You. Qua. The recalled shadow gradually joined together to form one big sword. His ugly flesh was revealed, but he was started to use his real capabilities. The light attribute no longer worked on the shadow. I changed the magic power once again. This time, it was chaos. The patented attribute of Ariel Diablo. Her abyss sword used the power of chaos. It filled my entire body. Chiik. The smell of burning became even more intense. If this situation continued, then I would destroy myself, but I didn't mind at all. Right now, the important thing to me was eating. And I was definitely going to eat. Growling. I rushed towards his neck. Kenteganon welcomed me with the shadow sword. A wave of magic power swept out from the intense clash. Kwang! Neither of us backed down. Explosive power built up from the clash of nails and sword. I am greedier. Kenteganon gave an ugly laugh. His terrible appearance was hidden by the shadow, but he wanted a new body. He was pleased at the thought of winning and obtaining new flesh. He just needed to drag out the time. It seemed like I wouldn't be able to maintain this state for much longer. It felt like my health was dropping. My rationality was already completely gone, so Kenteganon became more relaxed. Gruang! Kwang! Kwang! His hands randomly moved during the confrontation. Every time that happened, blasts of chaos magic power and shadows would explode. Due to that, hundreds of the surrounding creatures died. The creatures in the circle watching the confrontation started to escape. It was even difficult for the advanced creatures to endure. The confrontation between the two even burned away at the dungeon. The magic power couldn't sustain the floor any longer and it started to collapse. Kwang! My dungeon master! Crisley came out from a gap in some rocks, but it was too late. The space was completely divided in two. Give up and hand me your body. A long time had passed since the start of the confrontation with Kenteganon. It was almost the end. My nails were broken, but I fought even more ferociously with my teeth. Kenteganon wasn't safe either. His neck had been half torn off and pus was leaking. He needed to quickly change bodies or it would become dangerous. It was at that moment. Yi-hee. The pretty and cute Yi-hee is back, master. Biong. Yi-hee appeared with a loud sound. She wore a gold crown and carried a shield and shining sword that was like a toothpick. Yi-hee shook her head and looked around. Ha! Who are you? Yi-hee didn't notice that my appearance had changed as she looked at both of us. Who are you again? Where is Yi-hee's master? Didn't master come to this place? Strange. Yi-hee tapped a finger against her lips as she blinked. She soon seemed to realize something as she pointed towards Kenteganon. I feel that you are rather strange. It makes sense that your face is ugly. Yi-hee is annoyed. As a fairy knight, Yi-hee can recognize a bad guy. So you are a bad person. Yi-hee raised her shield. Then a bright straight line stretched out from the jewels in the shield. Kenteganon was dumbfounded. It was neck and neck. No, he was slowly grabbing the upper hand. My movements had been getting dull. He was certain of his victory after a few more hits. In the meantime, a fairy he had never seen before had intruded. He wanted to ignore her, but light started pouring out from the jeweled shield. And that feeling was correct. Cough. It wasn't a great blow. But it was enough to slow him down for a little bit. A small gap. The opponent flew through the gap and used his teeth. Kwajik. Kwajijik. Kwahak. The subsequent scene was terrible. Kenteganon's body was devastated by teeth. The winner didn't even enjoy the feeling and just settled down to feast. Eat. Eat and eat again. That was his only action. Shake. Yi-hee lost her spirit at the odd sight. She had goosebumps all over her body. She turned away from Kenteganon's body being devoured by a demon with gray wings. His eyes gazed at Yi-hee after he finished. Why Yi-hee isn't tasty? Yi-hee grasped her sword and shield, but there was an elusive feeling. She felt like she had seen the face before. Despite it looking quite different, she checked the blessing, but there was no signs of a connection to master. What to do? Meanwhile, the gray wings flapped as he headed towards Yi-hee. Yi-hee closed her eyes tightly and cried out. Eat. Weighing. The crown shone. This was the first time Yi-hee was using it, but the ability of the crown was very unusual. She had a clear idea about the effect. Yi-hee was reminded of the moment she met the Pink Queen. The Mushroom Kingdom. The Cookie Kingdom. The gold crown and jeweled shield were treasures of the two kingdoms. She wore the treasures and went to meet the queen. She fought and lost. The Pink Queen laughed while Yi-hee was crying with vexation. Oh, how fun! As it turned out, the Pink Queen was a fairy knight. She had been waiting 20,000 years for a successor to appear. Due to her boredom, she plotted this drama. She also apologized to the mushrooms and cookies. Yi-hee wept with pouting lips. The really bad fairy knight opened her mouth and said, "That will be enough. You are called Yi-hee? You have a very nice mentality. I will pass the succession rights to you. Although it has already happened. The crown, shield and sword. Those 3 items were tokens of a fairy knight. The sword can pierce through evil, the shield can reveal it, and the crown, it returns evil to its original place. In particular, the crown is dangerous and should only be used when needed. Use these 3 powers well. Then Yi can go back? Yes. Where do you want to go? Think of the place where you want to go. I will take you there. I want to go to Master's side. Ha! You are already serving someone? Awesome, awesome. I understand. Think about him closely. His features are required for something like this. Master has 2, no 3 big weapons and is unbelievably handsome. I was bad a little while ago, Yi. He still took care of Yi. Well, I understand. Now, are you ready to go to your master? Yes. Goodbye, Fairy Knight Nim. Cue back. The power of the crown returned evil to its original place. Yi calculated that it wouldn't work on Master. Master was sometimes nasty, but Yi never considered him as evil. And the power of the crown sent the evil being away. He really wasn't Master. Yi neatly cleared the threat of the existence with grey wings. Only the remnants of the shadow remained. By the way, where is this place? Fairy Knight Nim sent Yi to a strange place. She looked around. There was a large pile of stacked rocks. It was at that moment Crisley emerged from a small gap in the rocks. My dungeon master. Her fingernails were all broken and she had dried blood on her. It was from digging her way out of the rocks. Crisley? Fairy Nim? Why are you here? Crisley looked around anxiously instead of replying. Dungeon master, did you see him? He was just here. Yi shook her head. No. Master isn't here. There were only 2 ugly things. That is impossible. Although his appearance had changed, he has grey wings. Yi's eyes widened at Crisley's words. What's wrong? Yi did something bad. Then where? The crown returned evil to its original place. The place where Master was born and grew up in. The demon world? It is serious. Yi did something wrong again. Yi lamented with an upset face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, The Underground World, 1. Chapter 130, The Underground World, 1. My body was heavy. My heart was so hot it felt like it was going to burst. Sweat flowed down my body and I could barely maintain consciousness. Alive. Oh, he is still alive? Is his heart really beating? Listen. Can't you hear the sound? Something was moving around me. Cool skin made contact with me. Really? He is really alive. He is still living. Crazy. What do we do? Shouldn't we notify the village? No. Don't you know Elder Nim's personality? He has a safety-first policy. Only we should know for now. But his condition might get worse. He is severely burning up. Wait a minute. What good will that do? Remember what happened last time, Torium, do you remember? It will be okay if a cloth with cold water is put on his forehead. That's right. Indeed. It was so long ago that I had forgotten. Wait a moment. I will go and get it. Jeff, there is no time. He might be alive but he is weak. I know. Torium and Jeff. Among them, the one called Jeff departed. It is frustrating. However, I didn't have time to worry about such things. My chest felt tight. It felt like something was strongly pressing down on it. Perhaps, the origin of this pain was my heart. My heart was beating like crazy. It felt so horrible that I wanted it to stop. A living person. He showed up in the underground world of the dead. Kung. 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 The sound of my heart beating echoed loudly in my ears. How much time had passed? My mind drifted to faraway places. I was trying to move my body when sounds were heard. Torium. Should we take turns? We need to create a story. We can come up with a story here as well. It's not like the Lord will listen to my story anyway. He will probably only listen to pass the time. Perhaps. Torium, your stories are very interesting. I am envious that you have such a talent. Doesn't the lord in the castle find you interesting? That would be nice, but he doesn't like looking at ugly things. He won't want to listen. In addition, a war is happening in the central area. Phew, aren't you also tired of it? This war should be finished. How many have already died? The commander won't let this end easily. I heard rumors that he suddenly showed up with a sword after disappearing for a while. Maybe he might be able to conquer Central this time. No. There is an eternal curse on that area. The legitimacy doesn't matter. Everything will remain the same. They are only concerned about their self-interests. Those with a lowly status like us are always suffering. But even so, the momentum is with the commander. There might end up being a conscription in our village. Eh? Aren't we to the very south of Central? Actually, there are rumors that the south will soon become a battlefield. Why? They are rallying forces. They think the south is easy prey and are intending to grab it. There is already talk that an active army is heading here. I'm already tired of war and it is coming to the south. There is no safe place. Will the matchless warrior move? Shut up. We can't talk about this here. By the way, don't you think he has been sleeping for a while? The fever is gone. He is resilient and has a strangely fast recovery. In this state, he will soon, Finger. His fingers are moving. I saw it. Jeff, don't make a fuss. He is still moving. Is he trying to write something on the ground? Are they letters? Torium, do you know what he is doing? Letters. It is really bad handwriting. Anyway? He is asking where this place is. This place is the underground world. The world of the dead. We are the undead. I am Torium. The noisy kid sitting next to me is Jeff. That's right. Who are you? Write it. Still got a bit of a look. Let's see, Randalph Briggseel. Randalph Briggseel. Ask him. How did he manage to come here alive? Did you hear? Please answer. We have been very curious about this. Not moving? I guess he is unconscious again. How weak? His wounds were very large. It is great that he is already healed enough to move. Jeff, bring me some gellum from my room. Isn't that precious? Hurry. Sheesh, don't yell at me. Wait a moment. My body was gradually stabilizing. Even the wildly beating heart gradually slowed down. My depleted magic power recovered and my color returned. Soon, I was able to open my eyes. They really are the undead, I was inside a cave. 4 eyes were watching me. They were missing their hair, had violet skin and fungus all over their bodies. The undead. I remembered asking a few questions with my fingers. I remembered that this was the underground world in the presence of the undead. The problem is, I'm not sure where the underground world is. The circulation of magic power was different. It was unfamiliar, but there was also familiar magic power hovering around me. At first, I felt a little bit panicked. This wasn't Earth, the demon world, or even the spirit world. It was a place I wasn't familiar with. My physical condition is in the worst state. I frowned after checking the state of my body. It couldn't be worse than this. In this state, I wouldn't even be able to handle a lower grade creature. My muscles were almost dead and my magic power was still mostly depleted. I couldn't even afford to call Lightning God. What are you looking at? I used the wall as support to stand up and spoke. He is speaking. It really is amazing. Was Jeff his name? He seemed to be the one making a fuss. Anyway, they had saved me, but I was still skeptical. I couldn't trust anyone in this post-battle situation. I had occasionally heard their voices while drifting in and out of consciousness. Where did you come from? You are Torium? Correct. Torium. I'd like to ask something first. Is this place really the underground world? Yes. It isn't the demon world or middle world? Technically speaking, it is a place that exists in the middle. I can't believe it. I walked out while still leaning on the wall. Torium came to my other side in order to help. Not long afterwards, I exited from the cave. I couldn't help snorting. The cave was at the bottom of a cliff and I was able to see a pretty wide area. It is worse than the demon world. A place full of death. No, it was a place for the dead. Everything was different. It was a similar feeling to when I arrived on Earth from the demon world or when I first entered the spirit world. What happened in the confrontation with Kenteganum? I frowned. I remembered up to my confrontation with Kenteganum. But afterwards, there was just a gap in my memory. I can't communicate with Yihi or check the status window. It seemed like the system was still broken. I clicked my tongue. I can't exist here. Of course. This is a world that only contains the dead. Torium said from next to me. Do you know how I can get back? I don't know. In fact, it is still unbelievable. From what I understand, this is the first time something like this has happened in the underground world. It is possible that others might know. Maybe, but shouldn't you become more stable first? You still don't look good. It made a lot of sense. It was important to understand the situation, but first my body needed to heal. I wouldn't be able to move around comfortably in this state. Even one orc will be troublesome right now. I was in the worst state. The reason why my body was like this? The skill corruption gave me wings and horns. My status, I made a fist. Bare bones and blue veins were visible. Do you want anything to eat and drink? Torium was an undead, so he didn't worry about my emotional state. Very presumptuous. I don't intend to get things for free. I will answer some of your questions. It seemed like Torium and Jeff had a lot of questions for me. Then I would use it to accomplish what I wanted. It might be hard for you to eat. It doesn't matter. I shook my head. I could eat anything. Jellin was a tree and the branches could be used to make a porridge. It was the only food they had, but it was still better than nothing. I'm a storyteller. Every week, I would make up a story to tell the Lord and I would receive a branch of Jellin in return. Jellin is very important in the underground world. It is good for increasing the shelf life of a rotting body. Torium spoke in a condescending tone. Indeed, I had never heard the name Jellin. It is like a preservative. Preservative? There is such a thing? It seems to be something in the other world. By the by, who are you? I know that your name is Randalph Briggseel, but how did you come to the underground world? I already received food and water. I needed to cooperate to continue obtaining them in the future. I also needed to find out about this place. I was operating a dungeon. Dungeon? A dungeon filled with creatures? That's correct. I heard that warlocks or lich normally operate a dungeon. That's it for today. Wait. It can't end here. I will tell you more tomorrow. I sat down and shut my eyes. First of all, it was necessary to examine the insides of my body. And I got an idea about how to recover my magic power. I understand. I will come back tomorrow. Come with something to eat and drink. The Jellin is precious. It doesn't matter to me. Torium abruptly left. He turned and exited the cave. He was quickly followed by Jeff. Is this really okay? Jeff, I am a storyteller. I can't stand wondering. Aren't you scared? Those eyes, I'm not an opponent for him. He seems to have killed a lot. What? Shit. Where did he fall from? What is a preservative? I really want to know. I am also curious. You will be able to make a better story. So please lend me some Jellin. I don't have enough. Are you crazy? It will be worth it. A person has shown up in this world. I think that it is very significant. Anyway, Torium, I've known you for a long time, but I still don't know you. Jeff sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.